Bring us to order. Good afternoon, and will the meeting please come to order? This is the City of San Clemente Planning Commission, and it is Wednesday, August the 5th, 2026, 4 p.m., early start. Thank you to my colleagues, to the staff, and to everybody here for that. We have a very large agenda. That's why we're starting early today. So thank you to all. We're going to start our meeting with the pledge, and we're going to have one of our commissioners lead us, which will be Commissioner Washington. If you could join us for the pledge, please.
All rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I,
Allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you for that. Roll call is Commissioner Prescott Loeffler is not here yet, but she's on her way. All other commissioners are present. We have nothing for item 4, special order of business and minutes. Everyone's got the minutes. We have a revised version. Any comments on the revised version of the minutes? Motion is in order.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Griffin and a second by Commissioner Freeman. No more discussion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Next item is oral communications, which is a placeholder for any member of the public that wants to speak to the Planning Commission about a non-agenda item. It's always on our agenda, and it's just in case anybody wants to talk to us about something on their mind. Do we have anybody that wants to speak under oral communications today? Seeing none, we'll move on to consent calendar. We don't have any items there. So that takes us to our first of many public hearings today. I'm going to open the public hearing for project 26-160. And I want to ask my colleagues if there are any ex parte communications, meaning has anyone spoken to the applicant outside of this meeting? Or any conflicts of interest?
He was at DRSC.
Yes.
And I was at DRSC. I'm am within the 1,000-foot radius circle, but outside the 500 feet, so I believe I'm
You
okay.
believe you can be impartial?
Yes.
Then that's okay. Okay, so this is a request of the Planning Commission or Commission to consider a couple things. First is an architectural permit amendment, and that is 26-166, and a minor exception permit, 26-227. And it is a request to construct a modern-styled residence and an attached garage on a lot with previous entitlements. And we have received a few letters from the public, which we've all received those letters. And the way we're going to run the public hearing is as follows. Let's see here. What I'm going to do is ask our professional staff to give us a report on this project. And then following that, the applicant will have 10 minutes to make their presentation on what they're asking and what their justification. At that point, there may be some questions, but fear not, we'll bring the applicant back for questions if there are none at that time. Then the public will be invited to make comments. They'll have 3 minutes. And then we'll have the applicant come back if there are items they wish to respond to that have been brought up by the public or by commissioners. Then we'll close the public hearing and have our discussion and then render a decision. Okay, so that's the process, and frankly, that's going to be the process for all of the public hearings that we're going to go through tonight. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our staff. Jessica Catney is here to provide the staff report.
Chair Cosgrove, can I interrupt really quickly? I'm so sorry. Commissioner McCann, I just wanted to make sure we have it on the record that you've done the analysis under Regulation 18702.2 regarding your property and that you don't have a conflict of interest. And if you need me to go through that, I'm happy to do that.
Sure.
Okay.
But just again, to repeat,
You're between 5 and 1,000, correct? So that you are supposed to do the analysis under this regulation. So,
Okay.
so will the development potential of your property change with the, okay. And then will the income producing potential of your property change?
no,
Will the highest and best use of your parcel change?
no,
Will the character of your parcel change by substantially altering traffic levels and intensity of use, parking, view, privacy, noise levels, or air quality?
no,
And will the market value of your parcel change?
no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Sure.
Thank you. We want to follow the process. That's a big deal. So thanks. Great. Jessica, you've got the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cosgrove. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by introducing the applicants. We have John Abazi. He's the architect and property owner, as well as Adrian and David Abazi. They're sitting right next to them. This is for public hearing project 26-140. All right, so we'll start with a little background. In 2002, this property was approved with an architectural permit, minor exception permit, and a mitigated negative declaration for all 17 residents, allowing the construction of the subdivision. In 2003, there was a time extension and a tentative track map was approved to adjust several lot lines. 7 of the residents were constructed along Via La Cima cul-de-sac. The original developer went bankrupt and eventually the permit expired due to inactivity. Subsequently, the lots were individually sold and to date, 10 lots remain vacant along El Levante and La Esperanza. Since architectural permits are no longer offered, this project is being processed under a development permit. The original approved architectural design featured Spanish-style architecture tailored specifically for this site. Notable design elements include a single-story appearance from the front elevation, a structure that steps down with the natural slope, and varied roof heights. These characteristics have been carried forward and incorporated into the proposed modern design. The site is zoned residential low with an inland canyon overlay and consists of approximately a quarter-acre lot with steep topography descending into a ravine. The original mitigated negative declaration, MND, found that with implementation of mitigation measures, the project would not result in significant environmental impacts. Given that a large passage of time has went by, a supplemental review was conducted, confirming that the original mitigation measures remain valid, and these measures have been incorporated as conditions of approval. A common reciprocal drainage easement for all the property owners exists across the mid-portion of El Levante lots, and originally a V-ditch was approved to preserve the natural canyon below. The drainage easement is shown here, highlighted lightly in yellow, and while an alternative drainage system with individual lines is being proposed, currently the applicant is still working out the final solution. A condition of approval 3.18 requires construction of the V-ditch unless an alternative is approved otherwise by the city engineer and city planner. Development is limited to the front portion of the site with the sensitive habitat located beyond, noted by the curved line. The project also includes a request for a minor exception permit to allow a 5-foot garage encroachment into the front yard setback due to the significant grade differential. Additional details on this request will be covered shortly. The proposal is for a single-family residence at 4,687 square feet with modern architectural style. It features a 414 square foot 2-car garage, approximately 600 square feet of balcony area, 5 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms. The initial landscape design was reviewed by the city's landscape consultant and initial recommendations that have been incorporated. Condition of approval 4.4 requires site-specific agronomic soils report and a follow-up review to ensure plant compatibility. Let's go, excuse me, go more. Okay. Here are the floor plans. So the building steps down with the slope. The first floor plan will be at the street level and includes the entrance to the garage as well as a street entrance to an office inside. Kind of see right in here. It will step down to the second floor for a formal entry into the main living area consisting of living room, kitchen, and a pantry area. The third floor is mainly the bedrooms, and then stepping down, not a complete story, but a half story would be an additional fifth bedroom. As shown, the front elevation maintains a single-story appearance from the street. The structure steps down with the slope, and varied roof lines help reduce the perceived massing of the building. A mix of materials, including stacked stone veneer and metal trim fins, further break up the large wall planes. The rear elevation has been refined based on DRSC feedback, replacing previously proposed heavy trim elements with lighter metal fins. With the exception of the MEP request, the project complies with all applicable zoning standards, including the provision of 2 covered parking spaces. The building height is approximately 25 feet, the maximum allowed, measured from the existing grade. The MEP would allow a reduction in the front yard setback to accommodate the garage encroachment due to site constraints. This provision is intended to minimize excessive grading or fill and allow development to follow the natural topography of the site. Where a grade differential of at least 10 feet occurs within the front 25 feet of the lot, an MEP may permit the garage to encroach up to 5 feet from the property line. In this case, The site has a minimum 12-foot grade difference, meeting that criteria. Due to the garage placement, available front yard planting is limited. While landscaping is proposed in all non-paved areas, it does not meet the minimum requirement. Therefore, an additional MEP is requested to reduce the required front yard landscaping. The project proposes approximately 500 square feet, where 622 square feet is required. A 313 square foot turf block driveway is included to help offset the deficiency. The project satisfies the required findings, which are summarized here and detailed in the resolution included as attachment 1. The project complies with the zoning ordinance, subject to the MEP, compatible with the neighborhood. The proposal minimizes the grading and the fill to preserve the natural slope, reduces perceived height and massing, reduces grading to preserve the existing site conditions, and proposes a turf driveway to aesthetically improve the property. The initial MND was approved for the subdivision. A subsequent supplemental review determined that no further environmental analysis is required, and all original mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project as conditions of approval. I think we're missing a slide here. So the mitigation measures, Tamara, can we get the hidden slide to show? There's a hidden slide in here. There's a hidden slide in here. Can I just exit out of here and get that to show? It didn't update. We can go over it while we're figuring that out. So the mitigation measures are included in the conditions of approval. Implementing grading and construction methods to minimize dust generation. Approval of an interim coastal sage scrub interim habitat loss mitigation plan, along with the issuance of a special rule 4D permit and additional protections for coastal sage scrub. Approval of an artifact and fossil preservation plan. Approval of a precise grading plan that provides the minimum amount of grading necessary. Demonstrating compliance with the noise ordinance, including proper operation of construction vehicles, and adhering to the city's lighting policy. The mitigation measures are summarized in this slide and incorporated fully as they were outlined in the initial MND within the conditions of approval. Finally, staff recommends to determine that no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, and to adopt Resolution PC 26-032, approving development permit 26-166, and minor exception permit 26-227, Abassi residence, subject to the attached conditions of approval. Thank you so much. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I want to note for the record, Commissioner Prescott Loeffler has joined us just about a minute or two into the staff presentation, so she will be participating in this item. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes, that is fine, but can we get her any disclosures as
Yep.
well?
I did visit the site.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, are there quick questions of staff, or can we get to the applicant? Okay, hold on. I'm going to start down here to my right. So go ahead.
Jessica, thank you for the report. On the drainage in the back, the V-ditch, did you state that they were looking at alternatives to that and that it will need to be approved by Public Works if they do come up with an alternative?
Yes, it would
Okay.
have to be approved by the city planner and city engineer if they
Great.
want to do an alternative solution.
And if it does end up being a V-ditch, I assume it's just across their parcel?
Well, the problem with construction there's a problem with just constructing on that parcel because the water won't flow properly, so it needs to be constructed all in one piece.
Okay.
It's a
And is
preference.
that, okay, I'll talk to or ask the applicant a few more questions on that. Thank you. And then, as a part of our conditions of approval, do we require a construction management plan?
There is one in the, one of the mitigation measures requires that, yes. Prior to the submittal of grading plans, a construction phasing and mitigation program shall be submitted to and approved by the city engineer or designee. The program should include, but not be limited to, a schedule and the method of performing the grading and construction of all improvements and discussions. Depictions of the following: hours of operation and compliance with city codes, stockpiling, staging, and mobilization areas, construction, traffic routing, and directional signing, types of construction equipment, gate and fencing plan, including green mesh screening, dust and erosion control measures, and notification program. Watering of the site shall be conducted to, during, and after grading operations to mitigate dust generation. Equipment shall use low sulfur fuel, shall be well-tuned and fitted with properly operating and maintained mufflers. Grading shall be suspended when winds exceed 25 miles an hour and during the first and second stage smog alerts.
Excellent. So what we're saying essentially is before they can get a permit to proceed, they have to have brought forth that plan and had it approved by the city.
Correct.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Yeah, Commissioner McCann.
Regarding the V-ditch, you say that planning and engineering are going to look at it, but they're going to look at it in a comprehensive way relative to all of the potential lots there, correct?
Correct. So this site may have to do a temporary solution, and that's what they're still figuring out. And
Assistant City
possi-
Engineer Zach Ponson is here if you have additional questions about that. He's sitting in the audience and he has some ideas.
Okay, I mean, I don't, if he wants to chime in, he can. I just, if it's going to be reviewed, obviously it wouldn't be reviewed just relative to this parcel only, but relative to the rest of it, because if there's going to be more flow or whatever from above, this is just one piece of the bigger thing.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
Yeah, this property was previously entitled for the construction of a home, but that's expired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that previous approval, did that include a minor exception permit? Do you know?
It did for the overall approvals, but not specifically for this lot.
Okay. And this house that's being proposed, is it roughly the same square footage as the one that was previously approved?
I can't recall the exact details, but it is larger. I do know it's larger, but I don't recall how much larger.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Washington?
Yes, I just want to make sure I capture what one of the neighboring residents had. The construction management plan, does that address, because I know you summarized, they made concerns about, having continuing access for residents and first responders and all that. That's all in that plan, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, so the construction management plan that the city will approve later, does it capture the neighboring residents' concerns about having access to the community, having parking designated for the construction so that, because they're already challenged with parking there, does it capture those little things that they listed in there? You already captured the notifications part of what I saw in that email from that resident, but I just want to know because it was summarized. Thanks.
Yes, yeah. They do. That was also part of the mitigation measure that I just read. Let's see, where did that exactly say, though? Yeah, staging and mobilization areas, construction, traffic routing, directional signing is part of that mitigation measure.
Okay, since Mr. Ponson's here, I'd like to ask him to help also with this introductory staff report to address the concerns we got from the community, or at least some residents that live in that area regarding the one-way street with with parking on one side, and just their concerns about the street safety.
Zach Ponson, Assistant City Engineer. To answer some of the questions that have come up, typically a mitigation plan and a construction management plan like this was created with the tract development, because ultimately they would have been developing all 10 of these lots at the same time. We were okay with including this on a single house basis for this project due to the kind of narrow one-way street that it is. So we're okay. We typically wouldn't do that for a single-family house, but we are okay adding that condition onto here. The road will maintain fire emergency access at all times. That's always a condition. There will be times when lumber drops and concrete drops are needed on every house in town that gets developed. So we typically give them a temporary traffic control permit, and then they come to us and tell us when those bigger drops are going to happen. And that happens throughout the entire city. Something like this lot, though, where there really isn't a pad to stage on, it's going to be very difficult. So the construction management plan will be really handy on these lots. Traffic during construction, it still will maintain a one-way street. Parking will get worse during construction. There will be workers. They have to park somewhere. During that mitigation plan, we typically don't set aside areas for where the workers are going to park, because we don't know how many are going to be there at any time at different phases of projects, or if the next house gets built at the same time that doesn't require an exception permit, perhaps. So it's hard to say go park in front of the neighboring lot when that house could be coming in with permits any day also. So we don't typically get into assigning street parking to contractors. That's usually a public street. Whoever's out there can park there. The public safety of the actual development itself, this is the side entry, garage entry, which is probably more safe than some of the exceptions that are allowed typically. On a hillside property with these exemptions are granted, the garages are often 5 feet from the curb face. Because we don't, since they're getting that exception, we don't want them to be in between 5 and 18 because a car might actually still park there. Having this side entry is actually probably one of the safer designs on a street like this with a one-way flow. So engineering is supportive of the exception in that vehicle backing out it the way it is. If there's any other questions, I can help answer them.
Any other questions for yeah, Commissioner Freeman?
Yeah, a quick question. Is that schedule going to be given to all the residents, to the neighbors in the area?
It's typically not a requirement, no.
Could we make it happen, just to,
We typically have the contractor send out noticing, and they do door postings with their contact info, because the city doesn't usually want to be in charge of managing a construction project of day-to-day activities and getting 24-hour complaints. They can always contact us, but the main contact will want to be the prime contractor, and with us being a backup as a complaint if they're not being handled by the contractor satisfactorily. But no, we don't typically start getting the entire neighborhood involved in terms of getting their input on how this is going to be managed. I just don't see how that would actually work, because not everybody's going to agree.
could you make the contractor give that to the other residents?
We do, we can, as part of that management plan, we can require them to give their 24-hour contact information for emergency purposes, or just complaining about their subs or something like that. And then those notices typically have one of our inspectors' phone numbers on them too. So that homeowner can call them. We prefer that they call them first, iron it out, and if they can't, they call us.
Thank you.
Or if they don't want to deal with the homeowner, they can call us directly too. Yeah.
Yeah, keep that in mind for when we do motions. You may want to make sure that's in. Commissioner McCann?
Regarding the drainage in the V-ditch, are you going to require them to do like a hydrology report for all of the lots, or what are you thinking?
That was actually already done with the original 2002 development. So Toll Engineering had that V-ditch engineered for the developments to tie into. And so right now, engineering's proposing to the applicant, follow the approved tentative map that says put in the V-ditch. If you want to do anything different, you pretty much need everybody to agree. And so, like it came up a little bit earlier, once that first house is built, they pretty much are going to be responsible for building the V-ditch from their property all the way to the outlet. maybe not the two, couple houses that are upstream, but they'd be in charge of their house all the way to the outlet. And so what I'm recommending to the applicant is get together with the other 10 residents, probably get a cost estimate together, approach them and see if they're all willing to just have him build it all at once. And then but that's a civil matter between them and those other 9 property owners.
Thank you.
Yeah, Zach, what are we requiring this applicant to do with respect to the drainage? What is their requirement?
I believe the condition approval is written, 3-18, is written that they shall put in the ditch per the original improvement plans unless they come to a satisfactory alternative. And that alternative, the city engineer and likely the city planner are going to want all the property owners to be in pretty much an agreement of if they want to do something else besides the V-ditch.
So what I'm trying to figure out is what the requirement on the applicant is in terms of, are they going to build how much of the V-ditch? Just for this, from their property to the actual drain, or what are they doing? What are we asking them to do?
That's the way I'm foreseeing this, is the first person in is building the V-ditch per the original track improvement requirements.
Okay,
They're building it from their house, and like Jessica said, you have to discharge it. You can't just discharge it onto your neighbor. It has to be built all the way to that outlet pipe at the bottom of the
yeah,
canyon.
so that's what they're going to do, and then subsequently, additional people can just tie into that.
Correct.
Okay, but it's up to the applicant if he wants to do some sort of build it all at once type of approach, he has to work that out on his own.
Correct.
Okay.
And we're recommending that they work with the other property owners and come up with a solution they can all agree with.
Yep, and that is condition 3.18 for those that may want to look at that.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Any other questions? Great. So at this point, we're going to invite the applicant to come up and make their presentation. Jessica, did you want to do the introduction?
Sure. This is Mr. John Abazi. He's the owner and architect of the project.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
And then we're going to put you on a 10-minute timer, if you don't mind.
Sure,
It's
actually.
just the way we run all our
There is nothing
process.
additional for me to add. I believe city planning and engineer explain everything perfectly, so there is nothing additional that I want to add to, unless you guys have any question for me.
Okay, let me just facilitate then a little bit. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Can you give us your level of comfort with all of these conditions of approval? Are you comfortable with all of them?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And let me turn to my colleagues and see if they have any questions for you. Questions for the applicant? Okay. Nobody's got questions for you. All right. Well, stand by in case we do have a question.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the brevity of it, but that was your opportunity. We'll make sure you had it. Are there any members of the public that want to speak to this item? Tamara, do we get any cards for this item, or is it? Okay, so they're going once, twice, no public comment? Okay. With no public comment, then there's no need for you to respond to those, so we'll waive that. Any other questions for the staff or the applicant, or are we ready to go into discussion? Discussion, are we ready? I'm going to close the public hearing. Who would like to lead off?
I guess I can start.
Great, Commissioner Freeman.
So I can make all the findings with the inclusion of the contractor notification. That's where I'm at.
So you, have you looked at the conditions of approval? Is there a specific one, is where we have the contract management information? Did you want to work up a sentence that you'd like to have us insert into that? Or you can ask Jessica to do it for you, whichever you'd prefer.
That would be great, Jessica. Something to include the contractor notification of the schedule for the local residents off of Elefante. I don't know, I really screwed that up. And
All right.
SEMA. And that's kind of what I think was the nexus of the letter, and I think that meets the,
So your objective is to put it on the contractor to circulate
Absolutely.
their contact information in the event that during the project, there's any questions, concerns about noise, dust, whatever,
Right.
that number's present and they can
Not
call
only
it.
the number, but the schedule, so they know when. the
High-level
trucks-
schedule,
right,
perhaps.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking
okay.
for.
Any other conditions anyone wants to
Can
talk
we
about?
discuss that one?
Yeah.
Real quick.
Go, please, Commissioner Camp.
So during construction, there are a lot of factors. And maintaining a, detailed schedule for a project like this is going to be tricky at best. Most GCs are not going to do it. They'll give you an overall estimate. It's going to take me 18 months or, whatever. But to expect them to circulate an update of schedule, is that every week? Is that every month? If you get weather, we're supposed to have a rainy winter, then how does that affect it? I mean, I think we're better served having numbers, as Mr. Ponson suggested, that they can call if there's a concern with the noise, because it's going to be noise. It's inconvenient for neighbors. We know that. We've all had projects constructed near our homes. So as long, I think, as they're following the management plan, I just think it's unrealistic.
Can you live with that? That's what I meant by high level. That's a timetable, not like, and this day we're doing this, or this week we're doing this. It would be impossible, I think. Just like, it's a 6-month project, it's an 8-month project, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we get all the concerns of the residents that live in that area addressed some way or another, and I think that hits the point.
Okay.
May I? I agree with.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes, I agree with everything you said. I think what you're trying to get, Brett, is keeping it as simple for the residents that if there's any major egress in and out of their little neighborhood there, that the contractor let us know, that it's going to be slower to get in, or from this time to time, we're going to be moving something big. Not a detailed schedule, not the plan laid out, but any major egress point throughout the week or something that's going to, be, impactful to the residents that live there.
You want to make the motion? Commissioner McCann?
Well, I agree with what Commissioner Camp said, and not only that, but my understanding is that there are multiple applications in the works from the other neighboring properties, that there's multiple coming through, so, pretty soon it's going to be kind of a war zone out there, and it just is going to be that way for 2 to 3 years while these 10 houses get built. I traverse that street multiple times every day, and I know that's how it's going to be. There will be times when it's shut down, probably for big lumber deliveries or cranes or whatever, but they'll have to follow a traffic control plan to do that. So I think it just is what it is. The street is narrow, construction's going to happen. I think trying to do any kind of a schedule is unrealistic, and then you layer 10 of those on top of each other, it's going to be kind of, non-feasible.
Let me poll my colleagues here. Can everybody make the findings as required? And in the staff report, we've got consistent with general plan, complies with zoning, consistent with our city design guidelines, will not be detrimental to public health, safety, welfare. It's compatible. We also have the minor exception permit so that it's compatible with that zone, and we've got the garage encroachment and then the landscape reduction. Is everybody comfortable with all of those findings and all of those applications?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
Jessica, if we wanted to amend one of the conditions of approval, just to have the GC provide contact info regarding the project to the, radius of neighbors, what would you recommend on that?
If I could suggest, Mr. Camp seemed to have a very short, what you said basically was concise, just to provide the contact information in case the residents required it.
Yeah, I would, that's fine. I just wanted to check and see if Jessica had some wording that she wanted to provide, and which condition do we want to apply it to?
I think I would need a couple minutes to look at that.
Okay,
I can make a motion.
Commissioner McCann?
You made a motion, right, Commissioner Freeman?
No, no motions are.
Oh, are we still in discussion?
Yep, so we're
Okay.
ready for a motion.
Regarding, okay. I mean, regarding that, we could just add a new condition, an additional condition. Contractor shall provide notification to a 300-foot radius of neighbors, providing contact information for the contractor and the city, period. I don't think it needs to be more than that.
Are you comfortable with that? Okay, so that's a motion.
I will second that.
Well,
there's more?
that's the additional, I move that we approve project, adopt resolution PC 26-032, approving development permit 26-166, and minor exception permit 26-227, subject to the conditions of approval, and that we determine no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA as identified in the staff report, with the addition of a condition of approval that the contractor provide a letter to property owners within a 300-foot radius, giving contact information for the contractor and for the city, appropriate, departments in the city.
Excellent, that is exactly what we need. And Commissioner Prescott Loeffler, you seconded that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there any discussion of the motion? Staff is clear? Yes?
Yes.
Commissioners, we're ready to, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. You will have until this meeting minutes are approved by the next city council, then your approval goes into effect. Okay, thank you, Jessica, for your work today on this project. All right. Now we're moving on to item 8B, our next public hearing, which is project 26254. It's a Seacliff Hotel and Restaurant Conditional Use Permit Amendment at 402 Pasadena Court. The Planning Commission is being requested to amend the conditional use permit 23-085 to allow for 2 more lodging units for a total of 13 lodging units, the relocation of bike storage as required by the project's coastal development permit and issued by the Coastal Commission, along with reconsideration of a tree and curb along Avenida Victoria frontage. And I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have any, again, the typical round of disclosures? Any disclosures? Okay. We're going to follow the same process as we always do, right, that I just outlined, so I won't review that again. I will turn to David Carrillo to provide our lead-off staff report. David, welcome. Thanks for your report.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. So we've seen this project before a couple years ago at Planning Commission, and so I'll start with the review process that this project has gone through. So back in July 2024, the Planning Commission approved the original project. There was a condition of approval that the project go to the Coastal Commission for a coastal development permit, and that was completed back in November 2025. And in that approval with the Coastal Commission, there were some changes that differed from the original Planning Commission approval back in 2024. Therefore, that triggers an amendment just to the conditional use permit. There were 2 other permits for this project. It was a cultural heritage permit and an encroachment permit. Those other permits don't need to be amended because the nature of the changes only impact the conditional use permit findings. So today, the Planning Commission is reviewing the Coastal Commission approved plan or changes. So as a refresher, this project is located at 402 and 404 Pasadena Court within the Pier Bowl. The zoning is Coastal Recreation Commercial 1 within the Pier Bowl specific plan with an overlay zone in the general plan of architectural and pedestrian overlay districts. And you see the property highlighted in the blue here. And then for context, we point out the pier at the top. So as mentioned already, the changes that were approved by the Coastal Commission were the addition of 2 lodging units. This is essentially the main change that triggered the rest of the changes. The Coastal Commission has a low-cost hotel accommodation policy where the projects like these that are proposing a hotel need to provide a certain number of low-cost units. So that was in an effort to meet that policy. So in total, this project will now include 3 low-cost units. With the addition of those 2 lodging units, came a requirement to add 2 more parking spaces, to have 1 parking space per unit. And to do that, the relocation of bike storage needed to happen to accommodate those 2 spaces. And then voluntarily, the applicant removed a tree planter to accommodate one of the spaces. And I'll show some plans in the coming slides right now to better understand it. So for the 2 additional lodging units, the applicant took 2 existing lodging units. Here's a screenshot. The image to the left is from the original plan. The Unit 2 is highlighted in green, Unit 3 is highlighted in blue. So essentially, those 2 units were split in 2. And so now you see the new layout on the image to the right, where the new units are highlighted in red. So that's where the 2 units come from. And that is on page, or sheet 8, 2.1 of the plans that were provided in the staff report. Just to further explain that the Unit 3 split will now be sharing the deck area, whereas before the Unit 3 had the entire access to the deck. So now the deck will be shared by those two units at the bottom. So just to walk us through the original approval, this is the original site plan or ground level plan that the Planning Commission approved. I'm going to use my mouse here, if I could. Do I have access to that, Tamara? No. Oh, that's on her computer. Oh. Can I borrow it real quick? Okay, so again, this is the original ground level plan that was approved by Planning Commission in 2024. So at the top here, we see an office space within the garage. We see a tree planter that was provided with a tree. At that time, the tree was not identified. And then we see the existing historic garage that accommodated bike storage and then the trash enclosure. And now this is the Coastal Commission approved plan. So this is where the changes come. So we see the 2 parking spaces being provided here. And again, that was able to happen with the relocation of the bike storage and the bike storage replaced the office space up on top here. So there is no office space now with the proposed plan, or with the plan that the Coastal Commission approved. And then, again, the applicant felt that the removal of the tree planter was necessary to accommodate this driveway space and to be able to go in and out of that area. So in reviewing the project, this is staff's recommended plan. We did review it with the applicant, and they agreed to these changes. So if the planning commission agrees, this would be the plan that is approved by planning commission tonight, if approved. So the bike storage would remain in the same space that the coastal commission approved. Staff is recommending that the planter be put back. That is due to, in the original approval, the applicant provided one additional parking space that they needed. So they're able to remove one while still meeting parking requirements. So that allows the removal of that parking space. And we did feel that the inclusion of the tree planter helped provide some type of pedestrian safety barrier. We do see how pedestrians would be accessing the site at two different locations. We have a stairway here that leads to the patio area at the second level, and then we have a staircase here that leads to units. So we felt that tree planter would help make vehicle behavior a little bit more predictable and a safer space for pedestrians. And again, the loss of that parking space does not affect the project meeting parking requirements, because in the original approval, they provided one more than they needed. So the resolution before you does include special conditions of approval, and that is to add the tree planter and use this tree species. We did consult with the landscape consultant, and they recommended the module palm tree. I do have an example if the commission would like to look at it, but this is a palm tree that's located in the North Beach area as you enter North Beach from the north along Avenida Pico. There's a condition that the tandem parking space in front of the historic garage be removed, and that the parking space within the historic garage be restricted to employee use only. Staff understands that employee parking typically has a lower turnover rate, so I think that would further help address the pedestrian safety concerns that staff had. And then we added a condition. This is essentially removing an older condition and updating this one, where it says that the project permits expire if the project has not commenced within 3 years from the approval of the CUP amendment. So not the original approval, but this approval. So per staff's analysis, staff has deemed the project to be consistent with general plan policies and goals of the Pierre Bowl specific plan, the coastal land use plan, design standards, and the zoning code. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to Class 3, Class 31, and Class 32 exemptions, and approve the project subject to conditions of approval with the understanding that the original conditions of approval remain in full force and effect. And this concludes my presentation, and we do have the applicant available for any questions, as well as staff.
We will call on him in just a minute. I want to just check with my colleagues to see if they have questions on your report. Commissioner Freeman, any questions? Patrick?
Thank you. David, thank you for the report. You indicated the original plan, you indicated what you called the CCC, California Coastal Commission plan, and then you said, and this is what staff is recommending. If we adopt what you're recommending, do you have to go back to the Coastal Commission for them to review what we did?
They do not. I did miss that part. We did consult with Coastal Commission and went over the changes, and they are supportive, so they don't need to go back to the Coastal Commission to amend.
Thank you. And
One note on that, they still don't have their actual permit from Coastal. They got an approval, and they have an approval in concept with a list of conditions. They do have to go back to Coastal to get their plans stamped, and those plans would show these minor changes that Coastal indicated they support.
thank you, Zach. Appreciate it. The only other question I have, and I think I've asked this question before, but I'll ask it again. The Coastal Commission says to the city of San Clemente, we want 2 or 3 units, or they say to the applicant, we want 2 or 3 units to be low cost, is there a definition of what that means? And who enforces that? And I'm not pointing to anyone, I just don't understand the concept of, we'll have 2 low cost, well, is it enforced? What, I don't understand.
I
And
see the
again,
applicant's
if you-
representative here who's maybe interested in
we'll
talking
defer
about
that to him.
that concept.
Thank you.
It's a tough one to define.
Yeah, we'll have the applicant do that. Commissioner McCann? Let's stay on the staff for now.
So the palm tree is not existing, they're going to have to plant it?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a size specification on that? Like 36-inch box or?
We did not specify that, but we can work with the landscape consultant to define that. What we did ask the consultant was for him to recommend a palm tree that's relatively low in height to still maintain the views from that area, and that is the species that he recommended.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
Well, going along with that palm tree question, was that palm tree on the previous approval?
A general palm tree was identified, but there was no specific species on the plan up until now.
But in that location, there was a palm on the
Correct,
previous approval.
correct.
And in addition to the tree, what was important to the city was for safety, that there be that breakup of the driveway and the curb cut, because we were concerned about cars parking over an exceptionally long driveway apron throughout the day. That's a very important pedestrian access way. So we want the curb to be broken up there to discourage parking on the driveway.
Okay. What's going to keep people from parking in that spot anyway? Because it looks like you could still fit a vehicle. I hope you're not going to red curb it, because that doesn't look good. But somebody could, I mean, you're removing that space, somebody could still park there, right? Right here.
Yeah.
It's still a tandem situation, but you're not anticipating doing a red curb.
Yeah, it's just not shown as a required parking space. That allowed us to, in working again with the applicant, because the intent with the removal of the planter was that it would accommodate that driveway space, but we recalculated the parking and figured out we didn't need 1 parking space. So we were able to remove that and put the planter back. But yeah, the code does recognize that parking on driveways happen where the driveway leads to required parking, so it is
Well, I'm thinking
allowed per
more
code as well.
If it's somebody that's staying at the resort, I could see them parking there.
The intent is for resort guests to be entirely within the new underground garage that they're digging into the hillside. That old garage with the 1 parking space would be restricted to employee parking. If they had perhaps an employee that was stopping for a couple minutes, they might be tempted to park on that driveway space. But that whole area, that small box garage and the driveway would be for employee use.
So inside the garage too? That's only employees?
Inside the little tiny garage, and the bigger garage would be for the customers.
Okay. The office is being removed, but there's no new office proposed?
Correct.
Okay. Is that going to have an impact on the health department approval of the food service? Not having the office? Because typically they require lockers and, some sort of office and stuff like that. Has that been evaluated?
That has not, but my understanding is that those requirements related to the restaurant should be within the restaurant footprint. I think that maybe the applicant can speak more on that.
Okay. And then also this bike rack location, it's inside a room. I guess it was inside the garage previously. Is that really required to be an enclosed space if it's just for bikes? I know it was enclosed for the office, but it seems like you just need an area for those bikes. I mean, it's not a big deal, but
So remove that wall, basically.
tough to get your bike in there. You got to bring it around the corner if you've got a car there without dinging the car. Trying to get your bike in that room might be better just to have that open. as a kind of a spot for bikes in the corner there. That's a minor thing.
That may
I
be
don't
a
have
question
any
for
other-
the applicant, how it ended up in there. We are likely to see a lot more indoor bicycle storage in future commercial applications because the building code changed to require most commercial projects to provide indoor secure bicycle parking. This is a historic building, so perhaps there was wiggle room. This is where the applicant negotiated with Coastal to put it.
It's a minor thing. I just had that question. That's all I have.
Commissioner Prescott Loeffler, questions? Commissioner Washington, questions?
No, quite, just maybe just to clear my mind. So the minor encroachments, I think we were covering a lot of that with the planner. The parking that she was talking about, can they mark, you know how some areas where you go where you can't park and they put lines, yellow lines, so it just kind of deters people from parking there? So, but it's available in emergency use. I'm not saying we gotta do that, but that's another option for that section there. And what was the other one? Let's see.
These are questions for staff.
Oh, questions for staff, okay, all
We're going
right.
to get into
All
discussion
right.
later.
No problem. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
No more further questions of staff. David, do you mind introducing the applicant? Have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Yes, we have Jim Holloway here representing the applicant, the homeowner.
Welcome, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
with
sir.
Usually the rule of thumb is if you got a recommendation for approval, you shut up and sit down and go home. But I do have a couple of comments, and I did want to address some of the other questions, but I'll let you get to that. By the way, I'm doing a little bit of work here and there, and the reputation for San Clemente over the decades is really outstanding. And it's good to go outside the city and hear that. I counted it up now. There are now 9 different community development directors that have graduated from San Clemente over the decades. And I think that's partly because their resume looks pretty good after they work in this city with historic, pedestrian, hillside development, every possible issue we deal with, we collectively deal with. So we should all be proud of that reputation that we have. And also, before I get into constructive criticism of the staff's work, I do appreciate the staff's work on this that was very positive, finding out that we only need 1 parking space instead of 2. That's great. The planter, I think, we don't care about the planter. We just want to get approved. But your work with the Coastal Commission saying, we don't have to go back or back and forth on this planter issue, that was very much appreciated as well. That said, I've had an objection. I've had a couple meetings with the staff and even a meeting with the city manager. I think technically this amended CUP is not necessary per the code. And let me go through it. It all derived from this issue of low-cost lodging units. We had 2 very nice suites, and we chopped them up and made 4 rooms instead of 2. The bed count is the same, though. The suites were a living room and a bedroom, okay, so 2 beds. Now we still have, so it's 2 and 2 is 4. We still have 4 beds, same occupancy, same floor plan essentially, same site plan, same elevations. And let me tell you how our parking worked. We only needed 1 parking space, thanks to the staff work to find out we only needed 1 instead of 2. We had 5 options. The first option was it's a historic building, so we could have got a historic parking waiver. We didn't want to do that. Second option is actually the code allows administrative approval of 1 to 2 parking spaces. Didn't want to do that. Number 3 is this is in the CRC1 zone, uniquely allows parking adjacent to this property as an incentive to get this key piece of property developed. Didn't take advantage of that, didn't want to do that. The fourth option is there's a state law that says if you're within a quarter mile of a transit center, which we are, you don't have to provide parking at all. Didn't want to do that. We said, okay, you got a historic parking garage here, let's park in that. That's what we decided to do. So I firmly believe that technically, there was no significant planning issue. It seemed to have come down to kind of almost a political calculation on, there was controversy in the past, so we got to, kind of go overboard on this project. But the thing is, we had 4 public hearings, 12 hours of public testimony. Some of you remember that first meeting, we had 30 people in opposition. We had 2 people speak at the last meeting, can't even remember what they said. Unanimous approval by the Planning Commission, no appeal to the City Council, a 5-minute hearing at the Coastal Commission, and a unanimous approval there. I think we did our work. I think we got a good project, and as I always said at the beginning of every presentation, no waivers, exceptions, variances. Every code, every policy was met and implemented in some cases where you have to implement codes. So I took exception to the staff position on requiring this. Now, why is it such a big deal to me? There are some significant projects. I think it sets a very, very bad precedent to require. So all we're doing is moving a bike storage area. That's the only thing we're doing. If we're going to internally move things around and then require a CUP, and we've got the Olympics coming up and we want to try to get some things cleaned up in the city, this policy that it stands right now sets a very bad precedence of everything, even internal stuff that doesn't show up on any of the plans that you review is going to have to come back for a CUP. That's why I think this is important. This isn't agendized. I know you can't talk about it, but I think it might be food for further thought on. Maybe empowering staff a little bit more to make decisions when there's not an objective planning reason to go forward. You're just a little nervous about public perception. Just food for thought. Now, to the low-cost housing issue, it's a complicated formula, but it's written down. What the Coastal Commission tries to do is, well, what it is right now is the average, what their policy is right now, and it changes every year because of inflation, is $147 a night daily average, okay? And that's what you have to, and that's what the goal is you have to rent these rooms, week in, week out over the seasons, averaging out for $147 a night. What the Coastal Commission does is that's in their statute, it's actually a statute. What the Coastal Commission does is they try to get people to voluntarily propose something that's more restrictive, which is $147 peak, which means that in high season, you can only charge $147, even though in low season, you can do $89. And so it's a big deal from just a spreadsheet economic standpoint. We held the gun, we didn't cave, basically. Other projects that you've reviewed, they did cave in and they agreed to this 147 peak rather than the 147 average. And if you talk to anybody in the industry, the hospitality industry, that average is critical. And you can go on Google right now and look up lodging and you'll see the spread. It's middle of summer. Some of your highest numbers are, 200, 250, those same rooms, and you got to get that in the summertime. And you go in that same room, Casablanca Inn or something like that, it'll be down to $98. So that average is really important. They held us up for 3 months for internal discussions because we wouldn't cave in to frankly, their bullying tactics on that issue. So, got that off my chest. I hope you guys gonna see your way to approve this project so we can get going on this.
We've got some public comments, so is that it for you?
Yes, unless there was.
I'd like to bring you back for questions.
Okay.
I'd like to, at this point, just do our public comments.
Fine.
Okay. I've got 4 speaker cards, so anyone else, now's the time to bring them forward. I'm going to call you if you can just get ready to come up in the order I call you. The first speaker is Linda Adams, followed by John Boland, and then Melissa Boland, and then Amanda Quintanilla. So is Linda Adams here?
I'm going to defer to John Boland.
Okay. So Linda, you're good. Okay.
She's deferring to someone else.
Yeah. So then it'll be John, followed by Melissa. Great.
Good evening.
Hi, welcome. We're going to do a 3-minute timer, is that all right? That's our process.
Yeah, I have, if I go over a little bit, I could use a little bit of Linda's time, but I don't think I will. so-
Okay, thanks.
all right, Yeah. I'm John Boland, and I live in the area. I'm strongly pro-development and pro-growth, and I am concerned about this project. I was a little bit confused why we were here today, so in clarity, we're talking about this CUP and not the project in general, and so it kind of redirects some of my comments, as what I was gonna talk about, and so I probably won't go into that as much as I intended on. This project has not been approved by the city, is that correct? This is the conditional use permit that is still part of the design process?
Tamara, will you mind pausing the timer for a minute?
Yeah, 'cause I just
I'm going
need
to pause
clarity.
you because you're
Yeah.
confused, and I want to just set the record straight so that you can be effective with your time.
Right.
This project, as Mr. Holloway had indicated, has been through multiple rounds of public hearings here at the city. We went through multiple rounds of design review and planning commission where this project was approved. And then it went to coastal commission, and they approved it as well with some modifications. What we're doing today is we're taking those modifications and updating their approval with a new conditional use permit. So that today is an update to their approved project with a new conditional use permit, which the scope of that is only on those changes that Mr. Cabrillo reviewed, the bike rack storage, the parking, and then the room configuration. That's
So,
all we're looking
I
at.
guess my understood,
So go ahead, let's go ahead and,
Can I?
yeah. We just want to make sure we're clear tonight with everybody.
yeah, and I want to follow up to what you're saying.
And you get 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, and just to be clear, and to clear for everybody making public comments, your 3 minutes is not a Q&A time. You don't get to ask us questions. We're not going to respond. You can say whatever you want in the 3 minutes, but if you needed to ask questions, you ask it to staff before or after the meeting, but this is not a Q&A. Just to be clear.
This is your opportunity to give your comments, but since there's confusion over what the purpose of this hearing is, I wanted to clarify it so that you could make the best use of your time.
And let's make sure we understand, this is an amendment.
Yeah, that's what I,
to the CUP.
yeah.
It's not a new CUP.
right.
Yeah, I guess I didn't understand that this had been approved. I thought it had been approved by the design review, but it hadn't gone through the city yet. It's gone through the city and it's been approved.
Go ahead and start the timer again, Tamara.
Okay, well, okay, that even changes things more. Well, I guess for me, what I would like to say is that we strongly oppose the project. And, you know, I don't know when the project got approved because I thought it was going to come in front of the city council. And this project was going to be looked at again after it got the design review process. But somehow I missed that. I've been to most of the meetings, I thought. I would just like to say that the ongoing project that's going on now, if it's any indication of the upcoming project, it's a disaster. You know, it's gone on a year. Somehow, you know, there's this whole house restoration, and when you talk to the city, they say, oh, level 4 is all that's going to be done, interior walls only, and then all of a sudden, windows come out, and then footings come out, and then now it's gone into level 3, and level 3 and level 2. The house is gutted, walls are being moved, windows are being moved. And I know that, you know, it's, you know, supposed to be this beautiful project, but it's going at a snail's pace. They're still demoing on a regular basis. And, you know, when you call into the city, oh, no external work, only internal work. That's not what's going on. You know, the house, it's external work throughout the whole building. I would just comment on the bike rack, remove the wall if you want to make the bike rack accessible and usable, as you indicated, sir. You're not going to get a bike in through there. It'll be closed off and become an office again. Remove the wall and make it bike storage. But I would like to comment on landscape plan. The plantings of the trees that have been on the site were not approved. They still remain. They should be removed from the site that have been there, put into place. So I'm disappointed to hear that this has just gone through and red's, green lighted for the project. It's unfortunate that a project of this caliber did not get a little bit more attention. So that's all I have to say. I have a lot more to say, but I'm shocked to hear that the project has already been approved. So.
All right, thank you for that. Again, I would just point out, as Mr. Holloway said, he said 12 hours of hearings. I don't know if that's right, but it feels like 20 longer than that. But we did have hours and hours of hearings, and I apologize. Sorry if you missed it, but those were all noticed and all the rest. So it's been thoroughly reviewed.
Did it go in front of the city council?
No, because it did not go in front of the city council because the zoning and general plan were amended by the city council around 2016 to allow for this development. And all we did was make sure it complied with those zoning improvements the city council made back then. That's it. And our design guidelines, and then the conditional use permit. That's our scope.
And,
Okay.
and the public has an opportunity to appeal the planning commission's decision to the council, and there were no appeals.
Correct. All right, so that is first speaker, Melissa Boland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm
Hi.
Melissa Boland, live in the area, and you were commenting on the previous project about the residents' concerns during construction. Well, the residents' concerns during the construction of this upcoming Seacliff project should be extraordinary. We already live on narrow streets, safety issues and all of that. Parking, I know you can't guarantee parking for the contractors and that sort of thing, but for the current project that is happening at 402, the homeowner and/or his agents are already leaving construction cones out for parking for their use. Nobody else in the neighborhood gets to do that, save a spot for their friends or whatever to come by. So it's going to be an issue. The whole construction, I've lived around construction, I know construction, it's a bitch for sure. But any way to mitigate, as you were trying to mitigate for the other project, the residents there, would be very helpful. I'm sure that there's not going to be a staging area. I understand lumber drops and cranes, I understand all of that. But on a day-to-day basis, as my husband said, the current project at 402 started a year ago. And it's not moving along. It's a disaster. It's also creating a little bit of an unsavory element right there because it looks very unkempt and it's not moving forward. And so I'm concerned that the bigger scope project is going to go on and on and on. At one of the meetings that I did come to, someone was concerned about the food hall. The Miramar Food Hall took forever. I have nightmares that this project will take forever. I'm not sure what he's referencing, the Olympics. I hope they get that house put back together in 2 more years. Whatever, that's not necessary, but anyway. So I hope we look at the whole project, all that's happening at 402 Pasadena Court, and, maintain some rules and some civility there. So, thank you.
Thanks to you and your husband for coming out tonight and giving us your feedback. We will take maybe some of that up during discussion. With that, I have one last speaker, Amanda Quintanilla.
Hello. Thank you so much for the clarification because it has been a long process, right, from July 2024 through design review subcommittee meetings, planning commission meetings, and so it has been an extraordinary amount of time also going to the California Coastal Commission, which there was public comments submitted, and the California Coastal Commission did respond to our comments. I was one that submitted some comments to the California Coast Commission. And at that point, there was concerns regarding the landslide, the instability of the land. I think there was an LGC report that was done to the neighboring HOA, which is right next door. So it wasn't just as far as concerns regarding the low-income affordable housing or affordable rooms. It was also addressing the landscaping issue, not the landscaping issues, but the landslide issues or potential for that. So, so it has been a major concern regarding, traffic in that area on 402 Pasadena Court and along Victoria. And another concern that was raised at the California Coastal Commission was the wall that is basically showing signs of a crack that's been there for a long time now. So there was other factors, and it wasn't just a simple thing. I think the California Coastal Commission was fair in providing affordable units because not all of people that travel here from the inland to stay at any hotel. And Casablanca does have a great opportunity for, basic accommodations with low income and affordability. Sorry, couldn't pronounce that. But, sometimes, when I've been in situations where I've lived and there has to be fumigation and you have to leave and trying to get those accommodations, it's like, I can't pay this. Even though if the landlord's going to pay, you still have to put that money up in front. So I really support all the residents that came and spoke at all the meetings and support the California Coast Commission's approval. One of the things that said the historic garage, I know you can't answer questions, and they were going to remove the bike racks there. But I don't know if I heard correctly that there was some trash storage there, and I know there was a concern with the storage areas where they would keep the trash containers, so hopefully that wasn't changed. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Okay, Mr. Holloway, 3 minutes if you could keep, but do you want to do 3 minutes to respond to any of the comments that were made? This is your opportunity, or you can waive it. Waive it? Okay,
Available for questions.
perfect. Questions? Before we move in, I close the public hearing, let's ask, do we have questions of either staff or Mr. Holloway? Commissioner Freeman, questions? None at this time?
Just a clarification.
Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you. On the trash enclosure, I see it on the map. I want to make sure that Mr. Carrillo acknowledges the trash enclosure is still in the second half of the private garage.
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCann?
By amending the CUP, does it add time or lengthen the viable time for their project? Does it,
Yeah.
because was there a three-year date before, and now it's going to move it to today's date, essentially? Or, I mean, does it
Correct, that's one of
help them
the,
in that way?
that's one of the conditions, the special conditions under this amendment to the CUP. That is condition,
1.2.
yes, 1.2.
Okay, can we make it longer than 3 years, or is that set by code?
We could, yeah, code says it's 3 by default, but we can make it longer during this process.
Okay, I'd like us to consider that. It's Jim, right? Can you please come up to the mic? You took issue with us needing to do this CUP amendment at all. So do you want us to not consider it or consider it and approve it? I'm sympathetic to all of your arguments, but you guys have been through an extraordinarily difficult process to now. So I want to, what do you want us to do?
Thank you very much. I think right now we are locked into the process, and the process is the process, and I respect that. It's achieved really great results over a long period of time. Peter Douglas, author of the Coastal Commission, had a famous saying that the coast is never saved, it's always being saved. I think planning, a city is never planned, it's being planned. And I just make these comments hopefully constructive in that, I think that after you've gone through the thorough process that San Clemente is and achieved unanimous approvals, no appeals, the staff should be a little bit more empowered, and again, not to be redundant, but no occupancy change, no site plan change, no elevation change. The bar now is so low. If we move a laundry
Can I
room?
interrupt for a second?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not to rehear your same arguments.
Okay.
Because we have a very long agenda.
I know you do.
So I think what I hear you saying is,
We're okay with the staff.
you wished you didn't have to come here tonight.
Yeah.
The staff should have made a decision that was unnecessary. But since we're already here, please approve it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Holloway? Commissioner Camp, no? Aaron, questions for the applicant? Okay. Not a question, but I would urge you to say hello to your neighbors, listen to their concerns, hear them, and do your best to be a good neighbor.
We will. We will, and that's been our intent all along.
Okay.
By the way, 12 plan revisions and amendments, as you know, responding to public comments through this process.
Right, and
People
I
should
think
know that.
Clearly, we're in a phase where you're doing work, there's being work done there now. That's not this, because you're not approved yet. So there's things that are happening outside of this.
Right.
That are causing questions.
Right.
Go talk to them.
Yeah.
Find out what it is that you can do to resolve or address those concerns. And I would ask the staff I would ask the staff as well to be mindful of what you heard tonight from the residents, if that is all within your understanding of what is happening, given that this is, outside, that work is outside of this scope. So just so that we can be responsive to the concerns of the public. And then, Mr. Holloway, I would just conclude with the construction management. I don't recall, though, going back 2 years now, when that was approved and the lengthy conditions that were put on the project. Was there a construction management plan on there? Will you be notifying the neighbors of the construction and give them a phone number that they can call?
Honestly, I don't remember that either. I do know that we're subject to the standard water quality runoff requirements and other building code requirements regarding, management.
Yeah,
and traffic. There's an encroachment, so there's a traffic management requirement. But those are all kind of standard conditions.
Yeah, David,
There is a condition in the original approval for a construction management plan. It does not, however, address or require noticing.
Okay, are you amenable to making that an add-on to this? Okay, David, can we do that on this, like condition 1.3?
We could, yeah. It's similar to what we did to amend
The last one.
the expiration date, yeah.
I just, recalling back 2 years ago, and many of the issues were not necessarily the scope of the project. There were a lot of support for the project at its end state. It was fears of it dragging on, not being done, or not being done neighborly or friendly, or all of that. So again, whatever you can do to bridge that gap with the neighborhood, make them feel heard, and give them options to call when there's concerns so that they have an outlet and it can be worked out.
Understood.
Okay.
And I should note, and I don't want to belabor it because I know your agenda. One of the changes to the plan was we moved we still have on-street parking on Pasadena Court, but all the other parking is moved and accessing, and the heavy construction will be off of Victoria. Right now, what you've got is a historic structure, which is tough, but they are accessing off of Pasadena Court. When that's all cleaned up, the heavy stuff is all going to come off Victoria.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else for the applicant? Thanks very much. Okay, and last call, questions for staff? Close the public hearing. Who wants to lead off? How about Commissioner McCann?
I'm supportive of the project, this amendment. They've been through a very long and torturous route to get here, and they still have more pain to go to build the darn thing. I would propose that we change this approval length from 3 years to 6 years. They've got to design the plans, they've got to go back to coastal and get their coastal stamped, they've got to build, do all the design, go through plan check and all that stuff, so that's my proposed amendment. And
Why don't we extend it 1 year?
I can make all the findings.
Okay.
3 years is a lot.
Yeah, I'm not supportive of the 3, but I could do 1.
Okay.
Do we have consensus on adding 1, or how do you feel? Let's go down. Yes, no, Commissioner Washington?
Well, I'm good with 1, and I echo everything you said about making sure they work together and notify.
Appreciate
neighbors.
that, yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Loeffler?
I can live with 1 year.
Okay, and me? Can you, all right. Can we all make the findings that are indicated in the staff report? Okay,
Can I just make a comment?
yes, please. Commissioner Camp?
The question came up about why this has to go back through for an amendment. It's a CUP amendment.
Mm-hmm.
That's a subjective decision that I understand was made by planning. We did not request or, see the need for this, but here we are. And I think there is some nervousness about, this project being a very important project in the city, and so they just wanted to cover their bases. I assume that's what it was. We don't necessarily agree with that. So just want to make that comment.
We had discussion about the enclosed bike storage. I'm inclined just to leave that alone, let the applicant work it out with staff if they want to make a change to it. Are we all good with that? Okay. And I do want to address, looks like she left, but we had one public comment about the trash enclosure, which I think you addressed, that remains next to the employee parking. Okay, with that, does someone want to make a motion? I'll go ahead and do it if we need.
I'll do it.
Great. Commissioner McCann's going to make the motion.
Where's the recommendation?
Here, you can just look on my
Here we go,
screen.
here we go.
You
I got it.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. I recommend that we determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA per the various exemption sections in the staff report, and that we adopt Resolution PC 26-0033, approving an amendment to the CUP 23-085 Seacliff Boutique Hotel and Restaurant CUP amendment with the following revisions: that we change condition 1.2 to say 4 years instead of 3 years, and that we require them to mail out kind of a notice to neighbors within 300 feet, identifying contractor contact information and appropriate city phone numbers, contact information as well.
Good, thank you for your motion. Who wants
I'll
to?
second.
Seconded by Commissioner Camp. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous. Thanks.
Thank you to the staff, despite my
Your rant? All right, we're going to just keep moving. Yeah.
Or do you want to get to that one?
So we're at a decision where we can take a break, or we can try and squeeze in the wireless facility. What do you guys, what's the pleasure?
Whatever you want. Let's bang out that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's bang that out.
I'm good.
We should take a break?
Okay.
Okay. I hate to hold you guys, but we're going to take like a 15-minute
No, no, not
recess.
15, there's too many people.
Let's do 10.
Okay.
10 minutes?
Okay.
10-minute recess. Will the meeting please come back to order? Thank you for your patience while we took a break in our marathon meeting tonight. We've got one more item, and then we'll pick up on our parklet review. And that is item C of our public hearings, and it is project 26212. It's a conditional use permit, 26261 for AT&T at 2441 South El Camino Real. And essentially, this is a request of the Planning Commission to consider the installation of a roof-mounted wireless telecommunication facility at the location on El Camino Real. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to, hold on, let me open the public hearing. Any disclosures, conflicts of interest on that property and/or with the applicant? None? Okay, this did go through DRSC, so some of us have seen this. With that, Mr. Ream, you are the staff, going to provide the staff report? Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cosgrove. I'm Zach Ream. I'm your city planner. I'm presenting this project. I want to thank Sarah Chmielek, our consultant, contract planner, who did most of the work. I'm going to go through this pretty quick. The applicant's representative, Stella, is in the audience, so I'm going to defer most of the questions to her since I'm just an intermediary here. But here comes the presentation. Thank you for the intro. This is at 2441 South El Camino Real, and it's a public hearing project for a conditional use permit. So as background, this is a building, it's a Travelodge hotel. It already has a roof-mounted set of antennas, and it has a screen around the antennas on the roof fronting El Camino Real, facing El Camino Real, so it is the highest point on the building. And this would replace a decommissioned wireless bunch of equipment, so it's not currently in use, which is one of the reasons they needed a new conditional use permit, but it is in the same location where you can see right now the wraparound white covering of that telecom facility. It's in the neighborhood commercial 1.3 zone, and it's in the housing overlay. Here's the location again, along El Camino Real South. There's the Travelodge, and the project is that white box in the center of the building on the right. So the description is to remove the non-decommissioned, non-functioning telecom equipment and the surrounding enclosure of that equipment, which right now is at a height of 43 feet. The new equipment is a little bit more substantial and needs a little bit bigger screen, so it would go to a height of 47 feet with 12 antennas facing in different directions, pointed upward at the sky. There was a radio frequency study that identified the need for this facility based on the telecom service in this area being substandard for this carrier, and it also identifies the frequency that's being emitted from the equipment and is at a level that's conforming to FCC standards. So they would use existing trays and some of the existing cabling in the building, and then the existing trash enclosure at the rear to power the facility. Here's a site plan. It's kind of the same thing that we'll see in an image in a second, but it's on the roof fronting El Camino Real. They're replacing one radio enclosure with a second one. Here's the elevation of the new facility. So it looks similar to the facility they had on the second slide, but it's a little bit bigger, a little bit higher. It's still a white stucco box. And that was essentially the preference of the design review subcommittee. The applicant did consider two other architectural alternatives, but the DRSC felt that it was better to just keep it as white and stucco to blend in with the building as best as possible. It's still pretty noticeable being the highest feature, but we didn't try to design a different architectural feature. Here's an elevation from El Camino Real. Here it is from the side. In the back is the golf course. I don't think, oh, we do have an elevation from the golf course. So I already discussed most of this. It complies with federal standards. AT&T has demonstrated they need it to provide service in the area where service is substandard. Staff believes the findings can be made for a conditional use permit, that it complies with the zoning and the general plan. Conditional use permit allows for the height exceedance. Right now it's 43 feet. It would go to 47, which is 2 feet higher than the allowable height in the zone. In theory, they could go up to 55 feet, so 47 is lower than they would be allowed with a bigger facility. And we also believe it's consistent with the general plan and that the design features are screened as best as possible to reduce visibility from the street and fit with the scale and character of the building. As I mentioned, DRSC heard this project. There were 3 alternatives. This is the alternative DRSC preferred. And staff have identified CEQA exemption pursuant to Class 1 existing facilities because the Travelodge building is already there, and then Class 3 new construction or conversion based on the conversion of the small cell equipment and the box surrounding them. Staff's recommending the condition determine the project is categorically exempt from CEQA and adopt Resolution 26034 approving public hearing project 26212 and conditional use permit 26261 for the facility subject to the conditions of approval recommended in the staff report.
Thank you, Zach. Questions for staff? Commissioner Camp?
Zach, so we looked at those three options. This one was at the, would allow us to get the minimum height, I guess, it would, so the top of the parapet or the screen parapet is the absolute lowest it can be and still screen the equipment, correct?
That's correct. There were some alternatives that would have been bigger, but this is as small as it can be to screen effectively.
Okay. And there's a sort of, it looks like a trim at the top of the screen. Is that, I mean, I know it's a minimal amount, but does that make it a little bit higher? Or is that just wrap around the front face of that?
I think I see what you're mentioning. That might be a question for the applicant, whether that's a design feature, whether that's necessary for the screening. To me, it looks like a design feature. If you'd rather not have that little top thing, you could ask the applicant if that's
There's no
necessary.
parapet caps on any other parapets or guardrails or anything on this building, but we can talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
So the applicant, you're the project manager for the applicant. Do you want to come up and just give us your presentation, please? Yeah. You've got 10 minutes if you want to take it.
All right. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Stella. I'm representing AT&T tonight. Just want to give a little bit background of what AT&T is trying to do here. Right now, AT&T has a cell site south of 5, and that is on a light pole, so we are considering that's a small cell site, and that one is going away. So that's why we are trying to find a location that could house more antennas. And at this location specifically, we have four sectors, which means that we are antennas are facing 4 different directions, and each direction would have 3 antennas. So altogether, that we have 12 antennas on this location, and that's why the design is on to enlarge the existing box to house all the antennas. Originally, at this location, they have another wireless facility. That design is on this box. They only have, I think it was 2 antennas, and then the other 2 sectors or directions are mounted inside the building walls, and which AT&T cannot accommodate because we need more antenna space, and also the height of that design would not work for the AT&T RF engineer. And yes, this is the lowest that we could get in terms of height, and then the little trim is our effort trying to make it look prettier than it could, and so the trim can be taken away, and then the tip of this box is actually the tip of the antenna, so they are at the same height. And I think that's all I have to say. It's just open for questions.
Great. No, thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant while she's there? Okay. Thank you. We'll call you up if we need to.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anyone in the audience want to make a comment? I have no cards, so I'll poll the audience. Hearing none. Last call for questions of the applicant or staff? Close the public hearing. Who wants to lead off? Commissioner Camp?
Only because we reviewed this with Design Review Subcommittee, we did look at, I think, at least 3 options that were more architectural.
More decorative.
Shall we say, more decorative, with little roofs on them, little cute little roofs and stuff like that. But It raised the height and made it even more visible. And proportionally, it just didn't look good, you know? And so we wanted to sort of minimize the impact. And the building doesn't necessarily have a style anyway. So, you know, not to be mean, I guess, but I think that even the cap is more than we need. All these other, you know, facade, you know, all the facades have the parapets without any cap. It's just a, you know, just a plain top. So I think we should just mimic that. If that could even get it lower, I don't know, by a couple inches, probably.
She said no, she said
probably
it was
not.
the same, so
Okay, I won't ask again. I think just thought.
I think we could leave it up to the applicant
But we,
staff.
but, so we did, yeah, so we did review, and we even threw out a couple of our own ideas, and nothing seemed to fit. So I think it's the best solution for
Want to make a motion?
architecturally.
We've got some required findings while Commissioner Camp's looking at the, thinking about a motion. I'll make it if you need me to, but, okay. Can everybody make the findings indicated in the staff report for this conditional use permit around the zone and the applicable provisions within the general plan and as the suitability for the type of use, as well as the detrimental health, public safety, welfare, and no negative impact on surrounding land uses? Are we all good with that?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move, make the motion to, that this project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines, 15301, the Class 1 facility, and then the 15303, the Class 3, because it's simply a conversion of a small structure, and then as well as adopt Planning Commission Resolution 26-034, approving this public hearing project 26212 and conditional use permit 26261, AT&T Wireless Telecommunication Facility, subject to the conditions attached to the staff report.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner McCann has seconded that. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. All right. This will go into effect once the city council approves our meeting minutes for this meeting. Okay, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone in the audience for your patience. We are now going to move on to item D. It's a continuation of the public hearing that we had on the Parklet Dining Permit Application Review Batch 1. We have 3 that we continued, and we kept the public hearing open, so we're going to resume the public hearing for those 3 projects. And we're going to take, we'll take them in the order of the Pronto at 221 Avenida Del Mar, and then the Bluestone Lane, which is 223 Avenida Del Mar, and then the Docent at 123 Avenida Del Mar. That's the order we'll take them in. And we have, Lexi has returned to provide the guidance from the staff on this. So can I turn it to you at this point?
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I believe I was not part of this.
Thank you for reminding me. You should probably just,
Hang,
can she have a seat in the audience? Can she stay here?
turn off my mic.
What can she do? Because she wasn't
I
present
wasn't
for the
present
first round. So we
She
were,
can stay here, but also, have you by any chance reviewed the hearing from last time? So that is sufficient. So if you know, on the record, if you have reviewed that, you are more than welcome to participate.
I did.
great.
I watched it live.
Okay,
There you go.
all right. That clears that up.
Have we gotten to disclosures yet? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
there were
Okay.
none.
Sorry.
Well, actually, I think I'm blurring with the last one. I made the universal disclosure last time on behalf of all of my colleagues that we all have been on Del Mar. We all frequent these businesses. We've all been there, seen these businesses. So that's a stipulation I want to make on behalf of everybody. But let me ask, has any member spoken with any of the applicants about their projects? No. Okay, so we're just citizens who enjoy this part of town, and so we're all familiar with it. And we can all be objective, correct? Okay, very good. Lexi?
Yes, thank you,
And
Chair.
public hearing is reopened, so
Perfect.
we're good.
Alexia Grzinski, Executive Analyst. This is Parklet Dining Permit Application Review, the continued Batch 1. This is the same PowerPoint, so Batch 2 will come later. Last time, we felt it was important to give a background. I'm still going to do that very briefly, just for the Parklet operators here who did not hear that last time. So some of the background, in 2020, the council adopted an emergency ordinance for temporary outdoor dining. That was due to COVID restrictions. In 2021, the council directed staff to initiate a zoning amendment to formally establish a parklet program that was consistent with state law, which is how all of this was adopted originally. In March 2022, council adopted the zoning amendment, formalizing it. With the Planning Commission's help, they reviewed design guidelines, agreement forms, and fees. In 2024, the City Council continued the dining program through 2026. March 2026, why we're here, kind of why we're starting this, City Council directed staff to initiate another zoning amendment to extend the program and also modify the standards with feedback from the DRSC, which we took twice for feedback. In April 2026, the City Council approved the extension through 2029 and approved the updated parklet design standards. And most recently, on July 2026, the Planning Commission was able to approve 4 out of the 7 requested parklet deviation applications, with 3 of those returning today. And then why are we here? The exception standard of that adopted ordinance, the Planning Commission can make a final determination appealable to the City Council per the City Standards appeal process for any deviations requested. The parklet design standards that we're going to be going over today, there are 16 of them. I'm not going to read them off. We are all familiar. And the CEQA determination. We're saying it's categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA per guideline section 15301, 15302, 15305, and 15311. Now, last time the Planning Commission had time to discuss the route and avenue that they would like to take these. That is still available if you guys would like to do that. Generally speaking, the staff recommends approval for all of the parklet dining permit applications that are here in front of you today. And as a reminder, the Planning Commission should consider each parklet individually and consider requested deviations from standards based on the location and design context of each parklet. If we are okay with this, then I will go ahead and move right into the continued parklet applications, unless you guys would like more discussion. We did that last time, just making sure. Okay. The continued parklets, as stated, Pronto, Bluestone Lane, and Docent. I would like to say that we did have a conversation with Pronto and Bluestone Lane as requested based on the last meeting. We had a conversation with them about combining the parklet, cutting off certain portions of Bluestone Lane's parklet, trying to determine what would free up that one available parking space. That was an emphasis from you guys at the last hearing. Up until about 3 hours ago, we weren't sure that was going to happen, but luckily Kento was able to provide an updated site plan. So I'm going to quickly run through Pronto's because theirs is unchanged per the updated site plan that we got from Bluestone Lane. And then I'll give Kento potentially an opportunity to speak on what those changes are. I have not had time to review them, but it does look like a conjoined parklet application. So the Pronto Parklet, this is their preferred design with 11 deviations. The buffer zone, clear space below the deck, the height of the deck, the dining deck not being fully squared off, plants that are non-succulents, the barrier materials not being brown and not providing that cable, horizontal cable, the barrier height being 42 inches instead of 36, providing brown wooden tables and white plastic chairs, which we did discuss with them and they were open to changing the plastic chairs. They will not be providing golf cart or bike parking. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces, and they have a couple of heaters and umbrellas that are over height, and as stated last time, they were willing to amend the color of the umbrellas to be one uniform color. Here's their preferred site plan. Again, this is subject to change a bit based on Bluestone's, and then photos of the existing parklet. Would you like me to continue to Bluestone to see the combined parklet? Is that the preferred route? Or would you like to wait, I don't know if Adriano is here?
I want to do these one at a time, but
Okay.
did you have a conclusion? to share, but on that discussion,
Our proposal is to approve Prontos. That has not changed.
as is.
As is,
Okay.
yes.
Then
With-
let's just stick with that.
Great, perfect.
Um,
Don't we want to at least see? Because we're supposed to consider the context.
That's the question I just asked her. She said no. They don't.
Pronto, in the plans that Bluestone proposed, Prontos is essentially staying the same. There would just be a uniform barrier in between them, from my understanding of
Yeah,
looking at
let's
it.
just look, let's,
We have
well,
to evaluate.
yeah,
Okay,
let's,
I can go through the
yeah, let's
Bluestone
just
then.
look
Okay,
at it.
Sure. 10 deviations, these are subject to change, but as the parklet was currently proposed about 3 hours ago, this is what they were requesting. It is directly in front of a business. They do have property owner and tenant approval for that. The buffer zone is 4 feet, no clear space below the deck. The deck surface 13 inches instead of 12, plants that are non-succulent, barrier materials that are not dark brown cable, 42 inches instead of 36 inches for the barrier height. The furniture is white and off-white tables, the dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces, and the umbrellas and shade structures are over height. The original site plan, which is what you guys saw last time, and then a proposed option A. So it reduces the overall size of the parklet on that right-hand side to free up a space that was previously taken by a parklet. This also allows them to no longer obstruct the frontage of their adjoining business, and would overall decrease the entire footprint of those parklets being together. As a friendly reminder, they are supposed to be separated if a parklet is touching another one by 3 spaces, unless they decided to combine. This is their effort at keeping 2 separate parklets, but still shrinking that overall square footage. And then we have option B, which is a diagonal version. My guess is to optimize the space for the parklet, to increase the amount of seats that they would have, and is still less of an obstruction to the adjoining tenant.
What's the difference in the seats between A and B?
There's a couple extra tables. There's
okay.
A, and it's not clicking. There's B. So there's
Okay.
B, and there's A.
But really, Pronto is unchanged.
Unchanged, yes.
Yeah.
They would just be, we had a conversation, I'm not clear on this yet, but about sharing a common barrier in between, and perhaps painting the parklet to be a uniform color. That was not able to be assessed by staff yet, because we got this a couple hours ago.
Okay,
That's a good question.
yeah.
This diagram shows the 2 parklets right up against each other.
Yes.
Whereas currently there's like a 4-foot space between.
Yes.
So this, they're showing it as shifting or extending it to the left.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so Lexi, I think what we ought to do is just stay with the Pronto
Sure.
parklet
Okay.
as its own standalone permit,
Okay.
process that, and then move back, and then we'll move to this, to the next one. Is that
Should- Yes, that works.
okay with you?
Yep.
So can you introduce the applicant then?
Yes, Adriano Piazza, if you'd like to speak.
Hi, welcome, come on up. You're going to have 10 minutes to share your reasons for the deviation, but before you start, to those in the audience, if you do want to make a public comment about this or any other of the parklets, please bring your blue form up to Tamara here, and so I can call on you.
But if they're the applicant, they don't need to.
No, only if you're a member of the public wanting to make a comment. The applicants will all be called up. Okay, thanks. Hi.
Again. So I mean, this is kind of what we spoke about the last time. That I had a chance to meet with the staff. So we cleared up so as far as I understand, because we were kind of talking about the possibility of joining us, like Bluestone and us together, and we kind of came to the conclusion of just putting them like one next to each other. So we take out those 4 feet, and we kind of like make it look as even as possible. We will be changing the chairs to like some darker chairs as it was requested, and then yeah, everything else is kind of what we spoke about the last time. There is not really much we would like to change. We'd like to keep it as is. What is it? The deck. So I'm just going through the stuff here. the opening underneath, the clearing the space below the deck, like to clean it or anything like that. As I said the last time, we had someone look into it, and they said there is no like pests or any, like the guy that does the sprays the restaurant, all that kind of stuff every so often, he came to see that, and he said there is no animals or anything because the underneath is completely sealed. There's some water, but like nothing crazy. We have to do the 14.5-inch height because the road just goes, it's just too steep. Like it wouldn't be, I'm just thinking like for ADA, like it would be very weird. And like also the tables would be all on an angle, all the chairs. So that's why we like to keep it at 14.5 inches. As far as the dining deck not being squared off, we basically, it doesn't protrude on another business. It's still us. Because we have the market next door and we own the property. So we are the property, and we're the tenant. So like that wouldn't be a problem. The plans, the last time, as far as I understand, I understood that we can keep them. We can change them. But they've been fine. There was always flowers. They look good. The material, again, like this is what we said the last time. The railing, people love it because the cable, like it feels more protected. It feels more, like because it gets windy on the street and there's car passing. We asked many of our guests what they would like, and everybody said they would like the more solid like wood. And also we have a concern about like doing the wires because kids climb them. That has been my past experience in a restaurant that I worked at. The barrier height, I don't remember this. If it's 42 inches right now, right? Or you guys want 36 inches?
We want 36. That's the standards.
Okay. So should we lower that? We would like to keep it at that height just because it feels, when you're sitting, it's kind of like to your eye. And if you look from the street, I mean, we don't obstrude anybody else. Like if somebody cannot see, they cannot see us. So like we don't feel like we should change that if possible. Because again, we're not in the way of anybody else. Because it's us and then the market next door. The furniture we'll keep. We're probably gonna change the tables because the tables are beat. And we'll change the chairs. We already ordered new chairs. The golf cart and bike parking, it is complicated because on one side there is the 20 minutes parking, and then there is the handicap parking, and then on the other side there is we wouldn't have the space to do it because there would be the other parklet. So not sure what to do about that. Yeah. What do you guys think?
So there's, just if we were looking at the top right photo.
Top right photo, yes.
And the car to the left, so
That's the
the possibility, so where you've got the planter, can bikes park next to your parklet there in that space?
There is no, right now there is no space.
Okay,
It is tight, there is probably like this much.
okay,
Then there is the Y line, and then there is the 20 minutes parking.
okay. All right. Questions did you finish?
I don't know if there
interrupt
was
you.
is there another?
You can talk about
Sorry.
the umbrellas and the heaters.
The umbrellas, we're gonna change the umbrellas. It was decided we're gonna do either green or, I think the colors are white or green or blue, or, we're gonna do one of those colors.
All right.
Yeah. And then the only thing is that we would really like to keep the heaters height that we have, because the tiny ones, they are really dangerous, because they are like this tall. And we have kids that run around and people that have had 4 spritzes, and the heaters, yeah. So, yeah. And the umbrellas, when they are shorter than 7.5 feet tall, when they drape down, they hit people in the head. So they're kind of uncomfortable. Like, if it was for me, I would make them higher. I understand we cannot do it, but they are kind of, if you know, because they're 7.5 feet tall at the very, very tippy top, but then they go like that. So we already have some tall people that they hit them.
Lexi, what's the height that we have in the guidelines? Can you remind us?
7 feet,
7 feet even?
yes.
And since these vary in height,
Mhm.
is that like 7 feet at the top? Or 7 at the
Top,
end, out at the edge? Because they do,
the highest point, yeah.
So they would be kind of like 6.5 feet, which it wouldn't be
Yeah,
a
no, I
problem
get
for
it.
me.
That's the
but-
point I'm making here is one height is really not adequate. Unless we're just saying that's the top, we could say that's the bottom. I don't know how much, the clear height. Because that 7 feet, I could see where people could hit their heads. Like you, certain tall people. I wasn't making a comparison. I was just saying.
Yeah, it's not my problem. Like I'm good. I'll fit, but some people will hit it. So but the main thing is the heaters. Like the heaters is 7.5 feet tall, but like the part that gets hot is like here already, right? So when you make it lower, it is in your face. We'll make like shabu shabu outside.
The heat source is too close to
The
people.
heat source is too close to you. Like already when these things are going and people touch them all the time and they crank them all the time themselves, and we can't stop that. When you're sitting down and this thing is even like 2 or 3 feet away from you, it is very hot. So make them lower. I just think it's gonna be dangerous.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents.
Okay, we're going to see if anyone's got questions for you. We
Okay.
can stop this timer at this point. Commissioner Camp, and then anyone else.
So we're evaluating yours individually, your
Yes.
parklet. But you're going to have a neighbor, and the appearance is going to be one parklet. So would you be willing to match the color, whatever you guys decide, within the guidelines of both of them? By painting, not just the umbrellas as well. The umbrella's probably not quite as critical if you had two different, but I think I think we should, figure out if he's willing to paint the thing.
I mean, if it's like if it's like super necessary, I guess yes. I just want to bring out like it's also fun the fact that like we're an Italian restaurant and we have our style and our colors, and then they are a coffee shop and they have their style and their color. And to me, as long as it's
I'm just going to express my opinion.
Yeah.
But there's 6 other commissioners here who may not agree with me.
Yeah.
But I think we're essentially making the appearance of one parklet, so.
If you were gonna-
If you're willing, it sounds like you're willing
Yeah.
to paint
Yeah.
the perimeter.
If you're going to address that, what about the barrier height? It would, on one of those photos, it looked like the restaurant next door, theirs
Well,
was
that's a good point, because
lower. They
in
should be.
plan view, they're just right next to each other.
Okay.
But there continues to be a grade change
Mhm.
as you go down the street. So would there be a step?
Go back to the picture.
Yeah, it looks like-
They're similar in height right now.
They're very similar height. Yeah.
Okay.
There's like probably like this much different, which is just the height of the street. Yeah, the slope
But the street slopes towards.
towards Blue Lane. Because they're lower than us.
Right. So somewhere, if you're at 42, and the grade continues down.
Yes.
They're going to be even higher than 42, if it's level all the way across. So we got to take, and again, I know we're looking at these individually, but with that request to stay at 42, it's going to have an impact on the neighbor as well. So just put it out there.
Can I mention something or
Commissioner
point something out? Do we have any issue, or is it allowed for them to have those kind of post columns?
Those already been taken out.
Yeah, they've been removed.
Okay, got it.
They are not allowed, though.
Thank you.
Those were like for like string lights. But then, and that being that we could not put string lights, that's why they were there. Land post.
Yeah, I think we should,
Land post, yeah, sorry.
yeah, no, is there any more questions for the applicant? So Lexi, can we, if we wanted to hear from the other applicant before deciding this one, how would you recommend we do that?
I would have the other applicant come up and speak on their parklet.
Okay. And then
Jenna?
that way I mean,
I'm thinking that we should do public comments on this one, standing alone,
yes,
because I think we do have some, and then maybe continue this one, not to another date, but to after.
Pause it.
Yeah, and then so you can hear the other one, and so you can kind of think about them
I have
together.
comment cards for 8E. This is 8D. So, did somebody want to speak to Pronto in front of the audience? No, okay.
Okay.
So there are no public comments on Pronto. I mean, would you guys like to hear from the next one or not?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Yeah, Bluestone. Yeah, I think if there's a way we could just keep this open and also hear from the other applicant and talk to them about what they're going to do. Then that way, when we make a decision on this and we open it on theirs, it'll be quicker.
Right.
Okay,
Can we just be here together? I mean, I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Lexi, do you mind introducing?
Yes, Kento is here representing Bluestone Lane.
Yeah. Kento, do you mind sharing you've got your A and your B. Can you walk us through that, please?
Yes, good evening. My name is Kento. I represent Bluestone Lane and I manage our Southern California cafes, San Clemente being one of them. Very happy to be here tonight and thank you so much for putting this up. Alexia and Zach were both great at our past meeting a couple weeks prior. As you see, we have Plan A and Plan B, one of which extends a patio that is parallel with the parking line, which is our preferred, which kind of mirrors the left of Pronto's. It gives us about one table additional, so it's able to maximize our occupancy while also staying within the confines of what you're asking for. But again, I think it was the city staffer's recommendation that we have a squared off look, as they thought that might be which y'all would like. However, this is what we're asking for, which I've presented both options. And I would just ask that you take both into consideration. I went ahead and did my homework, so to speak. I got multiple bids out there and I was honestly quite surprised. The pricing that came back was relatively about the same as it costed us to build the parklet. Not due to the material itself, but due to the labor extensive process. So I'll touch on a few points here because you all mentioned some really great ideas. First, I'll talk about on the left-hand side, it's about 3 to 4 feet within that gap. We would be extending our patio. But with that, there is a grade difference, as you did mention. And that was relatively concerning to me. When looking at it and getting it appraised, we would not match the grade with Pronto. And if we did, we would have to completely demolish the patio to be able to match it, or else we would just essentially have dead space, right? Like we can't have a table on a slope. So we would have to build it at our height, and from the public eye, it would be slightly ajar, but I don't think it would be anything too concerning. Let's see here. When speaking both to Alexia and Zach, my request would be the same, is that because of how extensive it is, both labor and financially, we would ask for leniency as far as maybe other options to consider, maybe our rent or other exceptions to be had. We would be, okay, so there's a couple other portions here. The paint and the umbrellas. I think the solution for the umbrellas is that simply that we're open during the daytime. Once we close, we bring our umbrellas in. Pronto's is the same. That way, at any given time, it's just one set of umbrellas out there. It's not a mix and match kind of idea, right? The paint, we would be happy as long as there is a common theme from the outsider looking in. We want it to be a unified look, as the city should be. Some other concerns that I do have is we really do want to try to minimize the money spent here, essentially, especially if we're looking at possibly demoing in the future to re-slurry the street come the Summer Olympics. We really want to try to maximize the space that we do have currently. And most of all, throughout all of this, in an ideal world, we're able to share this space with Prontos, right? That's kind of been like the sweet spot of it all. And we have remained open to it. However, what I've asked Prontos to do is to partner up with us and to be able to draft up maybe some verbiage of what that looks like. So what I would ask is, if we do move forward with these iterations and we do make these changes, would there be some way in the future where we could reopen this discussion and be able to share the space with Pronto if we come to terms? That's all I have.
Can we go to B real quick? So A gets us a golf cart parking spot, essentially. That's the net.
Yes, and it does not obstruct the
Okay.
adjacent tenant.
Okay. You said something very interesting that I think is new, which is you're open to a combined parklet. Because that, to me, is the ultimate, if we could get one. And that would mean both have to reconfigure into one, and then you would share it, and you would share the responsibility for it. That would net us probably, what, 2 parking spots?
Yes, the total combined couldn't be more than 5.
Yeah. So,
But it's 5 right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure, the discussion we had, and feel free to reframe, is they're looking for some leeway to build either A or B and keep the Pronto the same, and then in the future, basically just add a little gate between the two. They're not
I
looking
see.
to actually shrink the footprint. They would share the
Oh.
5 spaces. They'd have one big parklet.
got it. Got it. Okay.
Which, if you're open to it, staff believes we could
Yeah.
review an agreement in the future.
I was dreaming, sorry. I was
Yeah, they're
dreaming
not gonna
about getting
voluntarily
two
shrink it.
parking spots back. What?
No.
All right. Okay. Go ahead. You want to, Commissioner Camp? I mean, sorry, McCann.
Well, I guess we're talking about Bluestone right now, right?
Well, just to understand the context of theirs versus the other, and I think if they were going to move them together,
I guess.
then do we want to make them have the same color as Commissioner Camp was talking
I
about?
personally think they should be the same color. The question is, do we like the dark green or the white? And I kind of think if Pronto's going to be buying new umbrellas anyway, Bluestone already has a bunch of nice blue umbrellas out there. We could specify that they, well, I'd prefer to see them all blue, but just as long as they're all the same, not the hodgepodge that's out there. But I don't have a problem with the barrier height. I think that the 2 barriers are close in height. It's not like a big step or whatever, but I'm curious what my fellow commissioners think about the uniform color and which one they prefer.
I think if I can chime in, really, we know enough now about what Bluestone is proposing that we could probably go back to Pronto and make some decisions, because that's kind of what we need to do, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Whether we agree with you or not, I think that'll come up during discussion.
Lexi, what is gained with option B?
You still gain back 1 parking space.
Okay,
So they chopped off the farmost right corner used to be straight in front of Forever French.
so it
that
was the
parking
golf cart,
space-
now it could be a vehicle.
Yes,
Okay, so that is the benefit of option B.
yes.
I ask about option B. So the business that it would block, do you have their permission?
Yes, both the general manager and the owner.
Okay, so when that business, if that business were to change and a new business comes in, how does that carry over?
I'm all about partnership, so I'm just whatever that we can do to help build community and maintain good relationships. I would be in their graces at that time per the guidelines, and I would ask for leniency. But foreseeable future, I don't see there being any problems.
My personal opinion on this, because I'm coming in after watching all of this, is that you shouldn't block a business even though you have their permission to do so, because those businesses will change, as we have seen, and that poses another problem for the city. I think you should just keep to the uniform, not block the business like this, and go back to Plan A. That's just my personal opinion on that.
Alexi, what is gained with Plan A?
Like Karen said, it does not block that adjoining business. You would gain a golf cart parking spot in addition to a physical rail car parking spot.
Okay.
And that 4-foot gap, again, would be reduced.
Okay. And then at that point, there's motivation from the Bluestone people to kind of find a way to overflow into the Pronto spot, if you went with option A.
As of currently, no. In an ideal world, yes, but we are currently working out the verbiage. Our stance right now is no. If we can come to agreement in the future, that's what I'm asking, is that if we could revisit where we could, and I think that's something that Zach and Alexia both discussed with us, is that that's really between us as neighbors.
Okay.
Chairman?
Yeah. This is,
And maybe it's a question for staff. If the two restaurants are operating at different times, and you have two parklets that are abutted, but they have a fence between them, and they want to use each other's, you don't need this. Just put your guests on the other, I mean,
go around
there's
to the
no,
other entrance.
yes, just take your guests to the other parklet. Yeah, I don't see that it needs to have a gate or an opening of any kind. So in the future, if we approve these, Pronto and Bluestone the way it is, and then in the future, if they want to do this agreement, all it is seat the people in the overflow.
okay. Yeah, okay. Any other, yeah, Commissioner Freeman?
So that kind of goes to my point. Who would maintain the fence between the two?
We would simply just be extending ours, and while extending, we would just take down our current wall. So it'd only be Pronto's wall. So it would be, I guess, both parties, right? It's that wall there, we would be a good neighbor, we would respect their property. Any damages incur, we would take full responsibility. Again, it's just being a good neighbor, right?
What if there were no wall?
I think that'd be,
There'd be a step hazard.
It's not
Yeah.
even.
we would essentially have to rebuild then at that point. We would have to scrap our current patio, rebuild to be able to match their grade, and then also come to terms with liability, which we are currently at a pause at.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to learn?
No,
Oh,
that was it. Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
All right. Shall we shift back then to the Pronto? All right. Okay. What's the consensus of my colleagues on the Pronto application? Well, what's the consensus? Do we think it should be one uniform color?
I think so.
Brett, what are you, yes or no? I don't know.
I think each individual restaurant has their own identity.
I agree.
So you're okay separate?
100%.
You're separate?
I
Scott?
guess I have a question. What does the guidelines say about color?
Dark brown wood. That should be the color of the barrier.
Okay.
With the metal cable, but the wood would be
And
brown.
the whole idea of this guidelines was to try and create uniformity,
Correct.
right? Not,
Yes.
I understand, but that's why we're here. So,
But keep in mind what we approved at the last meeting.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, there's no uniformity based on the seller.
We also don't have two connected.
I understand that.
Any other location.
I'm just talking about, there is not uniformity on the street. The seller does not have dark brown wood.
no, I understand that, but in concept, the whole purpose of the guidelines was to bring more uniformity to them
Agreed.
and less hodgepodgeness. So while they are all not individual, and that's why we're here, that was the stated desire of the council.
So was the council even concerned about how much it would cost them, with us trying to do that? I'm just curious, because they're trying to make a win-win.
You don't test council.
Yeah, well, that's why they threw it to us, remember?
So we had two guys want a different color. I say the same.
Let's vote on it, we'll vote on
I
it.
think it needs to be the same.
Karen,
I'm the same.
Aaron, what's your thoughts on color? If they're to merge, or not get close, if Pronto,
I'm okay with it being different, since one is taking their umbrellas down. It would
Okay.
look weird to have blue umbrellas out with green, but, we can't guarantee that's not gonna happen, so.
yeah. What do you guys think of the idea if they're one color, it looks more of a massive structure than if they're separate colors and you can kind of see that they're separate and individual? Is there merit to that?
I don't think so, because they're touching.
I'm just trying to go with the guidelines
Yeah.
that then we're not,
Should we make it, would you want to make it brown then? Make them both, just paint it?
if it's brown, it's brown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you talking about for the fence, make it brown?
Yeah, if that's the
Yeah.
guidelines.
Well, I guess the Bluestones want to make it more concessions here,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe we want to give them the
The
option.
choice?
Yeah, so if they're able to save their white, and
The
the other
white
ones
matches
are
looks
willing to
better.
paint to match it,
Okay,
that seems like a good trade-off.
okay. You want to keep your white versus go brown? Do you care?
Yeah, I think the white looks great. But again, I want to be fair to our neighbor as well. I definitely want to hear what Adriano has to say.
Okay.
I would like to keep it green. I mean, I think I like dark. I mean, I like dark colors. We're mainly a dinner place, so I think it makes a lot of sense for them for it to be white because they're like bright breakfast spot, and we're a green spot. I mean, I feel like if I don't mean to overstep, but I feel like they're both nice colors.
Yeah, as you
Like-
can see, we're kind of trying to work this out in a
Yeah,
way
yeah, yeah.
that's beneficial to everybody.
Absolutely, and I'm down to do the thing that you get me to put. I can put down the umbrellas and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't seem like a huge deal to me. The color of the outside party buildings are different colors in town. The cars are different colors. It's.
Commissioner Washington wants to be
So
recognized.
I agree with what he was saying. If this was a permanent thing we were doing, since it's only going to 2029, that's the only reason why I'm having that kind of leniency and worried about a little bit of what they're spending.
Yeah.
But if it was gonna be something permanent, we don't want all that hodgepodge stuff in the city. But since it's just been extended, because everybody's hardship, rents went up, I wanna kind of have that little leeway. That's why. I just wanna express, 2029, this is supposed to be over, right?
Right, so your net that out is, it's okay if they're different, just to keep the cost down, don't make them repaint.
Right, keep the maintenance, right.
I see. Okay.
I just would like to add, I don't know if you're privy to this, but about 3 months ago, we completely resanded the entire deck and repainted the patio. So an iteration of this would be, we would have to amend the entire parklet, and then resand and repaint it. So I think there's just a big ask here, and again, you turn a laborious process into even as something more laborious potentially, right? Again, we just want to be a good neighbor, right? I want to be fair to both parties here.
Chairman? I agree.
Okay, Commissioner Freeman?
So I honestly, I don't care what color you do it. It looks great the way it is. I'm just looking at one color, and that's that extra parking spot. For the residents, that's gold. That's in my opinion.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for either one of our applicants? So we're going to just stay with the action on Pronto now,
Okay.
and, right? Are we good?
We were 3-3 on the colors.
Yeah, I'm going to wait, we'll have to just vote it out.
Okay, what about the other issues? Height and all that stuff?
Right.
Will you bring up the Pronto list? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do we want to go through the stuff that you guys are okay on this list, and then we go through the stuff that you guys are not okay on?
Does anyone have any, let me just do it this way, by exception. Who has a problem with anything that's on the list that wants it remediated? Or that's basically it. Rather than, I don't want to debate each one, just who, by exception, is there anyone that wants to have one of these addressed?
My issues are, which is, they're already kind of verbally agreed to, but I don't know if it needs to be in a motion, but is changing the chairs from plastic and getting the umbrellas all a uniform color. Whether we specify that to match his neighbor or not, I don't know, but they definitely need to be a uniform color. And then whatever the pleasure of the commission is on the color of the barrier fence.
I agree with you. I mean, it's all about the wooden tables and plastic chairs, which you've said you are going to change. You're going to change out your umbrellas to match one another.
Done.
I'm with you.
Okay, but does that need to be in a motion? I don't know. She's not in her head, yes.
Yeah. So,
I'll make a motion.
yeah, thank you. Are we done talking to the applicant and the staff? Closing the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner McCann.
I move that we approve Pronto's request for exceptions. That I can make the findings that are in the staff report, that the project is categorically exempt per what's in the staff report, and we're adopting resolution 26-20. With specifying that they need to change the chairs from plastic to another material, that an authorized material per the guidelines, that all of their umbrellas, they can be 7.5 feet high, but they need to be the same color, and that they paint their barrier fence white.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by McCann, seconded by Camp. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Freeman.
I like everything with that, except I don't think they should have to paint the fence. That's,
Can you give a little bit more of a reason why that you feel that way?
it's their business. It's his business, he's got his own style.
And how does the aesthetics look to you?
I think it looks fine, personally.
Okay.
And if I put myself in the business owner's shoes, I would want to have that as a decision that I made, and at no extra cost. I think he has that prerogative to make it the way he wants his business to look, because he, at the end of the day, he's getting the customers in based on the way that the place looks, the product he's providing, and I think that should be up to them. That's just my opinion.
Okay, any other discussion on the colors? Someone want to make
Chair,
more argument?
I concur with what was just said, and I don't feel comfortable making him paint his versus making the one next door paint theirs. It's going to be one or the other. Either they're all going to be brown, or someone's going to have to paint it white, or someone's going to, so it doesn't, it's illogical to me, and I agree. I think we need to let these businesses have some level of creative autonomy from one another. And I don't think it looks bad to butt them up against each other with a moss green and a white. I think it looks fine.
Okay. Commissioner Washington, were you wanting to?
Yes, I wanted to add, because just like Brett was saying, I agree what they said. He already agreed, he's meeting us halfway to match the umbrellas. I didn't want him to do the paint, to take on the extra cost there, mainly because this is only to 2029. So I agree with everything that was said, just don't force them, either one of them to have to repaint their barriers, that's it. I agreed with everything else.
Who wants to go with the pro argument?
Well, yeah, I would submit that we're looking at Del Mar as a whole. We're not just looking at this particular location and this business. And so when we do that, and we evaluate each of these, even if it's individually, it has to be in context That's one of the findings that we have to make. When we decide that, first of all, this thing was huge because of the 4-foot gap. It's gotten a little bit smaller, but we've only gained one space. So I think it's still one of the biggest, if not the biggest, parklet that we have on Del Mar. And a way to try and reduce the magnitude is to paint it one color. I think that the concessions, certainly the umbrellas for Pronto, they're willing to do that, to put new umbrellas in. But I think the greater concession, if we want to talk about fairness, because that's what was brought up, would be that Bluestone has made more changes. They've reduced their parklet, if we choose, especially if we choose option A, which is the one I think we should choose, that I think it minimizes the impact of that a lot to have one color, especially white. And I've been to Italy, there's plenty of white fences all over the place. So I think in terms of the context, that sort of Italian look that they want, it's very appropriate. So, again, that's the reason that I'm thinking they need to be one color, and
Okay.
it should be white.
Let me ask the group this. Brown is the color staff is asking for, and if we want it uniform, would it not make sense to make it brown? Because brown is the color, and it is the predominant color of the parklets on Del Mar. Most are brown. Very few are not brown. In fact, I'm having a hard time thinking of any that are not brown.
Well, the natural finish.
The natural, which tends towards brown, but the rest that I'm trying to visualize are brown. So honestly, going with brown would bring the goal to the goal. So how do you guys feel about that?
Well, that's what the rules also say, right? Well,
The rules are brown.
it's brown. I mean, I get the coffee shop's got nice white and blue, but the theme, and then I can actually feel better knowing that the Cellars was brown at one time. It looks the way it does, but that's the theme. So yes, I would agree. If we're gonna make someone change their color, even though it looks really nice,
Yeah.
I would have them conform to the brown.
Can I get,
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm in agreement with that. I wanted it uniform. Brown was the part of the guidelines, and that's what we should stick with.
okay. Need time to think about it? What about you, Scott?
I mean, it's a good question. I'm okay with the white, but I do think that these two, because they're touching, should be the same color, whether it's white or brown.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree that Bluestone is making significantly more concession in extending the deck over, closing that gap, cutting it off potentially and losing the space.
Derek?
So that's justification as to why
They should
asking.
get to pick the color.
It-
In your
plus-
opinion.
Plus, in my opinion, it looks better. But-
Okay.
But, I don't feel like it needs to go brown in this case, but I certainly understand the logic and that's
Right.
fine too.
Patrick, what do you think? Don't care?
I have nothing.
Okay. Brad?
I just want to know what you think.
You wanna know?
Quite the
Another fact is that Pronto's been established, from what I recall, since 2021. And, just in their defense, to Bluestone, he came later when we had more things and more direction given. Back then, we didn't know what we were really doing in 2021.
Yeah.
So I'm just in their defense. So I'm sorry that Bluestone is going through what we're going through now, because they do look good.
Yeah,
Well, just to tag on to that, I'm sorry?
In 2021, we did know.
Yeah, I think, it's a temporary, I think that was brought up, that it's temporary. But hey, we're gonna be going on
3
9 years here.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly.
To me, that's quite a while.
A lot of extra
you know.
seating.
And it's probably gonna extend beyond that, so. I think we wanna this is our chance at getting the uniformity that we're looking for.
If I
At
remember,
least some semblance, and I think we've been pretty open. We haven't looked at docent yet, but with these exceptions, I think it's reasonable to expect them to have one color.
When,
Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, can we either vote on my motion or entertain alternate motions? Let's,
Move it.
Well, I seconded it, so we should.
No, we should, yeah,
unless there's an alternate motion.
yeah.
Move for discussion. Call for the motion.
So you want to, okay, so let's just go down. So on the motion, Brett, what's your vote?
Can you remind me of the motion
Oh,
again?
the motion is
White.
require both to be white and to do the chairs
chairs
and the uniform
umbrellas.
umbrellas. So,
No.
Commissioner Freeman, you're a no? Hold on, I'm going to have to mark this down.
I can count.
It's okay
I can count to 4.
Okay. No. Scott?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
I'm a no, but I'll have a friendly amendment to the motion.
Okay, and Commissioner Washington?
I'm a no.
That's 4 no's. So I'm going to go with the majority of no to make it clear. That's a no. Who would like to make a substitute motion or a new motion? The motion fails.
I simply want to take Scott's umbrellas and chairs and just have a uniform color of brown.
Of brown. Okay, so that's your motion.
Just to be specific, a brown approved by city staff.
Correct.
Got it.
Yes.
A second.
Okay, second. Okay, so we have now a new motion from Commissioner Prescott Loeffler to do the chairs from plastic to an approved material, uniform umbrella color, and a brown parklet as approved by the staff. And it's been seconded by Commissioner McCann. Commissioner Freeman?
No.
Commissioner Griffin?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
Commissioner Prescott Loeffler?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll go with the majority again, so yes. So that motion carries.
Why did I change? I can explain if you want.
Nope, no need to explain, we're there. So you're approved, but we're asking you to update your chairs and table, your umbrellas, and paint it brown. That's what we're asking.
A brown that you get approved by city staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
Yeah.
color brown?
So
Oh.
brown didn't get a seat, okay, and then brown chairs, brown tables, and, or whatever the.
Yeah, the staff can work with you on the materials of the chairs and on the colors of the tables.
We have to match our color of our umbrellas. We don't have to do blue. We
Correct.
can do all green or all white or
We didn't
whatever.
specify.
Right.
We
They
just
didn't
said that-
specify, so he can do what he wants.
We just said they have to
We
be
said
one
they just all
uniform
have to be
color.
the same.
Yeah, and I
You
think
can
that's,
go green.
yeah,
They don't have
If
to be
it's on-
blue, but buy them all the same.
Oh,
that good? Okay. That's one.
How many do we have tonight?
You don't want to know.
Yeah, we're just going to keep going, and hopefully
good?
we're going to work this out.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Do I get can I get like an email or something to know? Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
Okay, no,
Chair, and
thank
I will
you.
mention, there is a 10-day appeal period on each of these tonight. so
Yes.
just-
Oh, okay, so I shouldn't do anything for 10 days.
Right.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank
Old
you.
Champagne.
So we have, the Bluestone Lane is reopening, or it was left open, and we've heard, did you want to, Lexi, did you have anything further to add to this one?
I did not.
Sir, did you have anything further to add?
I did.
Okay,
I just wanted to make a comment about the two being unified. I think from the outsider looking in, I think it looks nice as one big patio, one essentially, right? One all the same color. It's a unified look. But I do think it really convolutes the branding. Now, when I'm a guest joining on, and this is my biggest concern, is that it poses liability. How am I supposed to know that this is for Bluestone Lane, is this for Prontos, when two are the same colors? I think the coloring of the patio in itself help differentiate both of them to our guests. And the whole reason why we've never had an issue with any of our guests sitting on opposing parklets is because of that reason. It is very clear to the eye that one is for one business, one is for the other. Now, when you put them both the same color, how am I supposed to know that this one is for Bluestone Lane and this one's for Pronto's, other than possibly having a gate? I mean, I think, again, it becomes a little bit more convoluted and it opens up further discussion here.
Okay. Did you have anything else that you want to talk about, the A or the B?
No, you heard my ideas. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, no, thank you very much. Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant or staff on the Bluestone Lane parklet?
I don't have a question, but what was mentioned, how are they gonna know his bluestone and all that? I thought we were allowing him to have the blue umbrellas.
Correct.
And then green for the.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I was
You
clear.
answered your own question.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Chair, I don't know if we have public comments on this one.
I have no cards,
Okay,
but I
so-
will ask the audience if anyone wants to speak on this. No, okay. No, all my cards I have are for the next batch. Okay, who wants to lead off?
Well, I would just mention, kind of addressing the thought that he raised is there's going to be different furniture and different color umbrellas in all
Yes.
likelihood. So,
Yeah.
and I presume that usually people go into the main restaurant and then they get led by a host or hostess out to the seating area. So I don't think getting confused as to which parklet to go to is going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
And given the previous discussion, I guess I would be willing to move approval of this, subject to them painting the parklet brown, a brown color.
should say option A.
Option A or B
Okay.
needs to be chosen.
Yeah, that's true. But painting it a brown color as approved by city staff, and with option A is the smaller one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Option A.
I'll second that.
Okay. No other change, all other exceptions are granted then?
Yep.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Freeman?
So I feel that he's made all the concessions. I agree with the color that he wants to put on there. I understand why we want to do the brown. I get that. I can go with the brown, but because he's done what he's done, we're still gaining the one spot. I'm in favor of option B.
Get-
Yeah, but you got to vote on this option.
Yeah.
On this.
Right. Do you want to give, though, your reason for B, other than you're in favor of it?
The reason is, it's like you said, you wanted uniformity. Well, now you're cutting one side that's square, the other side is angled. That's not uniform. That is very, very abstract, in my opinion. So he should have the exact same layout if it's going to be the same color.
Did you want to make a substitute motion?
May I?
Yeah.
No.
This would be the time.
Well, I'd like to make
No,
a
you can make
substitute
a
motion.
substitute motion.
Can I point out one thing, though, that the business is being blocked by option B
But that's already been taken care of by their,
for this moment? But if that business changes, then the next business is blocked by.
again, to Aaron's point, this is all temporary.
We thought it was temporary COVID when
6 years ago.
several of us that were on that planning commission at that time.
I totally understand.
And we thought, when we did our best to make it uniform then. And it kind of fell apart as it moved forward. But when we first put these parklets in, there was guidelines, and they had to adhere to the guidelines. And then as it continued over the years, then it started blocking other businesses and taking parking spaces, and things started to change.
Right.
So there was a different look back in COVID. But we were supporting both businesses, those that didn't have a restaurant and the restaurants that needed to move outdoors. And now I feel like we're choosing one over the other. I don't want to block a business, even though they gave the permission, but that's a rented space and they may change. And so now the next business that comes in says, well, why would I rent that? Because my business is being blocked.
Do you want to make a substitute motion or just go to the vote on the main motion?
I'd still like to make the substitute motion.
Go ahead.
The motion is that we approve option B with the brown color that the city recommends.
Is there a second? Okay, so that, we're going to go back to the main motion. So I'm just going to go down the road just so we can, so Commissioner Freeman, your vote on the main motion is? No. Okay. Commissioner Griffin?
No.
No. Commissioner
Yes.
McCann? Commissioner Camp?
Yes.
Commissioner Prescott Loeffler?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So that is the decision that we're making tonight. So you would be option A and the brown, and then whatever color umbrellas you want.
And thank you very much for everything you've done for the city.
Yeah, to get back a parking space and a half is a big deal. Okay, so thank you so much.
Can I interrupt just to get a pulse of the commission? If they do go forward with now this smaller parklet and they come up with a way to share in the future, staff's initial feedback would be that I think the city planner should have the ability to allow them to use the two parklets as they've now been approved today. Would you all want to see if they happen to install a gate, or if, as Commissioner Freeman said, if they just walk over the sidewalk and serve someone on the other parklet? Do you all feel that that's a change to your approval today that would require more review?
As a consensus, do we all
Yeah,
feel comfortable
that's fair.
as delegating to the city planner that authority?
And the city attorney would have to review
You have it.
any legal agreement
There's
they reach.
consensus for that. So there's that up, there you go. You work that out directly with the staff and your neighbor.
Thank you, Seth.
So that sounds great. Okay,
Sounds great. Thank you all so much.
thank you, sir. Now we move to the dose, is it the docent?
Docent, yes.
Yeah, okay. So everybody needs to move to that item. Lexi, did you want to make the overview, please?
Yes. Did you want to open a new public hearing?
Yes, well, that was continued, so I'll just remain it with it opened.
Perfect.
I did not close it, so it remains open.
Perfect.
So I'll just reopen it if we need to, but we're now talking about the Docent Brewery Parklet continued item.
Yes, thank you. 10 proposed deviations here, the buffer zone being 4 feet instead of 3. The deck surface is 17 inches above the ground instead of 12. The dining deck is not squared off. The plants are non-succulent. The barrier materials are all brown stained wood, so that does not incorporate the metal cable. The barrier height is 37 inches instead of 36. The furniture is natural wood tables and orange stools. There is no golf cart and bike parking. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces, and they have a gray colored umbrella. Here is color's just the problem, not the height. The height is compliant. Here is their proposed site plan, and here are current photos of the parklet. I would like to note that the applicant did provide a response after listening to the last hearing. That is in attachment, let's see here, 6 for the deviations. It's at the end of that. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Is the applicant here?
Yes, Brian?
Can you introduce him?
Yeah, Brian
Please.
Hendon's here, if you want to come up.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, welcome. Thank you. Brian Hendon, Dosa Breen.
Can you walk us through your parklet and the exceptions that you're asking for and whatever your letter says about the current status of it?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
So item 1, buffer zone, you guys cleared that up last time. It's actually not an issue because we are over, not under the 3-foot new rule. Deck surface at 17, well, it touches the ground on one side. That's just to level the deck. That's what it has to be. Dining deck is not squared off at both sides. That's going to be what we're going to talk about the most probably, because that's the biggest thing I'm asking for. Obviously, cost and, all the other things that go along with it. But there's some unique site situations we have where we're located. Plants. Last time there was some plants. Honestly, I don't know. It sounds like you guys didn't know I responded and you guys haven't read the letter?
No, we have it.
Okay, cool.
This is your opportunity to present, so we
Okay.
just don't want to rely on what you submitted in writing. We'd like to actually hear from you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we've already changed out the plants. Again, most of this stuff, I was waiting to get a big picture and attack the project all at once, whatever mods were going to come along with it. Yeah, it needed to get restained. It needed some love, but I mean, 2 months ago, we didn't even know if we're going to keep these, right? So it's like I just waited for this. So obviously, making the thing look brand new again is what I want and what everybody wants. But we've already replanted, removed all the leucadendrons. Yeah, tough choice on growing leucadendrons. We went with acacia. Again, everybody keeps saying succulents, but the plan says California natives or succulents. It had quite an option of plant material. Brown stained wood, I think that's, why is that a deviation?
You don't have the metal cable railing.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay, got it. Yeah, obviously that'll be a deviation to the cable railing. Again, trying to use the idea of what's the point of the barrier. I think we're meeting that for safety reasons, for seeability. We're meeting that already. 37-inch height, that's already us modifying our lowering it. I think ours is like at 48 right now or something like that. So that's I just used the 37 instead of 36 because that's dropping down to a piece of wood, a piece of our barrier that we can just sit on top of instead of removing another layer. So just trying to be efficient.
Can you just, while you're on that, are you telling us you're going to remove something? Or you're?
Well, we have the post that go in the air that we
Yes.
need to remove.
Remove the posts, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we could keep our height of our barrier and just remove the post, I'm obviously all for that.
Okay.
I thought he says 48. Yeah. Is it 48 or 37?
Probably 48 from the outside.
37 was what we were willing to go to, trying to meet the new standard. But yes, it's currently at like 48, 49 inches. I don't actually recall. Maybe that's it.
But that's from like the outside, right? Not from the deck inside?
From the deck.
Oh, okay.
How else are you measuring that? How else is everybody else measuring the barrier?
I think we're asking
Should be from the deck.
because it's sloping down, right? When you're in there from the floor measuring up.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, that's the
48
40.
from the deck,
Yeah, that's,
yeah.
yeah.
So then it's higher on the outside, on the down.
Yeah, because you added, then you add another 6 inches for the street grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like head height.
That's a wall.
Okay, you want to keep going?
Yeah. So our furniture, wood tables, I know there was some comments about our orange stools. Obviously, orange is a brand color for us. It's one of our pillars. It's our pride of Orange County. So obviously, orange is all over our brand. But also willing to meet in the middle there and buy some brown or black seats. No golf cart or bike parking. Yeah, obviously, because I'm trying to not modify the deck. I do not understand number 9. The deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. What does that mean?
The standards require that the dining deck area be only the size of 2 parking spaces. So per the old guidelines, you were allowed to be up to 3, which is why this is a deviation. Now it's supposed to be 2 spaces.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, cool. And then the shade, our umbrellas are really light gray. Again, it's a brand color, and they're 7 feet, so.
Are they gray? They look pink to me. Am I misreading that color? You're calling that gray on the screen there?
The umbrellas?
Yeah, the umbrellas. They look pink in person. I see your logo, your name is in gray.
Well, if they're pink, then they're sun faded.
Okay.
In some weird way that
That could be. That could very well be.
they should not be pink.
Yeah, but I think that explains that. Okay. All right.
They were bought gray, and actually they're pretty brand new, like the last couple of months. So
Okay. Anybody have questions for him?
Did he address you're going to replant all of your
already done.
containers?
Look like
It's already
this.
done?
Yeah.
Where are those?
What did you put in?
Acacia.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What is your a process for cleaning underneath the parklet? Do you do that? Can you do that?
Oh yeah, that's actually
Would you do that?
why you think it's dirty under there?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would imagine it's just a good leaf blowing.
Good.
Because, I mean, we have good distance between the one end to be able to
Yeah, you do.
get it out, yeah. So that's actually a really good benefit of
Yeah,
that.
not at the top, but you do at the bottom. And then how you're going to blow that out, I don't know, but that needs to be consideration,
Okay.
in my opinion. Okay, so that was my main question. Commissioner
Yeah.
Washington.
First of all, I know you watched the video, and I wanted to thank you for your email, because I wasn't trying to slam on you that day when I said it looks like it's weather. You already said it yourself. You said it yourself, you took
Yeah.
care of that, appreciate that, and thanks for explaining the orange chairs, because I think it was another comment, it may have came from me, but wasn't trying to
Okay.
poke on you. Wasn't trying to poke on you, but I appreciate the clarification, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I don't remember who said what. I was just writing notes and listening, so.
No, that's,
But thank you.
anybody else have a question for the applicant? Okay, we'll call you back if we need to. How's that?
Okay.
Thank you
sounds
so
good.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I have a public comment from Amanda Quintanilla on this one. Right, Amanda? You want to speak on this one?
Absolutely, I'll do it.
You got it.
Great, fantastic. So one of the concerns that was already raised, that the umbrellas are faded, so I think those, that would be really beneficial to replace it to look really pristine going forward. According to the height, it is pretty high, and so hopefully that could be decreased to match the other outdoor dining parklets. One of the concerns, though, one of the things that I observed was Colt's Landscaping was basically cleaning there's like right where the bulb outs are, there's a little space underneath, and then they had this brush that they were pushing in there, and then they were using, because it's grading on top, and they were using the blower to kind of push all that stuff, but they really had to work. I am concerned regarding how to get clean all the way through there, and you really need something really with a lot of force to push that through. So when I looked at Colt's Landscaping yesterday, they were really meticulous about getting that brush in there, cleaning that out, removing that, and they were putting some work into that. And this is just a little area of a drainage area, a little tube section. And so here, it's a bigger area, and so there is concerns regarding that. And I know one of the planning commission meetings, I know Chris is not here today, however, there was, I think, concerns regarding rodents going underneath there, and there's concerns regarding that. one of the concerns that was raised last time was the fees that they were not paid since January, and I think there was a response. And just kind of wondering where that is, on the status of that. Hopefully that the finance department is getting on top of that, and hopefully that there's some payments that have been made to show that they are accountable for their their fees. Let's see, another thing that stood out is that the stools are orange, but they do look faded and kind of worn out. So I was wondering if that could be changed. Other places are conforming. They are changing the chairs from plastic to something else, to metal. And so I think there's an ability to spruce it up and really look nice. But I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time. Oh, as far as the plants, I know the acacias were leucadendron were replaced with acacia, and I did see yesterday that they had watered, but just hopefully they'll have routine maintenance and care on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Mr. Hendon, is there anything you want to say in response to those comments, or you don't need to speak to them if you don't want to, but that's our process to give you the opportunity.
You guys are going to start talking about what she just said.
No, that's just public comment, but you do get the process to respond if you want.
Okay. So we touched base on the umbrellas. They are new. They are super light gray. If they're faded, that's a really good eyesight, I guess. Our barrier height seems to be similar than what I've seen already approved. But what I want to add is our deck is literally just in front of our building. So I know there's been a huge objective of the new standards is to lower everything so you're not blocking other business owners and other storefronts. We're only blocking ours, in theory. And the fees, Alexa can probably speak on this. That was.
We're not the finance department. We don't need to get into that.
Okay, good, because that was a huge misunderstanding.
We're not going to touch the fees. That's not
Thank you, sir.
our lane. Okay.
Before we close the public hearing,
Yes,
during
sir.
your deliberation, can
Yes,
we
sir.
get some feedback on the height of the barriers? I still don't understand if you're proposing to keep them or lower them. We do measure from the base of the deck, not from the street.
Yes.
So I'd like to know if the barrier height is the same as now, or if you're chopping off the top riser.
Our barrier height, so that was in my initial narrative letter, willing to go down to, I don't know how you guys, but, so if you take off the top rail and go down to the next horizontal barrier, that was going to get us to about 37 inches. But if I don't have to do any of that, because what I've learned is you guys are approving all the old heights of barriers, then I would just paint it tomorrow even, and we're back, and we're off to the races. I don't have to really modify anything besides lowering the post.
What is this height?
48 inches.
48?
Yeah, I think it was 48 or 49. What did I put in that one sheet that's?
You put 37, so I'm also.
No.
kind of
It's,
confused.
no, there was a sheet that we,
Eight now.
Yeah, you said 48. I just.
okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hear you're willing to repaint the whole thing?
Oh, yeah, we've already started. So the first coat of the deck is already on.
Okay.
After the last comments. I haven't done any of the railings or barriers based on.
Want to
this-
see what we do tonight.
Exactly,
I gotcha.
yeah.
Great. Thanks for your responding to our comments and swapping out your landscaping, looking at painting, and that's really appreciated, as well as being open to the maintenance underneath and trying to figure out a way to get under there. I did look under there, and it is pretty packed with stuff, mostly leaves and debris, but that can be a ground for, all sorts of things to be
Understood, yeah.
living. So we want to keep it as clean as possible, so we appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Same.
Okay, was there anything else, or any other questions for Mr. Hendon? All right. Were you, no? Good, all right, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Washington, did you want to lead us off with your thoughts?
Let's see, yes, so I was looking at my notes from Seller. So Seller, we did 42, and he's at 48, and he's only blocking himself, and you can see through his, and Seller was solid. So I just wanted those fun facts in there for us when we're deciding. And as business picked up, as you can, I would say I would love to see you change the chairs using your orange theme as you're able to afford it. Trying to have a win-win for you and the city, so that's all I got.
What did that mean, the last comment? Changes chairs from the orange?
Oh, no, so he's got those chairs that are faded, like Amanda Q had mentioned.
Uh-huh.
But, as he gets money, improve it, make them look better. Little stools right now, as he makes more money using his orange color theme.
Oh, I
Which
see.
he explained in his email.
So
I
you're
can-
okay with the orange chairs?
I'm okay with that, because that's his
Okay.
business theme.
Maybe maybe the umbrellas could be orange.
Well, I thought about that too, but I can't throw that on him. That'd be for him, now that the pink is faded, maybe it might last better and longer.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Who else wants to share their thoughts on moving ahead here?
He has taken care of the plants apparently, and the barrier, willing to repaint it. As he mentioned, the barrier height limit it seems like it's been forgiven for others. It is high, but you can see through it, as Mr. Washington mentioned. So we can debate that. The under of the deck needs to be cleaned out. It is squared off. With that, I think he would be coming into compliance.
Okay, I think what it's coming down to, if I'm listening to at least the two of you, it's coming down to the height. Do we want to have them bring it down a board or not? It seems like there's a consensus on painting it and cleaning underneath. And I would advocate he go with the orange umbrellas and not necessarily the orange chairs. But that's just me. Anyway, can we just do we want to keep the height or move it down?
Chair, can I make a comment real fast? I made it at the end of the last time we were together, but I also wanted to remind the commission, I know it's unusual because we are hearing, a batch of these, but they should be looked at as individual projects.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Setting precedents that I want to remember. But I hear you. No, I'm talking about height.
Okay, so Commissioner Camp, could you weigh in, please?
Yes. Again, we're looking at these individually,
All right.
and there is a way to bring that down, at least closer, if not right at our required 36. And so I think it would be less imposing. It's already big. It's bigger than 3 spaces. So I just want to entertain squaring it off. We talked about that last time. So that we can bring it a little bit closer. It's still going to block 3 spaces at least, right?
Oh, he's not,
Yeah, thanks, Lexi, for that site plan.
Thank you.
What are you
That
recommending?
was one of the things we asked for last time is, we don't even see where the parking stripes are
oh, it's larger
in
than
this
the.
diagram. So you said it's 3.5 space, or it blocks 4 spaces now?
3 spaces.
3 spaces.
It's larger than a portion of 3 spaces, because there was supposed to be, the cutoffs really on both sides was going to be the square. But it's not, it's only taking 3 spaces. It's just, it was supposed to be
Okay.
portions of the 3, not the whole 3.
Okay.
Portions of this.
So that was a question that we talked about last time,
Okay,
is squaring it off
What were the comments?
to bring it closer. Also, this particular one, and it's the only one, where you can see all of the hangers and the connectors, they're all exposed. And if there was like a fascia board that could be ripped, it could fill that gap. Because you're gonna have, if the upper portion is right at grade, that's almost impossible to clean underneath.
Right.
So if you put a fascia board to cover all of the straps and the hangers and all that kind of stuff, that would clean it up tremendously. And it's really just ripping a 2x and attaching it as a fascia board. Would make a huge difference. So I think we should lower it to the 37, require the fascia board, paint it brown. You know, you do see the furniture in this one. The ones that are more solid, you don't. So that furniture has a bigger impact.
What about the size?
I'm sorry?
The size, it covers 3 spaces.
That's where you're saying square it off,
You want to,
right?
from here?
Yeah, I mean, that gets us the golf cart. That doesn't get us another space.
With a golf cart?
It actually doesn't get you a golf cart because you can't get a golf cart in there. It could get you some bike parking off the sidewalk. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
on that
you'd have
one
to-
uphill side, I don't see how squaring it off helps anything.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we should put
That's why I wanted to get the
emphasis on
clarification
those things. Yeah.
on,
The fascia board, the
the plan.
37 and the paint.
and I think the fascia board is reasonable. Lowering it is reasonable. Replacing those umbrellas, there's only 2 of them. Is all you have is 2? Yeah, I guess. They could bring more if they want. And then I'd be inclined to
Okay.
support.
Commissioner McCann, your thoughts? Are they the same as?
I agree with Commissioner Camp's.
Okay.
I do think in this case that this is the highest one that we've seen kind of significantly. And the height issue, just as a reminder to everyone, is not necessarily just about blocking the view of the businesses, but it's about pedestrian safety and backing out and from parking spots and all that stuff. So there are other reasons for it to be lower than just blocking the
Yes.
visibility of the sign.
Yep. Commissioner Griffin, your thoughts, please?
Is one of the design guidelines that we're supposed to allow for the ability to clean underneath these parklets? So putting fascia on it would be contrary to that guideline.
I don't know that it needs to go to the grade. You could just use it to cover the baseboard. Was that your
Part of it-
initial thought? Or would
Yeah,
it-
except you have both conditions here.
Yeah,
Part of it goes all the way down. So what do you do there? You can't really raise it. Because if you look at that one corner where the access is, it's pretty much right at the curb, right at the top of curb.
Oh, you talking about right here?
I guess Commissioner Griffin, what I'm hearing you say is you'd like for Commissioner Camp to maybe clarify what he means by the, and to address specifically that concern.
I just think it's a contradiction of the design guideline, and what I've heard tonight is we're trying to get as close by painting them all brown, blah, 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 so why are we slapping siding on this one?
I think, go
I
ahead.
can respond to that. It's not siding, it's really a finish to cover all the connectors, because those are all exposed. None of the other ones have them.
You're not taking this all the way to street
Okay,
level?
Let me address that separately. So there's quite a few of these, including both the Pronto and Bluestone, that do go all the way to grade, that we just approved.
Okay.
With their sort of
Got it.
promise that there's nothing. So here we
I'm
already
done.
have a good portion of this going to grade. So to
Thank
me,
you.
you
I
cover
got it.
both.
Okay.
Okay, I just
Do
wanted
you have any other comments, sir? Okay, and Commissioner Freeman, your thoughts, please?
So basically, thank you for coming. I really appreciate that. Number one. Number two, he's willing to go to 37. That's great. I don't see the need for it because we even asked staff last time, has there been any accidents in accordance because of this height? And they said none. So I don't see the need for it. It's just an extra expenditure. And the brown, the only thing I have to say about that is if we're going to be consistent, it should be city-approved brown, just like the other ones. That's all.
I think that we have a consensus, maybe just the only difference is one objection so far on the height. So I'm in support of doing the height at the 37 as well for the reasons Commissioner McCann. It is imposing, it can block lines of sight of cars that are adjacent, trying to pull out. So and we've asked other parklets to do the same, so I think this is fair. And then, since he's repainting, this is the time to do it. So,
Can I just ask a quick clarification from Camp?
yeah,
So when you say fascia, you're talking about if that's a 2x6, just put a 2x6 in front, not skirting all the way down to the ground, right?
Well, that would be, I think, acceptable, but since it's on the ground for at least a third or a half,
Right.
I was thinking you rip a 2x, maybe it's a 10, or even a 2x12, so that it does line up with grade. And those are removable, is what we were talking about. That can be,
It's really a yes or no question.
But at the low-
Are you taking it down to the street or not?
I'm saying yes.
Okay.
Even at the low end, like on that lower right photo.
Yeah. Because if it's bolted on there, it's removable for cleaning.
They're not gonna remove it to clean it, though. If it's,
I mean, we have a lot of other ones that go all the way to grade. It'll look better.
but
But again, you guys
it's not really cleanable.
don't have to agree with me,
Right,
obviously.
right. I thought you were talking about just to cover up the Simpson hardware, that was your objection. Because then you could kind of fish out from underneath and blow and hose off or whatever from that open end.
yeah, I think cleaning's important, so as long as they can do that. Who would like to make a motion? We're at that stage.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Commissioner Prescott Loeffler.
Okay, I'm going to go through the laundry list here. That the barrier brown is matching what the city requires. The height limit is reduced to what the city requires at 37. I'm not going to worry about the chairs right now unless someone wants to make an amendment. The brackets, maybe something done with them, but leave it open so they can clean underneath. And have I missed anything? Umbrellas, consistent, there's 3 gray, but, a suggestion of upgrading the umbrellas or keeping them consistent. And with that, I would move forward to approve it. Did I miss anything?
Mr. Chairman, could I get one clarification from Karen? You said lower it to 37, which is the city standard. The city standard is 36.
Right.
Oh, excuse
Are
me.
you okay with 37,
I'm
which
okay
is
with
what
thir-
he's proposing?
Yeah, I'm okay with 37.
And I have one more question. Are you suggesting that we're just masking what did you call it? I like that.
The hard.
The hardware.
Yes,
But you
correct.
gave it a name.
Simpson hardware.
Simpson Hardware, not skirting it all the way
Just-
to the
just-
street.
Yeah, just mask.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I make a clarification on that?
And I'll second that, by the way.
Clarification, please.
Can we say, instead of 37, can we say, bring it down to the next horizontal rail?
I'm good with
Because if
that.
that comes out to 38, I
Yeah,
don't want him to have
I'm
to.
good with that.
That's better.
That's
And
good.
I'm good with that as the seconder of the motion.
Okay. Is that clear to everybody? Is there any discussion?
So just clarifies, so it's a fascia board that covers it, but it doesn't go to grade.
I'm going to, do we,
Are we gonna do that for others?
what, yes? Okay, we'll do yes, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
But leave it where they can clean
Underneath.
and chase rats out. Throw a cat, I want it big enough to throw a cat underneath. Or shove a cat underneath.
We're going to call for the vote.
Just to be clear, this is a vote to approve Parklet Dining Permit 26245 at 123 Avenida Del Mar with conditions modifying condition 4.3.
And that
as
we find
described.
it categorically exempt. Correct, yes. That was the
Yes,
implied in your
exactly.
motion.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Very good. Are we good, Brett? Are we good, Zach? Okay. Any questions? Any more discussion? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that carries. So, Mr. Hennon, hopefully you followed that. Staff is available to you for your questions and whatever you need to, your guidance you need.
A small cat.
Right, so hopefully you can, if you like the orange, maybe the umbrella orange will work for you.
Yeah, the only thing that didn't quite make sense is the fascia board, but if I just paint those brackets, they go away.
Oh, that's a good one.
So I don't.
I'm willing to amend my motion if the commission is agreeable to that.
Cheaper too.
Is it, I don't know. Can I just get consensus of the group that it's up to city staff to interpret
Let's do that.
that the brackets are addressed
Covered, yes.
in some way?
Dressed up.
Contrasting.
Right,
They'll blend.
right. Can we do that, Jenna?
The motion as she stated it was masking the hardware.
Okay.
There you go, thank you.
Yeah, you did not
Yeah.
really say fascia board, you did say masking, and we can,
Yeah.
the consensus of the commission is Zach and Lexi can review and approve it. Okay. Phew. Mr. Hendon, thank you for being in our town and working with us.
Thank you all.
And thank you for the
Alexa, thank you guys.
the response letter also. Very much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Your business is appreciated, and so thank you for all your cooperation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. We are moving to our, I think it's our last, well, we have one more public, we've got the, yes, our last public hearing. It's our last item, and it is item 8E. It's it is a public hearing which I'll open for 26-235, the Parklet Dining Permit Application Review Batch 2. And we have Asada Tacos, Avila El Ranchito, Beach Fire, Chaplain and Coastal Cowboy Goodies, Mulligan's, and the Reunion Kitchen in Batch 2. Any disclosures from my colleagues, besides that we've seen these, we've been there? Anyone talk to a business owner or applicant?
Nope, I just sung karaoke, that was it.
Oh, okay. Probably too much information, but that's all right. Better to err on that side. Okay, so there are no disclosures to make, and with that, I will turn it over to Lexi for her introduction.
Yes, thank you. This is Parklet Dining Permit Batch Number 2. Here's the agenda. We have Mulligan's, Avila's, Beach Fire, Coastal Cowboy, Asada Tacos, Reunion Kitchen, Chopin, and Goodies. I'm going to start with Mulligan's. They have decided to remove their parklet. The picture on the left was observed from Google Street View in 2025. The photo on the right is one I took a couple days ago. This parklet has been removed, so there is no longer a parklet there.
Okay?
Nice.
Questions?
One down.
Great. Perfect. I'll go back here.
So we have
There we
7 to go.
Yes. Up next is Avila's Parklet. You'll want to pay attention to attachment 2. They have 11 proposed deviations. 1, it does not occupy any legal parking spaces. It is currently within a red zone, which is for the trolley stop, and it partially blocks a handicap stall. It is directly in front of another business, which they have received property owner and tenant approval for. The buffer zone is 31 inches, not 3 feet. The dining deck is not squared off on both sides. I did receive word from the owner that they did update their plants actually today to succulent material, so that will be shown on another slide. The barrier materials are brown stained wood, no metal horizontal cable. The barrier height is 48¼ inches. The furniture, the chairs are black aluminum, the tables black bases, the tops are gray and black faux metal. No golf cart or bike parking is proposed. The dining deck is technically larger than a portion of what would be 3 spaces. Shade and heat, 6 beige umbrellas at 8 feet tall, 4 heaters, 2 are pyramid, 2 are mushroom, around 7 to 7.5 feet tall. Here's their proposed site plan. It's a bit better if we take a look at the pictures. So, a couple things to note here too that I've already mentioned. The photo on the left, they do have currently outdoor dining on the public sidewalk. Planning staff has not received any submittal for an approval of this. This would require a minor conditional use permit in order to have seating on the sidewalk. So at this time, this is non-compliant with the municipal code. In the middle here is showing that obstruction of the handicapped area with the blue. And then on the right is the red curb showing where the trolley stop should be. additional pictures. That bottom one is the photos of the succulents that they decided to change out from their existing plant material. We have also a special condition for Avila's COA 7.2. The parklet must be relocated and reconstructed along South Ola Vista, where it must occupy no more than 2 parallel parking spaces and must fully comply with the 2026-2029 parklet design standards. Any deviations from these standards will require review and approval from the Planning Commission if they are proposed. Staff's reasoning for this was those obstructions before of the handicap stall and the trolley stop red curb. And it is technically, again, not in any legal parking spaces. And then I am available for any questions.
Questions for Ms. Lexi? Okay, I have 2 speakers cards with no business on it. So Amanda, you just want to speak on Avila's at this point?
Right now, yes.
Well, when we bring an Avila up, I'll call on you for that. So you have a generic card, so I'll just put that aside.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then Brenda?
Mine is for Reunion Kitchen.
Reunion Kitchen, great. Okay, we'll call you when they come up. Very good. All right, so let's go with our first one, which is number 26-292, which is Avila's El Ranchito at 204 Avenida Del Mar. And Lexi, is the applicant here?
Victor and I have been communicating with Karen. I don't know which one is here tonight.
Can you just go ahead and introduce the applicant and,
Yes.
hello, welcome.
Hi.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you. My
Yeah.
goodness.
So you have 10 minutes to plead your case or make your points or whatever it is you want to say.
Well, first of all, before I begin, I'd like to thank you all. I watched the first round like the other councilwoman. I watched the round live last time, and wow, I really appreciated the thoughtful way you all worked with our fellow business owners here in San Clemente. It was encouraging to see everyone looking for a practical solution while still trying to honor the intent of the design standards. My name is Judy Orlandella Avila. My husband, Victor, and I own Avila's El Ranchito. It's a place I used to go to when I was a little girl as the Coronet. So I have been a resident and a member of the San Clemente community for many, many years. We're very proud San Clemente residents. We love living here. We love having our business here. And we really love being a part of this community. One of the things that makes San Clemente really special is that it's a true community, right? We are not a cookie cutter town. We're not a master planned community. We can drive 20 minutes up the road and you can find that. But San Clemente is truly unique. We don't try to make everything look exactly the same. It's a collection of locally owned businesses. Almost every single one of us is an owner-operator that lives here in the city. We all have our own character, we're all selling our own different things, and together they create the charm and the personality that makes San Clemente, and especially Avenida Del Mar, so special. When these standards were introduced, we had hoped that the existing parklets, particularly as it has been brought up since they are temporary, they might be able to retain more of their original design. However, we also understand the city's desire to create a more cohesive look, and we're happy to make changes wherever we can to help achieve those goals. We've already replaced the plants with succulents. I loved that idea, whoever idea that was. We already cut the poles on our patio, and we're happy to change the color of our umbrellas to whatever color my husband likes out of that red, green, or blue. We really, truly want to work with the city to help make this work. The one thing that I wasn't quite clear about in the guidelines was the furniture. We believe that our furniture already complies with the design standards. The standards called for simple, high-quality furniture in brown or black. We selected black aluminum because we're just steps from the ocean, and it provides the durability needed in a marine environment while still meeting both the intent and the language of the standards. As far as somebody, I don't know who it was that met with my husband to talk about moving our parklet to Ola Vista. I'm going to address that as the relocating of our patio. First of all, dismantling, rebuilding, moving to Ola Vista is going to incur a great cost to the business. And I know it may seem that people are rolling in dough when you see all these people in our restaurants, but the profit margins in restaurants, they're not that big, and it's a really tight margin. And unfortunately, when we have to incur a cost like that, we try to take it on ourselves as much as possible, but eventually, all of us as business owners are going to have to put it into our menu. That is going to be a cost that's going to be passed on to our fellow residents and to people who are coming to our city for a great time. We appreciate the idea of the possibility of moving to Ola Vista as a possible solution, but we really don't think it would be a practical one. As I said, it would make us completely dismantle and rebuild an existing structure, and it would also shift the impact to Ola Vista by occupying parking spaces there, even though our current patio doesn't even occupy any spaces on Avenida Del Mar. In addition, Ola Vista is a much more narrow street. It's much busier when people are going through. And from observations, outdoor dining hasn't really been successful there. If you remember, H.H. Cotton's had their parklet on Ola Vista, and I can't speak to all reasons, but it didn't work. It didn't function. We believe the better solution is to work with the existing patio, making reasonable modifications where needed, and continue meeting the city's goals without creating new impacts on the city or on parking. I want to thank you for your time and for your consideration. We can go through each item if you like. As we said, ours does not occupy any parking spaces. And we did have our neighbor that we partially block her business, the owner of Trestles, Eileen Switzer, and she did send a letter in stating that she doesn't have any problem with us. The buffer zone, that 31 inches, I'm not quite clear of what that actually means, so you can talk to me about that afterwards, but if that means the buffer zone to the ADA, is that what we're talking about? To the street. To the street, okay. And then we are more than willing to lower our barrier, because our barrier is at 48 inches. I like that idea of taking it down to the next wooden railing, or we can take down 2, depending on the size of ours. But we're happy to do that. As we said, the furniture, we believe that it works. We already put the solar lights on. We have no golf cart or bike parking. We can talk about, again, because of where we're situated, it is the trolley stop. So having any kind of bike parking there where the trolley stop is, it would be, I think, dangerous for people to get on and off the trolley with bikes as well. And on the other side, we have the ADA space. And that's it. I just want to thank you all for your time and your cooperation with this.
Okay, great. Questions for the applicant?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner.
Can you address the seating that you have on the public sidewalk? How long has that happened? Have you been aware that you need a permit for that?
I was not aware that we needed a permit for that. We're more than happy to submit a permit for that. We can immediately take that table out.
Is it one table? In the pictures, it looks like it's multiple tables.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was not aware that we needed a permit for that, so we're more than happy to remove those.
Do you know how many, do you know how many as it stands today, outdoor dining seating you have, not including anything over on that Ola Vista side, but
Right.
between the sidewalk and the parklet.
The Ola Vista side, that's part of our landlord's purview because.
Right, I'm saying not including that.
Oh, yeah.
The-
So
it's
right now,
On the Del Mar side,
as of today, we have 24 seats.
including the sidewalk and the parklet.
You mean for inside of our parklet?
Plus what you have on the sidewalk.
24
20
seats.
Okay, total, got it.
Total.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner Prescott Loeffler?
What is your plans about coming into compliance as far as the ADA and the red zone?
As far as the ADA, we would have to, I assume, we'd have to cut back on the patio to try to get, but our parklet is in such a unique situation. We're literally, I think, the only people in this situation of being part of the red zone. The trolley stop and Ola Vista's right there, right? So right now, there is no difficulty for the trolley to stop. It stops every time in front of our place. It fits perfectly. So I guess we would be asking for some leniency there. Again, this is a temporary parklet, so if we cut back all the way to the ADA and we got rid of the area that's in the red zone, then we lose our entire parklet. So that's a big loss for us. And it would be devastating. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camp?
Is that a usable handicap space? Because I don't,
Right now, it's usable. There's a portion of it that is, as far as a car, yes, it is completely usable for somebody to park there and get out. If you needed van with somebody going with a wheelchair from the back and around, no, but there's no ramp either. So,
The way it's painted, though, it's out of
and is there
compliance.
it looks like there's a heater
There is.
outside your,
yeah, that was something that we addressed with our staff.
oh, okay.
Yeah, those are not supposed to be stored there.
And the,
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
It-
and the planters that are on the ADA, they're on the striping.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
to make a
but-
little room, yeah, clear it up.
Okay, well, you guys,
This is a question for,
you get your own questions.
yeah, sorry.
We like yours, though.
I'm sorry, I'm joining in.
The umbrella, it appears, I don't know, maybe it's just a deceptive view, but that they're different heights. They look like the same umbrellas, but is there like a kid umbrella or something?
No, I know, in this picture, it
But
does
that
look
is-
like that.
No, you were laughing, so I was
But
like,
yeah, no, they're all the same height, so maybe, I don't know why it looks
it
like that.
just looks
but
that way. But they're all the same.
They're all the same, yeah, and we're more than happy to change the color. That's not an issue for us.
Okay. And you said you are willing to lower it to like the closest to 36.
Yes, and we were confused, and this was a lovely marital moment of, where are we measuring from the deck on the inside or from outside?
Yeah, inside.
Okay,
The deck.
from the deck, right, okay.
Okay, I didn't know what your question was.
Did you?
That's all.
Okay, yeah. Karen, did you have a follow-up on that?
My question's for staff.
Okay, well, while we have her, Aaron, did you have things you wanted to ask? Not yet, not of her, okay. Scott, for the applicant? No, Pat? And Brett, did you? No. Okay, so the summary is you're willing to remove the tables and chairs out of the public right-of-way on the sidewalk.
Yes.
That's an okay thing.
Okay with that?
You could apply for an encroachment permit,
Okay.
but without that, the ask is to remove them.
Right,
And it's, the easy way to look is you've got the red curb. It's just everything between the
Exactly.
red curb and your business is what's the sidewalk.
Right.
I did notice that you did replace your plants. Those look fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so you're, okay, so we'll remove all the, out of the public sidewalk and then the lowering, that's where you're at.
Yes.
Okay, and then also just the cleanup of the side there with the heaters, that potentially could be a bike space.
Yes. Yes.
You're gonna move those. And then, what I'm hearing is you're saying having to relocate to the Ola Vista would mean,
Complete dismantling, complete rebuilding, and we would be taking up parking spaces on Ola Vista, where right now, we are not taking up any parking spaces.
okay. From a business perspective, what does that mean? Is it essentially the same to you? Other than
No.
the cost of relocating it?
She says devastating.
No, it would be devastating. Ola Vista, when our friends that had H.H. Cottons, when they had their parklet on Ola Vista, it's also on a pretty significant slant. When they had their parklet there, they could not get people to sit out there. It just felt unsafe. And to be honest with you, the whole vibe and feel of Avenida Del Mar is Avenida Del Mar when you walk down there. So it's the joy of sitting there watching your neighbors walk by and you're, hey, how's it going? And then if you're tucked away on Ola Vista, you feel kind of like the kids at the table at Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But did I summarize it correctly, what you guys would be willing to do?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions for her? All right, thank you very much.
You're
Can I
welcome.
ask, Lexi, would you please make the case why the staff is making the recommendation to relocate it? Can you make the case for that, please?
Yes, it's not currently in any legal stalls. It's obstructing an ADA accessible path of travel, and it's blocking a portion of what was a trolley stop. The opportunity to move it, yes, would take up 2 additional parking spaces, but still allows them to have a fully compliant parklet, design standards included, on a different part of the street.
Would you walk me through the elements, starting with the ADA path of travel? Can you walk me through that, please?
Yeah, just why is that important, or?
What is you're talking, yeah, if you can just identify that.
Yeah, so this middle photo here, there's some blue striping underneath essentially what is half of their parklet. That is there for what she had stated, wheelchair access to be able to go up to the public sidewalk.
Okay.
Out of the van.
Yeah.
No van accessible spot.
It's just like blocking a parking space.
Yeah. Ask Jim Holloway how he feels about that.
Yeah. Okay, and then what are the other elements?
In a red curb, which is designated for the trolley stop, so I think this next photo. On the right there, there's that bench, that's the closest portion to the trolley stop. On this bottom photo, there's a bench, a city bench. That area to the right is the trolley stop, so it's essentially been reduced by half its size.
Okay,
She said there's plenty of.
yeah.
When the trolley stops there, is it kind of hanging out back into the Ola Vista intersection a little bit?
I can't speak to that. I haven't seen that in person. I would imagine the size of that trolley stop is there for a reason, and we would need to maintain that.
The trolley drivers are pretty skilled. I used to drive a trolley. They wedge in there. It doesn't usually overhang the sidewalk. They can barely make it work, but it's substandard. All the other trolley stops are safer than that one.
Okay.
You're moving out exactly.
Let's stay on task, everybody. Okay. Okay, so we have the path of travel, we have the trolley, and what was the other?
The seating in the public right-of-way.
Okay, all right. Did we have any other questions of staff?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner
I'm sorry
Griffin.
in advance to ask the question. Are there guidelines other than the city of San Clemente that require that van accessible handicap spot to be there?
In other words, can we relocate it?
In other words, are we out of compliance as a city for allowing this parklet to be covering that van accessible space?
Are we required to have an ADA space there at all?
Thank you.
Correct. So I don't know, so I don't know the specifics, and do you want to? Okay. You
We're
go
not
first.
required to have an ADA space on every corner. We previously, our Public Works and Engineering divisions did have some correspondence with the federal government 10 or 20 years ago, where they encouraged us to have more ADA spaces and to bring our sidewalks into a better state of repair, and essentially to have a sense of concern and to spend more money each year, coming more and more and more into compliance. There's not a prescriptive standard that says you must have a stall exactly right here or right here.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Washington and
Yes. So I want to say, I am disabled, even though I look healthy. I have a handicap, and I know that you have a handicap right there between Beach Fire, right there on that same street in proximity to that, and you got one across the street on the corner right there where H.H. Cotton used to be. Is that correct? You guys familiar with that? So I know you talk about relocating. But if we are going to do that, I guess you got to get rid of the color coding so that we don't get a lawsuit if someone gets hurt. We would have to get rid of all the blue and not have that as ADA as it is right now to allow them to continue.
There is a provision in the municipal code that allows one of those spaces to be moved and restriped, repainted, potentially even if we were going to be fully compliant with the ADA, it would have to be flattened, so the grade was no more than 2 to 3%, which this one is already more than that. But there is a provision in the code that allows a property owner to work with the city to move a space. It would be expensive.
I'm sorry.
please, Commissioner Griffin.
Does the city have the legal ability to put that space back to a non-handicap space?
Sorry, Zach, before you go. We have a limitation section in the parklet code that says a parklet may occupy an on-street ADA parking space, but it requires additional review by the planning commission and input from the public works director in order to do that. And the ADA space must be moved within 150 feet of the original space, and the applicant would be responsible for all costs associated.
So technically, because this is occupying a space, technically, the owner needs to find a replacement ADA space.
Within 150 feet, yes.
What if one already exists 20 feet away? We still got to have
The
another one?
goal is to replace, not
Replace
to
it?
remove, yes.
All right.
Staff's recommendation is to,
Is to move it to South Ola Vista, yes.
and not the parklet. I'm talking about the ADA.
Oh, we would need input from the public works director as where best to put the ADA space.
So currently, the business is out of compliance because they're blocking an ADA.
Correct.
The path of travel.
Path of
The
travel.
spot is
The spot is
occupied. You can't, cars park in there all the time.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Griffin, I thought your line of questions was, could we just eliminate it? Is that was your question?
It was, but Lexi clarified the code, which is if a parklet covers an ADA space, you can't just make it non-ADA. They have to find an ADA space 150 feet away, a new one.
Okay.
So she clarified for us.
Okay.
But I want to go a little deeper on that question. Has anyone looked? Is there a certain ADA per number of parkings that you're required to have one? Because that's so close proximity that I'm saying it's so close to that. I think there might be details for every 15 parking, you need an ADA. You know, you need to have one like every 10 or something. I think we should really look at, someone should look at that.
So you're raising the question.
And I'm one that uses it if
Is
I
it
need to.
required at this point?
Right.
Okay.
Because there's one, literally, I can
Right.
walk
On the other side
30
of the street.
paces.
And
Yes.
so does the commission have the purview to waive that requirement?
Well, let me just say that Zach pointed out that that loading area doesn't comply with ADA requirements anyway,
Right, for
And
other
so-
reasons.
for
Right.
other reasons.
Right.
Yeah. So are we really, I just think we need to take that into
No, no, but
consideration.
it's a good point.
You're on
And
the right path.
so my question to the commission and maybe to the city attorney is, Lexi read that, I appreciate that you did. Do we have the purview to waive that requirement as part of this approval process? To waive the requirement of the owner having to relocate that ADA space, is my question.
Is the provision Lexi read, is that part of the parklet design standards, or is that a municipal code section?
That's the municipal code
I don't think
section.
you have the purview to waive the municipal code
I was
section.
afraid of that.
No, I would not want us to. I mean, this is above our purview. So, I mean, right now, it's out of compliance, the way it is. How it's fixed is possibly a different department.
I'm just going to throw something out here. Maybe we should consider continuing this Avila's and give staff time to dig into it with Public Works and City Attorney. And then we'll get those answers and then have them come back and.
Yeah.
Especially since they don't want to be.
They're going to continue more than one.
Brett, did you want to chime in? I noticed you're trying to get on here.
I mean, you guys are, it's a great conversation, but on a different point, I'm not, it's been a while since I've been there, so I don't know exactly where the fire hydrants are in that area or fire hookups. Is that a consideration for the red curb as well, or or how about Ola Vista? Is there one on that side?
I can't speak for Ola Vista, but it's my understanding that the red curb is only there for the trolley stop. If they were to relocate their parklet, there are provisions that it cannot block a fire hydrant.
Okay,
So that would not be a permissible location if there was one on Ola Vista.
okay.
So let's do this. We do have some public comment. Let's take that. And then if it's the commission's desire to continue this with some ask of staff, that's fine. We'll do that. So we go okay with going to the public? I've got, I think it's 2 cards. So we've got Amanda Quintanilla. You want to speak on this one?
Oh, sure, yes.
Okay, great. Come on up and then Wayne Eggleston will follow you.
Oh, great, thank you. I really am appreciative of the owners to remove the tables in the public right-of-way. I mean, that's the safety concern there. And as far as the ADA parking, it is under, there is a concern regarding the American with Disability Act of 1990. And, but one of the things, it is in a loading zone, but I'm trying to look for some pictures of right next to Oliver's there, and right, so there's Oliver's and then there's Nick's, wait, sorry, am I getting confused? Coastal Cowboy, Oliver's, Nick's, and a clothing store. And I can't remember if there is ADA parking there. So I know, I think I mentioned it last time at the Planning Commission, so maybe they can move it a little bit there. I think, right, there is a driveway there, though, so that is a concern, right by Nick's, right by the clothing store where you have a driveway there, and you could park in the back. So, so yeah, I think it does need to come back because there is concerns regarding where it would be the best way or area for ADA parking. And I do agree on Ola Vista, it is angled, so that would be a concern, and putting that there. And I think that's all I have to say. When looking at the pictures, the umbrellas are the same color as the building. So they look really nice, but it would be nice with a different color that would make it pop and really look really pretty on that. I used to also go to Cornets as a child, so I really appreciate that comment. So old school San Clemente is great. I think these are wonderful people who are willing to work with the city and, to look on ADA standards. One of the things that does stand out in the picture in the lower middle, there's that bench there. So when I've gotten off the trolley, there is limited space, so maybe moving the bench somewhere south or somewhere else. But that's something to look into maybe at another time. But thank you so much for your time.
Okay, no, thank you. Wayne?
Thanks. I have some pictures here. Thank you.
Okay. We'll just start it down at the end, and you can just, yeah. Welcome, Mr. Former Mayor.
Thank you. I'm here to support Avia's not to move to South Ola Vista. Dining on South Ola Vista is dull, to say the least, and it's just not appropriate at all. For your information about the handicap spot, years ago, I was the one that asked for that handicap spot to be there, to say the least. And there's a lot of people that have handicap stickers that park in that space. It's the only one within a reasonable distance in the second 100 block to have handicap parking going in that direction. So I would like to have it stay there, to say the least. So sidewalks are for pedestrians. I know you've heard this before. They're not for tables or chairs or A-frame signs or for heaters or umbrellas or anything. I don't know if you were around in the early 90s, but city for a short period of time had that permission, gave permission for tables and chairs on sidewalks, and they thought they were going to be business friendly. They were not business friendly because someone poked their eye on an umbrella. A couple people tripped on the tables and chairs in the sidewalk area. They sued the city, they sued the business owner, and they sued the owner of the property adjacent to that. But even worse than that, ADA attorneys swarmed down Avenida Del Mar and also on the T-zone area, and they went to the businesses and said, your aisleways are not wide enough, your restrooms are not ADA, but let me tell you that if you give us $5,000 or $10,000, we'll go away and we won't sue you. So it turned out to be very business unfriendly. And by the way, in the general plan, LU 11.04, outdoor dining, we encourage the development of outdoor dining and other similar uses which do not impede pedestrian use of the sidewalks. So those tables and chairs need to be removed at Avia's. The amount of traffic, pedestrian traffic now on the sidewalks this summer downtown is huge. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but there's tons of people walking along the sidewalk, and there's very limited space between those tables and chairs and the sidewalk to walk. So someone who is becoming less mobile, like myself, I really am very sensitive to these issues, to say the least. So please don't remove the handicap spot. It is one of the few spots that we can park there along the 200 block. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wayne, for all those good comments and your photos to that major point. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
all right, Commissioner Prescott Loeffler.
I would like to move Avalos for continuance due to compliance for both the red line or the red curb and ADA, and have the correct department weigh in, which is not us.
I'll second that. Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Because I'm guaranteed to forget this when we come back. If, I've noticed that the Avila's, they don't have a barrier between the sidewalk and the parklet. It's just all open because they're using it all as open. But all the other parklets do have a barrier between the sidewalk and so they're going to have to get in compliance one way or the other regarding sidewalk dining. But if they don't, we should require a barrier there. And like I say, I'm likely to forget that when it comes back, so.
Is that part of the motion?
No, it's not.
Okay, just a comment.
Can you, Karen, what are your expectations for what the staff would return with?
Oh, you're speaking to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's out of our purview. I'm going to have staff decide where this goes for a discussion, decision, and bring back what they,
Because I think the staff is already bringing it to us to move, to saying it doesn't work. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify maybe the questions that you'd like answered in terms of the options on
I would.
where, what could be done with things.
Solution on to compliance.
Yeah, so you're looking for ways to allow the parklet to remain and find a suitable,
But be in compliance.
right, ways to
Which-
address,
yeah.
whether it's moving the spot, whether it's doing some analysis on the trolley, and whether it's to see if it fits, those kinds of things are what you're looking for?
The staff has already recommended moving it.
Yes.
I would imagine due to the compliance issues.
That's what my questions of staff were earlier. What are the reasons? And she gave
So
those.
it seems that there is a temperature to keep it where it's at, which is the request of the business. And there is another avenue to explore, and I think the business should be part of that and be educated on if the compliance can be remedied with them staying at the current location.
Okay, so you're asking them to explore alternatives and bring, with the Public Works Director, maybe the city manager,
At the current spot.
yeah, and see what are the options?
Yeah, clearly they're out of compliance now, and it worries me for a business to be out of compliance on both a red curb, but mostly because of the ADA situation. And blocking it with planters and heaters, and it should be taken care of immediately, and they need to be educated what they can do and still stay in that space.
Okay. Does anyone else want to add to what we're looking for? Does that make sense?
So should we continue it to a date certain, like a month out?
Lexi, what's your preference for the continuation?
I believe it was the second meeting in September, the 16th.
Okay.
Yes.
Before we vote, city attorney, is the city liable now that we recognize that they are out of compliance? Or are we protected because we are working towards becoming in compliance?
That's a very difficult question, and I don't normally comment on liability in a public setting. That is something I can take
Yeah.
back and talk to
I don't think it's
Elizabeth
important
too.
to drill
Okay.
down on that right now. Zach, did you want to weigh in on this?
I recommend you continue this to a date certain on September 16th.
Okay.
The one caveat there, just for you all to consider, is that we really do have to make a decision at that meeting, because by the end of September, these are all meant to be in compliance. That would offer them, or the city council, one last chance to call up this item if they don't reach resolution.
Yep.
And that would have to be on October 7th.
Yeah. Perhaps in the spirit of that, you can be working with the applicant as you find information out and socializing that with them and taking their temperature as to what their appetite is for some of the options potentially, and coming in with a
Remedy.
remedy or recommendation or whatever, the result is. Yes?
We will have discussions and we will involve the
Okay.
other departments.
And then can we ask Avila's to remove their stuff now, the tables and chairs on the sidewalk? Can we just make that clear tonight, that that's what we need done? Is that okay? You guys are good with that? Okay.
May I recommend that they also remove the heaters and the three planters that are? Okay, yeah, okay. How about the planters that are on the striped ADA?
Oh, the ones in the front?
Yes.
Those we originally put there because of the back in the COVID days, right? They wanted planners so that if a car backs
It's a
up.
barrier.
It's a barrier.
Okay,
So, so do you want those removed?
No, I don't think.
I
we-
think that's yeah.
It doesn't make.
I mean, it's already, yeah. But after a decision is made based on the ADA, then
We'll see.
we'll
Okay.
see.
I think we're good. I think we're done with this. I'll leave the public hearing open, and then we'll vote on the motion. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. We'll see you on the 16th then. Please stay in touch with staff. Thank you. Okay? Lexi, next, please. Is
Yes.
that beach fire?
Yes, Beach Fire, they're proposing 10 deviations, one directly in front of another business, which they've received tenant and property owner approval for. They still have the tall posts, which are measured to be at 77 inches. The dining deck is not squared off on both sides. They have 65-inch tall palms as their plants. The barrier material is brown stained wood, no metal cable railing. The barrier height is 52 inches instead of 36. The furniture is metal and wood furniture in a black and natural wood color. There is no golf cart and bike parking proposed. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. They have red umbrellas which are non-compliant in height at 8 feet tall and heaters the same at 7.5 feet tall. Here is their site plan and some photos. It has also been noted by staff that they also have sidewalk seating that has not received approval for, and the planning staff has not received a submittal for an application to approve that. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant here?
Edgar?
Yeah, he's there.
Can you introduce him, please?
Yes, Edgar is here with Beachfire.
Do we have questions for staff?
Oh, well, I've brought the applicant up. Let's just go with the applicant and we can circle back to
I
staff.
can wait.
Nope, that's fine. Please
Been
go
waiting
ahead.
for 3
Edgar.
hours. I'm good. Thanks for having me. Directly in front of the business, I think that has been taken care of by the business owner, the landlord and the tenant. So I think we're good on that. The toll post, I haven't done any modifications because I was waiting to be here at this meeting to be in compliant and do whatever I gotta do to continue what has been a big success for everyone, I think. The dining deck, I hoping to keep it the way it is, not make it square. The plants, that's an easy fix. I can get that taken care of tomorrow. I trim those palms often, so they're not really blocking anything, but it'll take me 30 minutes.
Birds of paradise, I think, is what they.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I have. I have a mix of plants, but that's an easy fix for me. I think the color of the wood is already in compliant, right? It looks pretty similar to all the brown decks on the street. The barrier height, I think when I measure it from the actual street, not from the deck. So whatever I gotta do there. The furniture, I changed the furniture recently and it's wood and color, and I am gonna change the metal tables. I was just waiting for this meeting, so to purchase new furniture. It's been a few years already, so I think we're due for it, so no problem there. On the south side of my parklet, golf carts and e-bikes parked there all the time, so the red barrier that you see on the picture, someone had a big event in the last 2 years, they forgot to pick it up. It's not mine, so it belongs probably to the city. So I'm more than happy to remove it, but it's not mine. So that's, there's enough space for a golf cart there. So they park there often, and so do the bikes. The red umbrellas, no problem. I'll change the color to whatever you guys decide for me to do. And the heaters, like Adriano said earlier, they have to be this high because they get pretty hot. So if you ever dine in our decks and you're sitting next to the heater, you probably don't want a heater that's right in your face. I'm good.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you for being here and giving us your thoughts. Do we have questions for Edgar? Okay, Commissioner Washington.
Hey, Edgar, hey, thanks for coming, and sorry for the long wait.
Oh, no worries.
I was referring to the other ADA parking right there in front of you in Beachfire. And if I recall correctly, I don't know if you have the same issue. I know you pull in the parking, I don't know if your blue lines are on the right side, like Avila's. Because I know to the left, when I open the door, there's a little room and bikes parked there sometime when I pull in there. So that's something that staff and all, they're gonna have to look at the same issue with you. Because I think it's not your parklet that has to open it up. It's gonna be the person to the right of you that's gonna have to open that up for that ADA lines to come into play. So just something to be mindful.
Where that white bike is?
Yeah, you know, right where you park in front of your, right where you park right in front of your, when you, right where your door, you're out, your regular patio parking. Right there, that's your handicap parking. To the right of that, I think is where the blue lines are, or the blue lines are on the left, I can't remember. So.
Yeah, to the right, if
Oh,
you're facing,
where's the picture at?
That
Okay.
middle picture with the white bicycle.
Okay, yeah, so right there, yeah, so the blue line's this way? Let's see. Well, I can't see it on that. All right.
I think
But the
the
blue line
handicap
is on the-
space is there, so.
I guess.
I just think, yeah, there's
Far
barriers
right
on it.
Ranchita to Aviles, so,
The path
Yeah.
of travel is
That's
to
the right
the,
side.
is to the Avila side.
correct.
that's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
blocking any of that.
Yeah.
You're not, no.
No.
You're not.
And the bikes, it's not a problem. I can police that for.
Right, I think my comment was more for staff to understand we have the same situation there, not so much for you.
Okay.
But staff's gonna be looking at Avila's, they need to be also looking at that one. No, no,
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm not in the same space.
there's two different, unless I'm missing it, maybe it is the
There's
same.
only
It's the same space.
one
It
ADA
is the same,
stall.
okay, my bad, you guys,
Two
my
of them.
bad, all right.
Yes,
I didn't
it's the
realize they're
same
that close.
spot.
Sorry,
All right.
I'm back.
Did you have other questions?
No, sir, thank you.
Karen, questions for Edgar? Steve?
Yeah, hi, Edgar. So your height is 52 inches. That's from the deck inside, I assume.
Actually, when I did the measurements, I did it from the actual street level, from the ground, from the
Outside.
pavement.
So do we know what it is on the inside?
I can send it to you tomorrow.
Lexi, are these from Edgar or is these from staff?
This is from Edgar,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so you probably measured from the
You measured
grade.
from the street.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that there's the vertical post, which obviously makes it difficult. But there is that extended vertical beam type piece at the top, that if that was removed, that would bring it down probably at least 6 or 8 inches. Would you be willing to do that?
You're talking about the horizontal?
Yeah, that horizontal extension there, because it almost looks like there's a cap below that, at the top of those verticals. And if he just removed that, that would bring it down.
Yeah, I
Quite
can
a
move
bit.
it. No problem.
You'd be willing to do that?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's something I'd probably suggest.
Very well.
Yeah, it looks like he has do you have a shelf? Like a bar going around the inside of your
like-
parklet?
It's like a shelf, but I mean, I can get rid of the
You could
top
make
part
that
and
the
just,
top.
yeah.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can still put your drinks on it.
So it just would be flush is all, maybe with the top rail.
Yeah, just get rid of that additional beam above that.
What does that buy? Like, I'm kind of wondering if
It
it's like
lowers
2 or
it.
3 inches though.
No, it's like.
No, it's like 6 inches.
Think 6?
That's 6 inches.
And if let's say the inside's 46 or something, because
know if it's that
he's got
much.
another 8 inches.
I'm just talking about the shelf. He's got a bar that goes around, so
Oh, I
if
see.
if that's the top end of the parklet, it's
I'm
not
looking,
buying
I'm
it.
talking about this right here.
Yeah, so, right, but I'm looking at this, which is, he's got a bar that goes all the way around, and this is like just keeping plates from tipping off the side is only, the shelf is
Yeah.
like 3 inches below the top of that board.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I think it's like 6. I think,
So you're saying get rid of the board or just get the
Oh, in that
actual?
picture, it looks that way.
we're talking about it.
Still discussing it.
Okay,
We could,
It's an option.
okay. You done?
Okay, I don't have any other questions, thanks.
Did you set, okay, Patrick, question?
Thank you.
Do you have questions, Brett?
Yeah, so there's no fencing on the sidewalk side? Is
There
it?
isn't.
Okay. Was that a concern you had, Scott, before?
well,
That's a good point.
but is there seating on the,
Yes, there's seating on the public
Yes,
sidewalk.
there is 2
Yes.
tables and 4 chairs on the sidewalk.
There's one table.
Is it one?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
But I can easily remove it.
okay, great. I think that solves that.
mean, do we think that there should be a barrier on the inside between the sidewalk and the?
I personally do not think we need that, because
Impose it on the other one.
We didn't impose it. I just said, hey, remind me to talk about it later.
he did, yeah, I think having it open actually makes it more street engaging myself.
Well, the
So,
other ones are tighter, when you're walking down from a Vilas, it's tighter in there.
There's a lot of
Maybe
posts
the
and,
tables were there, I just remember it
Yeah.
being tighter.
yeah,
But when I got to the beach fire, it was opened up,
it's
it
ti-
seemed wider right there.
it's tight at Avila's. There's like tree wells and street
there's
furniture.
other
and-
obstructions on
yeah.
the sidewalk that have nothing to do with the,
Yeah,
Minor details.
I'm okay leaving it open.
actually, the side, on Avila's, the sidewalk actually comes out a bit. That's why, but there's tables there, so you have to actually jog. If you're going up, you have to jog inside of where the posts are for the patio. Whereas on the beach fire, there is the table there, but if you move the table, then that opens that whole lane up. But I can see why the restaurants would put those there, because that post kind of acts as like its own barrier, and people probably stay to the left of the fence.
There's a tree actually right in
Yeah.
front of the table, so people don't walk through, that's why I put
Right,
the
so I
tree.
think that, that's something that you'd have to talk to staff about, and get, if you wanted to continue that practice and have the staff look at it and do a permit for it.
That'd be great, it's only a two-seater.
Yes, exactly. But you're right, there's a tree well there, and you've got the post, so it's kind of already blocked.
Correct.
Mr. Chairman?
Brett, did you want to be recognized?
Yeah, I had another question.
Yeah.
So I guess there was a lot of discussion earlier about having clearance underneath, being able to clean underneath. Have you ever cleaned underneath the deck?
I can, it's blocked,
You cannot?
cannot.
Okay.
The bottom of his goes right to the street.
So I guess my question is.
Is it pretty flat there?
If it's an
Yeah.
issue for one.
So there's no air, it's just flat, is it laying on the street?
I mean, it looks like, I'm just looking at it, and it does look pretty level. I'm not really seeing any big gaps like we had in Dorset like this,
It's level to the sidewalk, it's literally.
and
same-
also the
same-
street as well.
Yeah.
They have like a skirt, and that skirt may be adjusted to be flush with the street, but, right? So that's what I'm seeing right there. And you can see it on that photo too. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can summarize before we let you sit down. You're going to talk to staff about perhaps an encroachment permit for the chairs on the sidewalk, because you do have the tree already there. What else did we agree to with him?
Well, we were talking about, should he remove that board?
Right.
The top board.
The top board
That was
removal.
discussion.
Yeah, I'm not, okay. I think what we agreed is he needs to, the thing is, if we want to deal with it tonight versus continuing it, because we don't know we don't know the rail height.
Why don't we just say, I think your point was, well, if it's not only gaining us like 3 inches, it's not worth it.
Right, but
Down
if
to
it-
that other flat.
Yeah.
Which I think it's more than, based on the pictures. Why don't we just say if it's
Leave it up
4
to-
inches or more, he's got to remove that down to the flat bar, and if it's less than 4 inches, he can leave it.
Okay.
Or, well, you can also cut the verticals. That's a bigger deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't,
Yeah, he
yeah.
could, but.
All right,
Just throwing it out there.
yeah. As far as the red umbrellas are concerned, I mean, I don't personally have a problem with red. Who made the comment they don't like the umbrellas, or the red's a problem? I don't remember who that was. Anybody? Okay, does staff have an issue with the red?
It wasn't the color, it was the height. They're 8 feet.
Got it, okay. Okay, what do you
They're
think about?
standard to every other umbrella, they're all the same height, pretty much.
Uh-huh,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
okay. Doesn't seem like that's an issue. Okay, I don't think it should be.
Are they all the same color?
They're all the same color.
Yeah, just
Some
some
are
are,
faded,
some are a
some
little
are
bit more
newer.
faded, so you can maybe look at the faded ones, you can replace those. but does anyone have no objection to the red? Okay, I think that's kind of where we're at right now. We've got, Wayne wants to come up and speak on this, so why don't we take his comment? Yeah, did you?
Since we have a proposed parklet list, did you want to go down really quick with him to see what he's willing to do and if he would be in compliance with any of this?
Well,
All the
yeah.
recommendations?
Yes, so.
So,
The
start.
tall,
start
yeah,
with
that's
number-
true. Did we talk about those? You've got the taller posts with the lights wrapped around.
Well, how about start with number one, directly in front of another business?
He's addressed that.
Okay, the property owner is good with it?
Yes.
Not
and then-
just the tenant, but the property owner, okay.
And then we have the tall posts and with the lights wrapped around it. What,
Easy fix.
take those off.
Yes, sir.
And
Okay,
cut it flush.
Okay, so we got that.
He's already, and they're not tall palms, it's
Bird of paradise.
bird of paradise. And I don't,
I
I don't
could trim them
think, I
too.
think they're, I don't, they are higher than your top rail. So I guess, is that the concern that they should not exceed the top?
Well, see
they're
if
not
he's willing
succulent.
to
We
swap.
limited them to 18 inches total.
Okay,
Are you willing to swap those out?
No problem.
yeah, okay.
Love
Look at
garden.
what Avila's did, theirs look awesome.
Perfect.
The dining deck not squared off, is that an issue? Is it?
Do we gain anything from
Yeah,
that?
it's on number 3.
Do we gain a spot if they square it off?
We don't have a good diagram of that one, so I don't really, it's hard to tell.
Staff?
I don't believe so. The way that they were oriented before, squaring it off wouldn't gain a parking space.
A dining deck area is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. Is that an issue, staff?
The current guidelines restrict the dining deck area to be no
2.
larger than 2, so this is compliant with the previous guidelines of
It's
3
about-
spaces.
Yeah, this is taking about 3, a little under 3.
Can we gain a space?
No, she said we can't gain.
We can't gain a space, okay. And the barrier materials we already addressed?
Their brown is good.
Is this brown match the guidelines?
Relatively,
Because it looks like the deck itself may be like a painted or a stained redwood, which is different from the color. I mean,
It doesn't look that.
you
it
guys
looks
think I'm
pretty
nitpicky, but I think they should
Yeah.
paint that to match,
You do it, I'm sure.
to match the verticals.
Paint the base,
Of course,
The
that
deck.
that includes the
And do that
deck.
to match the railing.
okay.
The barrier height?
You have a problem doing that, right?
No problem. I'll paint it.
Furniture?
Let's do it for it anyway.
Furniture's good.
I don't have a problem with the furniture.
Neither.
Lexi, what's the issue with the furniture?
the furniture should be dark brown or black wood.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
I'm okay. The metal's black, it's just the wood is lighter. And it's in good condition.
Brand new chairs and tables. And
I'd hate to, that just seems
Yeah,
unnecessary.
those are nice chairs.
Yeah, those are metal, they're good, okay, so they're a little light. All right, I say we live with that,
And then we already addressed the heat and umbrellas,
yeah. You
okay?
do have some potted plants around the tree well, maybe those could go.
I put those there for safety, actually, because people walking, they trip on,
On
it's
the-
very uneven.
On the tree well?
And that's, yes,
Okay.
So
Well,
the
maybe-
people
So maybe
actually
just
don't-
put some nicer plants in there.
no problem.
Okay. All right. Should we take Mr. Eggleston's comments?
Yes.
Thank you, Edgar. Stand by, though. Wayne? Thank you again for being here and giving us your comments.
You know, there are a number of trees that block the public sidewalk. If you do it for one with an encroachment permit, you're going to have to do it for others. And so it's going to be a combination of blocking a tree that blocks and a table out there up and down the street. So, and our pots around the trees, people can trip over the pots. You know, we just have to come to a decision here, what the sidewalks in this town are for. They're for pedestrians. And let's not clutter the sidewalk with plants around trees or tables with a tree next to a tree that blocks the sidewalk. Let's not do that. I'm going to be opposed to this because we need access to our sidewalks. Our sidewalks are narrow. They're very narrow. So let's have some common sense on all of this. Thank you.
Is that it, Wayne? Did
Yeah.
you? Okay, thanks. Who owns the tree?
I believe the city does.
I mean, so it's within the city's capability to remove the tree and restore that well back to a sidewalk, yes?
It could. I would imagine there would need to be some level of discussion and review in order
Yeah, I mean,
to
it's
do
a
that.
beautiful tree. It's not, it's a mature tree, but,
the California Coastal Commission will have to approve that.
yeah.
Well,
But, I mean, that's what you're talking about doing, because otherwise I got your card, Amanda, just stand by, okay? I mean, that is the issue, right? The tree is on the sidewalk, and so you got a well around it, but it's uneven. Right, so,
yeah, I think Public Works should look into that a little bit more. But that's not on our approval
Yeah.
right now. It's a side issue.
okay. Amanda, did you want to speak on beach fire?
Sure. Well, there definitely is a space. Beach Fire has a big patio on Ola Vista side, and so here's an additional parklet. But just looking at the heaters, it just seems like on the lower middle picture, it almost kind of looks like it's just so cluttered looking. And I'm glad that the posts are going to be removed, the brown posts. But I'm in strong opposition of removing any tree for something that's going to be temporary, right, to 2029. I mean, that's not right. We don't do that. We need to secure our tree canopy. I've spoken to city staff about this as well when there was just concerns regarding removing a tree in front of Griffin Optometric and the removal of another tree. And so in that picture there, those planters right next to it, I think it's the upper right-hand corner, those black pots are a concern. I agree with former Mayor Eggleston on that. And as far as the tables being in the public right-of-way, it was the same argument for Ovilus, right? Let's remove those tables from the public right-of-way. And so that, I mean, you can't just say no for the other one and then yes for this. It's the same argument. You got to be consistent with that. As far as the upper middle picture regarding the bike there, my father was disabled, and he would have his electric wheelchair in the back, so he would get out of his car. So my concern is, yes, that would be a concern if there's a bike right there and you're trying to open the door and you can't even do that. And then you would have to walk to the back, get into this wheelchair, and then zip around. So I am concerned about that. As far as the umbrellas, it would be nice to have a uniform color. Sometimes, I have to switch out my umbrellas to be nice and red and to make it pop. But as I agree with Commissioner Camp mentioning that you could just lower the brown, cut that down to be the correct height and not 52 inches that it is right now. So I think that let's just restore the public right-of-way and save the tree. You wouldn't want to cut down a tree for that reason, for a temporary parking or parklet. Thank you so much.
Thanks, thank you. Okay. What I've got then, The challenge with the tree is it's in the sidewalk. So if you want to have a clear sidewalk and then you walk into a tree, but if we want to leave the tree, then that's, we got to look at maybe figuring out a way that it can be better, I guess, I don't know.
I would say we're not talking about the tree right now.
Okay.
We're talking about the parklet. And it's a separate issue. We suggest staff,
They can look at,
Public Works, look at the trees that are trip hazards.
yeah, and just figure out how to make it an even surface or
That's not a
something.
parklet issue.
Okay, so what I've got for the parklet is remove the table and the chairs from the sidewalk, no parking there on the side for the bike. Have Edgar work with the staff on remeasuring from the base of the floor of the parklet up to the top rail, get back with that. And if it makes sense to remove the top rail or cut the rail down, that staff would work that out with Edgar. Do the replant so that it's not so tall. What have I missed?
Cut the verticals and paint the deck to match the railings.
What's cut the verticals?
posts, the
Oh, yes, the vertical posts, yes. And we're talking about repaint the floor.
That's railing.
Okay, to match. Edgar, how do those items sound? We've got remove the table, no bike parking, get back to staff with the measurement of your rail, replant, remove those vertical posts and the lights you have wrapped around it, and then redo the floor or the base of your parklet to match, so the colors all match.
Match the railing.
The match the railing. How does that sound?
Yeah, same color.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can we then just move this to allow staff to follow up with it?
Yeah, so I think that, is that good direction on this, Zach?
Just a bit of clarification on the bike. You would like a small sign, or you would like the parklet owner to be a responsible operator and just tell people not to park the bike where the white one is? And do we like the orange bike rack?
Let's get rid of that.
The guidelines would suggest that it should be black metal, and that might encourage people to park on the other side if it was a higher quality.
It's not a bike rack.
More attractive.
He said it was a leftover barrier.
It's,
Yeah, somebody left their head.
yeah.
It's owned by the city, maybe.
I think what we should do is if the staff, if someone in Public Works with a nice truck could just drive by and grab it and get rid of it for him.
Yes.
It's not his responsibility. He didn't put it there. It was left after some special event.
Probably the chair day when they were.
Okay. There is a half a parking space there that could serve as better bike parking.
Yes.
And the guidelines suggest that parklet operators should buy a black metal bike rack if there's space.
Okay, well, why don't you guys revisit that and make that decision with Edgar? You guys can go look at it and decide if that's enough space for a bike rack. Right, and then Edgar, it's up to you. If you want to post a small little sign, please don't park your bike here, or if you guys just want to have your hostess just chase people off, whatever. You go decide.
It will work better than us chasing people.
Yeah, so are you okay? Can you just you want to just find a no bike parking sign and just put it on there, small? Okay. Is that a consensus then? We're good on beach fire? So,
I move that.
okay. Okay.
I second that.
Okay, so let me restate the motion. Commissioner McCann supports passing the resolution, passing that with amended conditions of approval that the applicant remove tables and chairs from the public sidewalk, post a small no bike parking sign on that edge of the parklet, return to staff with a railing measurement from the base of the parklet floor to the top, and if it exceeds, is it like the 36 inches by more than 4 inches, and that top can be removed to make a difference, that we'll leave that up to you guys to work that out. You'll replant to lower the height. You'll remove the vertical posts, and you'll replant the floor or the base of the parklet to match your color. And we find it categorically exempt from CEQA. That's the motion, I believe, you were making, Scott.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I
And you seconded that? All in favor? Aye. Okay, opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Edgar. Thank you for being a good business person and
Thank you,
so
Edgar.
patient and understanding and supportive. We appreciate you very much. Okay, Lexi, can you take us to the next one, please?
I'd be happy to. Coastal Cowboy is up next. 7 deviations that they're proposing here. They're directly in front of another business. They have received tenant and property owner approval for that. The dining deck is not squared off on both sides. The plants are low-height red flowers instead of succulents. The barrier materials are white and blue painted wood. The barrier height is 42 inches. The furniture is white benches and tables with red bar stools and chairs. And the dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. Here is their site plan, and finally, a couple photos. I'm available for questions, thank you.
Questions for Lexi before we get the applicant? Is the applicant here?
Yes, Jake Fitch is here.
Okay, can we bring him up? Ready for the applicant? I'm sorry, can you introduce him again?
Yes, Jake Fitch is here for Coastal Cowboy.
Welcome, sir. Appreciate your patience.
All right, so thank you for everyone for being here tonight. First, I'd like to thank the commission and city staff for all the work you guys have done in this process. It's been a long road, I know. I understand the city's goal of creating attractive, high-quality parklets for the whole town. And I just simply ask that Coastal Cowboy be allowed to keep the design we already have. We've only been there for 11 months. And 11 months ago, we actually built our parklet to be exact within the criteria at that time. Our white parklet with blue umbrellas has become part of our restaurant's identity. It's clean, well-maintained, it fits the coastal character of San Clemente. Our customers recognize it. We take a lot of pride in keeping it looking great. I also think one of the things that makes Avenida Del Mar so special is that each restaurant has its own personality. Not every parklet needs to look exactly the same, as long as they're safe, well-maintained, and thoughtfully designed, allowing some individuality makes downtown feel more authentic and inviting. Since these parklets are currently approved through 2029, I respectfully ask the commission to allow existing parklets like ours to remain as they are rather than requiring cosmetic changes that don't improve safety or functionality. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, can we just do a review real quick? Are you in front of a business?
Partially, yes. If you look at the picture on the bottom right, we built it per our approvals. But yes, the angle of our left side, if you're looking at the front of ours, basically encroaches on Oliver's storefront, if you will.
Okay, have they talked to you about that?
Yeah, the landlord that owns that entire property, and they have signed the paperwork that they requested us to do.
Okay. Lower height of red flowers. Lexi, what's the deal with the red flowers? Are they over the 18 inches? They don't look that high.
They're not succulents.
Okay. What's the group feel about that? Do we care? They're fine? Plants are fine, okay. White with the painted white and the blue, how do we feel about that?
Can we get the height from the deck?
It's 42 inches
That's from inside?
from the deck, and it's made that way for bar stool height. So you have normal seating is 30 inches, counter height is 36 inches, and bar height is 42. So all of our white tables that you see in the one picture on the left, those are 30 inches high, which is standard height for tables. At the very end, we have bar stools that we put along the end that actually faces south. That's at 42 inches, and it's made that way so that the bar stools could be along there. If you lower that down, which we could technically do, you would just be kind of lower and looking right into the car that's parked there. If you see the bottom picture, our goal was to keep it at 42 inches, which is bar height, so that when you're sitting there, you have a view of actually a little bit of peek of view of the ocean when you're looking over a normal car, like in that picture. If you lower it, now you're just looking right into a side of a car. So the intent was based on keeping a view and also having it be at 42 inches.
Most SUVs are a lot taller than that.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they could lower that top rail and also get rid of that blue color at the same time.
You don't like the blue trim?
Well, if we're gonna be, we just asked the previous parklet to paint the deck.
We've been consistent on the brown.
You want it to be a brown trim and not the blue? Or you're talking about repainting the whole thing?
Painting the whole thing. I mean, we have been consistent.
Okay.
all
Yeah,
day
we've
long.
already told the coffee place to change their.
Lower and lower the top right.
Council's wish.
What do we, so lower the top rail how much?
Down to the next horizontal.
The thinner one? That seems too low.
Oh, the fat one,
Just take it down to the top of the top rail, no gap.
right.
So you're saying just remove the blue piece?
For what it's worth, I don't have a problem with it being 42. I mean, when they were like 46 and 52 and stuff, then it's getting higher, but I'm okay with this one.
Color's 42.
He's 6 inches off. It's
Yeah,
not
you're right.
It's all
Earlier-
solid.
18 inches
Sorry,
off.
earlier you did say that Seller was approved at 42. So if that's, I would love to be able to keep the 42 because of the bar stool heights. If you
That
lower
makes
it
sense.
more, then when you're sitting at a bar stool, the counter would literally be on your knees.
Yeah.
We don't have a problem with cleaning. They have,
So we're just asking paint, and the blue umbrellas are fine, and that's it?
Well, are the patriotic,
That was just for the 4th of July.
are those permanent?
No, those are just for 4th of July. They're not even there anymore.
You know, I think they've put some effort into the way they've done their propane heaters so that they're,
Yeah, we removed all tripping hazards by the way I did that.
Yeah,
So
you-
now when you're walking on our patio, there's nothing to trip over, no kids to trip over the bottom bases. We basically put them into the side railings at each table. And then the gas, all the propane is kept, if you look at the left picture, it's all kept underneath the bench inside of our parklet, with the gas lines basically running to it. They're not permanent gas lines, it's just extension for the little propane, still propane, there's no gas out there. So yeah, so by removing that top railing, it kind of messes up all of our heaters. I think we did an awesome job of creating where we get completely away from all ADA problems when you're going through our patio and, tripping hazards.
Are we okay with furniture? I am.
That's a
what?
the furniture.
Yeah, the furniture. It's
What
redlined
are
here.
these solid panels on the
That's-
side? of
Those are the
this?
ones that our propane tanks are in.
Oh,
It's like a door.
Yeah, it's a little door.
They
that
can
opens
serve
up.
it, they can replace the propane tanks.
Yeah.
Are behind it.
And then our chairs are just red metal chairs. They are aluminum. I think Alexia mentioned about wood. And if you guys know, having wood chairs and stuff is not the best thing in the outdoors or beach, the maintenance of them. So we do have red chairs that usually go out there.
Okay. Furniture's fine.
Those are fine.
So it sounds like the only thing that I'm hearing from the group here is please paint it brown? Is that what I'm
For what it's
hearing?
worth, I personally am okay with white, but if,
I-
so what's with the commission?
I think that what I would propose, what I would just, I think that if we're rewinding the conversation, we were talking about two that were right next to each other and we wanted to look
Have to
consistent.
go back and let the other place stay white.
Well, I think
No, we
were-
don't.
No, because I think what we were saying is we wanted it all the same, and we picked brown. Because one was white and one was green, and we didn't want to play favorites, so we just picked the new city standard.
That's what it was, a standard.
But, right, so this one's standalone. So that's,
That was not the way I understood it.
okay.
I understood
It's up
it.
to you guys, if you guys
No, I'm
want.
just saying, that's not the way we interpreted it. 'Cause
Yeah.
Remember, I voted no the first time. Second time I said yes, only because it was the standard.
Okay,
Because at first I was like, hey, they got their own personality, long as
Yeah.
it's good, and then they have their own. And,
Yep.
and it was me and Brett, and then I think another that
so
said
is it
that.
consensus brown?
And then, because I didn't want to set a
No.
precedence.
I'm white, but I'll vote for brown.
What do you say?
I think they should have the color they want.
Okay,
So,
I'll just say vote on it. Well,
yeah,
okay.
Why don't you make a motion?
Yep.
For-
I do think that it's only me and us in Bluestone that has white. I think you mentioned that before, that the majority are
I
brown.
was saying we would go back to them.
Yeah, obviously I know they want to keep white. It'd be a thing if, Pronto wants to keep white or go green, but yeah, we're the only other ones besides Bluestone that has white. So,
Here's the dilemma. If you want to reverse the previous decision, or let's say not reverse it, but give the staff the option of giving them all white or all brown, right? Not green and white, but if we wanted to give Pronto and Bluestone the option to do all white, if you want to do that. The way that we would do that is we would need the maker of that motion to to reopen that item. We need a vote on it, and then we make an amendment to that motion.
Who is the maker of the motion?
Chair, it doesn't have to be the maker of the motion. It has to be someone who voted in the majority of.
Okay, which I
of-
believe was
of
everybody.
Whichever way passed, yes.
That's right, anybody that voted in majority, okay. So does that make sense? Okay. So,
Or we just go with the brown.
yeah, or you can just keep everyone with the brown.
Well, not to make this meeting longer, but I personally am looking at each one individually. And there were reasons on Pronto and whatever to, like, hey, they should be the same, and then it became the consensus of the commission to make it brown, fine. I wanted them white, for what it's worth, but I'm looking at this one as its own individual. And in my opinion, if I think this one should be white, that doesn't mean we have to go let those other guys be white. That doesn't mean that at all. It just, anyway, I don't think that, and for what it's worth, I'm looking at like, this guy is pretty compliant with almost everything. He's not asking for a lot, and other guys have asked for a lot. And to me, that weighs into what I'm willing to waive on and what I'm not,
And
so.
at the end of the day, we just vote, and those like me that voted the other way stay that way, and it still gets passed. It's
Yeah.
okay.
Why don't you make a motion
Yeah.
to just pass,
Or does it seem to be the general consensus of the people to be brown or white? What's the?
I could go with either
I
or.
can go either way. I'm fine
But,
leaving it
but,
with
you
the
know,
white
being
and the blue.
consistent with one or the other. So if you want to give two choices, the city set a standard. I'm trying to follow the city
That's all I
standard.
was trying to do.
Oh,
What about
yeah.
the mixed?
Before we, I don't want a motion yet, because I do need to, I have a public comment, so,
Can I add one more thing? Sorry.
yeah.
We do actually
This is
have-
still your time.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think Alexia on the first screen, on the things we were requiring, we actually do have a golf cart spot currently already there. The reason, if you go, sorry, actually, if you go back to the picture, yeah. So on the bottom, I guess it's the left picture, that space on the left, golf carts parked there all the time. The reason why technically it was being blocked is because the original planning was actually having us put a plant in front of that so that nobody would use that parking. That was part of the original guidelines. So if we just take that one plant and move it down, like see how they're kind of like not evenly spaced apart? If I just evenly space those apart across the front of my parklet, that space is 100% for a golf cart.
Great.
And even six-seater golf carts can sit there. So it's already there for it. All I gotta do is just kind of move the plants over. Or it could be bike parking as well. So technically, we do have a golf cart spot or bike parking as well as it currently sits.
Okay,
Okay.
let's bring our public comment up. What's that? You have a question for him? Sorry, Amanda, one more second.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So what material is the decking and the posts?
It's all wood. It's all redwood and painted. So everything's
all
made of, yeah, everything's redwood, and then it's, the decking material is like the Tex deck material. So it's all like a, yeah, yeah, like a
so-
poly,
So that cannot be painted?
the base, the bottom,
Yeah,
the actual floor, I mean, you could, but it wouldn't last.
right.
It'll peel off. Yeah,
It's a gray,
it's brown.
it's brown,
Yeah, it's like a light brown color.
but the posts are wood.
The posts, everything there is redwood
Okay,
and
thanks.
then just painted.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so we have Amanda wants to make a public comment?
All right, I think last time I spoke about general terms about concerns regarding Coastal Cowboy, regarding, the barstool seating that was out there, then it was finally removed. Probably, getting into the electricity from the city of San Clemente. But another thing that I had brought up at the last city council, at the last planning commission meeting was, that empty space there that it was blocking Oliver's, and with speaking with the owner, she did sign she did agree to that. But I was just wondering what's the purpose of that empty spot, the empty space there on that edge that's blocking Oliver's. So I just had concerns regarding that. As far as the geraniums that are there, I just hope that they do get watered. That would be really great, and I think that's all I have to say as far as that. The blue umbrellas do match the Coastal Cowboy sign, which is really nice there. On the upper left-hand picture, there was a sign there for, and I thought there was no signs there, so hopefully that, I think that was removed. I think that was during the 4th of July. I think it was a menu type of situation. And then, of course, the removal of the bunting, I think that the owner said that that was already removed. Anyways, I'm just getting tired. It's been a long day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Motion, did you want to make a motion, Scott?
Sure.
I think it's basically staff recommendations at this point. Let's see here.
Okay, I move staff recommendations
Trying to get to it.
with approving these exceptions and, but that they paint all of it white, so the blue trim goes, well, I guess, no, I'm not going to say that, that leaving the paint as it is. That's my motion.
You're just approving as the staff report, the staff recommendations.
Yes.
No changes.
Yes.
I'll second.
So that would be, yeah.
Clarify for me before we vote, what is the staff recommendations of not to
Yeah,
paint?
can you bring up the list again? I know I keep asking.
Well, it's just approving the
This,
exceptions.
This.
They don't mention paint.
Berry wood, white and blue, painted wood, barrier materials. It doesn't, it's in on my list here that was sent out.
So we would just be approving the exceptions that they're requesting.
Which is what the staff
Which is-
recommendations are.
Well, is the staff recommending that or just kind of pointing it out?
No, they're,
No, we're recommending this.
Okay,
Yes.
got it,
they're recommending approve all these exceptions.
got it.
So, and we would, and the motion would include the CEQA finding that it's categorically exempt. And who seconded that?
Camp.
I can't go.
Okay, Commissioner Camp seconded that. Is there any discussion? We all on the same page? Yes?
No.
No.
I'm not on the paint, but that's okay. I'll be the oddball.
Okay.
And actually, I'm not either because we
Not trying to be
made
mean to
the
him,
other
I'm just trying to
people.
stay consistent.
But but it sounds
What
like
I'm
it's.
willing to do is we could reopen that decision and then tell staff, we are open to either all white
I'm
or
o-
all brown, and it's up to them to work that
I'm
out.
okay with that.
I'm good with that.
Fair enough?
That's fair.
So we'll do that housekeeping after this.
Okay.
Okay? So we have a motion to approve all of the exceptions as recommended by staff and find it CEQA exempt. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, so that passes.
Good
So
compromise.
you're good to go. Thank you. What I'd like to, I think we all voted affirmatively for that, for the one regarding the blue stone, and
No.
who did not, you guys did not?
It was 5-2.
Okay, so I think I voted for it. So having vote for that, what I'd like, how do I do this, Jenna? Do I just make
Would
it?
like to make a motion for reconsideration.
Yes, okay.
I sent it to you before the last meeting, and we
Yes,
didn't
you
have
did,
one.
and I'm
so
not gonna be able
Let me look
to
it up real fast.
Hold on, yeah, let me see if I can find it.
We were prepared last time.
Yeah. That's why I knew to ask you.
It's not coming up.
I found it. Do we need a 2/3?
No, you don't. So, so you would want to make a motion for reconsideration, but that motion needs a majority vote to
Okay.
continue.
All right.
And then I think we need one for each of, unless I'm misunderstanding, but one for Prontos and one for
Okay.
Bluestone.
Okay, let me see if I can get back to that real quick. And we'll just get this housekeeping cleaned up. So I'll make a motion to reconsider, that was in a previous one, wasn't it?
Can we do all three at the same time?
I think you want us to do them one at a time, yes?
Yes, and I thought there was only two. Am I mistaken?
No, just the two, yeah. Yeah. So I'll see if I can just do it from memory, because I cannot find, let me see if I can find that part of the staff report. The continued item, let's see. Yeah, I got it right here. Just give me a second. So I move for reconsideration the parklet for the Pronto project, parklet number 26-323, that, and do I just need to make it for the reconsideration, or do I include what we're reconsidering?
I think you can just do a
thing?
reconsideration, or I think either one is fine, and then,
Okay,
yes, that's
That we
fine.
reconsider to give the applicant and the option of going with the brown or white.
But it has to match.
Yeah, that's that's what I want to put it, they both have to do the white or they both have to do the brown. So to do them separately,
So why
the
don't we
staff
just
can
say
reach
it has
out.
to be white?
They have to agree.
Don't give them a choice, just make it white.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
okay,
Then Pronto has to, and yeah.
just take away the brown and make it white.
Dictate white.
Are we good with that? Okay. It's a compromise. Yeah, because we know that the Bluestone wanted the white. Okay, so I'll just do them one at a time. So reconsideration that the Pronto do white instead of the brown.
Yes, and just to be clear, this is Parklet Dining Permit 26232. That's a different
That's what I
number
said, yes.
than I heard you say.
So I'll do that one. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So I'll make a motion to reconsider the decision on the Bluestone Lane Parklet, number 26-301, that they would also paint their parklet white.
Are we,
That's the motion.
yes.
So you
Second.
Second that. Any discussion? In favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay. Do we need a break? Is that what I'm hearing? Quick 5-minute? Okay.
Did we finish this? Keep this part going. Are we done with the?
I'm just getting signals people need just a quick break.
So I think, Tamara, so at this point, just for clarification, we've done a motion for reconsideration on Pronto, which is PDP 26-232, and the applicant can now paint either brown or white? Or
We're
just
saying white.
Okay, white. In addition to the previous conditions that we approved, that the commission approved.
Yeah.
And then for Bluestone Lane, there was a motion for reconsideration, which was approved, and that's PDP 26-301. And they may also paint their, or they must
Right.
paint
Which is what the
their
color they
their
originally
barrier
wanted.
white.
Yeah, leave it white.
In addition to the other conditions that were previously approved.
Okay.
Fair enough?
So we have Asada Tacos, Reunion Kitchen, Chopin, and Goodies left. And we need a quick break? Okay, so we're in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you. No, I'm serious.
Thanks for what?
For going back and doing that. I appreciate it.
Oh, sure. I'm a reasonable guy.
Oh, are you? Are you really?
I wanted white to begin with.
come back to order, please. Lexi, do you mind taking us to the next one, please?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second to get there. The next parklet that we will be reviewing is Asada Tacos. I would like to note that the owner for this parklet and the next parklet is the same. The proposed deviations for Asada are 5. The first one, the plants are non-succulents. 2, the barrier materials, red painted Douglas fir with a medium oak wood stain top railing. The furniture is aluminum powder-coated seating in the color red. There is no golf cart and bike parking, and there are 3 umbrellas and 5 heaters. The applicant was unable to give us the height and color for those, so we would like to determine those at this hearing today. Here is the site plan for Asada. A couple photos, and it was brought to our attention today by engineering staff that there needed to be an additional condition. So it is not currently in the resolution, but we will add and amend as seen fit. Currently, the recommended condition of approval based on some feedback from the engineering staff is that storm-related improvements must remain accessible through easily removable flooring that is no less than 18 inches wide. The dining deck shall have an identifier with paint or metal on it to verify the precise location of the storm drain infrastructure, and this shall be verified via an inspection from the engineering division. There was some concerns from the engineering staff about drainage, especially with the El Nino coming up. They wanted to make sure that this was addressed. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Just on that note, the reason we're adding this condition here, but we didn't add it to all of them, is because we identified actual drainage devices here. On Del Mar, it's an older street, so there's hardly any adequate drainage. But on several of the parklets on Victoria, engineering pointed this out.
Can you put the pictures back up, please? So there's railing, not all the way around?
That's correct. The front is open. And that bottom left picture is the adjacent parklet. That's the distance between those two.
I see. Okay.
What about the top left? What's that?
Is the top left?
Does have railing.
This is the existing parklet. They are proposing modifications per the site plan that would include a railing, as I understand it, all the way around. Not on the front side facing the public sidewalk, but on the left and right-hand side, and obviously the side facing the street. I feel like the applicant can address that.
Let's
if they
just,
need.
okay, can we just bring the applicant up? Yes? Good? Good to do that? Okay. Can you introduce the applicant,
Yeah,
please?
Scott is here to represent Asada and Reunion Kitchen.
Oh, okay.
I'm Scott.
Hi, Scott.
McIntosh, my wife Rosemary.
Hello.
Thank you for listening to us tonight. We own Asada Cantina at the Outlet Mall, and Asada Tacos is a fast casual version of that. We recently entered a lease agreement with the owner of the hotel, and we also are bringing Reunion Kitchen to where Pierside used to be. So those are really in the very initial stages of designing and going through the permitting process and getting things done properly. Being a local in San Clemente and watching what's been going on with the parklets, we've discussed it quite a bit on what our strategy should be, because they're really an integral part of us being able to achieve our goals as a business, especially down there, right on the beach, right by the pier, right where the trolley unloads and the train. And there's so much energy down there that we wanted to really try to capture that energy and deliver a great product at the same time. So these parklets that we've drawn so far they're somewhat conceptual, because we wanted to make sure we got into the process and then work with your staff to create exactly what you guys want, and hopefully supersede it a little bit, because we really want it to be something that's like a real gem for that area of the beach down there. So that's kind of the idea of where we're at right now for Asada and for Reunion.
So what are you proposing as far as the railing is concerned? Can you review that with us?
The railing, as far as the front piece,
Yes.
right now, like I said, we can change this drawing. We can put together whatever you want. But this was the existing railing, I believe, and we were going to reinforce it and change the structure a bit so that it was a little bit more decorative. And because right now, when you look at what's down there right now, it's really pretty dilapidated and not very well maintained at all. So we're thinking whole new structure on, but I don't have the specifics of what the actual material is.
Are you thinking that what you're going to do where there are no tables, so that on the site plan it would be to the left? Are those just seats against a bar top? Is
Yeah,
that what-
they're like a bar top, bar stool kind of seating directly
Okay.
out to the ocean.
Looking out to the ocean, gotcha. So would, and then so do you have a design for the structure it would sit on, or the fence, or the railing? Would it be similar to what's,
Yeah, it's similar to what's there right now as far as the floor goes.
okay. The floor doesn't look like it's a problem. I think the only question is, what are you going to do with the railing? Is there railing there now that's that brown color with the white top? Is that
Yes.
I don't think there's,
the lower left picture? Is that what's there now?
The lower left is the adjacent parklet.
Next door, okay,
We're looking at the grayer colored one.
okay.
One with the chairs on it.
So that looks like just like planters with,
it's pretty open.
yeah, it looks pretty
It's
open.
It has planters and, but it's really, weathered and it needs to be really refinished and put back together.
So are you going to basically demo that with the exception of maybe the base, and just leave the base and just put a whole new railing up?
That was the idea, yes.
Okay. So can we just get to the standard, what is it, 36 inches, and then
Yes.
just paint it brown, and
Well,
what are we talking
what
about?
about cable?
He's by the sea, so there's salt water,
Yeah.
You might want to consider his material there.
I mean, the cable is this standard. We just haven't seen it.
Be the only guy.
But it's down by the pier.
Well, and part of the reason you haven't seen it is because we're not making anybody tear something down. This gentleman is going to voluntarily tear down and start over. So I see your point about, do we want to think about
Especially
introducing
being
cable?
that close to the ocean.
Right.
The stainless steel cable is gonna hold up like that.
Just as a point of clarification, it's not what we want.
Right.
City council adopted a standard, and we're just trying to shoehorn people towards it.
Okay.
That's all.
We want to work with you. It's your business. What's your vision?
My vision would be kind of a combination of both, having both the cable and the wood, but I don't have the proper design in front of me, so. We do have, the floor plan does have the cable on posts, but I think that after, hearing what your comments, we'd probably want to do a little bit more detail into that design. But it does have the actual cables in it.
Unless they're gonna adopt a standard, then we have to see the finished design.
Can we motion to continue?
How quickly can you put something together? Lexi, when can we continue this and have him bring it back?
Can I just throw something out?
Yeah.
Sorry to.
Yeah.
He's showing us a graphic right here of a railing. So if we said, hey, throw cable in,
At the top and.
That would be easy.
then that's something that we could approve tonight, because he's shown us, and we're saying infill that with the cable.
So
Per the
we
standard.
could make a motion suggesting that, based on this conceptual plan, he followed the design guidelines that were adopted by council
Yep.
and have staff review.
Okay, and if it's substantially compliant, go ahead and
Right.
approve it.
Okay.
Okay?
We can totally make that happen.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a motion. Who wants to make it?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So, back to the city real quick. What was the draining issue? Is that addressed in this plan?
That isn't addressed here, but would be addressed in our condition that we would like to add to allow at least 18 inches of clearance.
Kind of like the other one where it has that metal plate?
Yes, something similar to that. And then engineering would be inspecting that to make sure it's adequate.
And
So you're
Scott, are
gonna-
you amenable to that?
Absolutely. In fact, we would want that, so
So
that
are
we
you
know where
gonna
it is.
extend the footprint out 18 inches or whatever?
Whatever it takes. I think if you go back to the picture and look where that metal plate is,
Yeah.
there are some places where there's access along the metal plate. We can't, doesn't really show on this one. This plate here, sorry. I don't have my glasses. This right here,
Right.
that's all drainage, and there's like an access on both sides of it. But if we needed to create a place where it's clearly identified, and even out in the actual parklet, we could do that. I mean,
So that's what this one's gonna look like.
well, similar to that, yes.
Okay, and that makes you guys happy? Okay,
Yes.
that's all I have. I'm sorry.
Okay, what is the number, what is the condition number for that?
We don't have one yet, but we would, what did we do? 4.2?
Let me see, it would be, or 7.2, we could do
7.2.
there is a 4.2 already. So we could do 4.3 prior to issuance of permits.
Yeah, that
Okay.
works. Yes, thank you.
Chair, I don't think we've asked for public comments on this one yet.
We have not, but we don't have, I didn't get any
Okay,
speaker cards,
great.
so does anyone want to speak to this?
Can you come up to the microphone? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda. I just want clarification, just because I think that this is going to be extended with Reunion Kitchen. If we're tackling those, they're not?
They're separate businesses.
But the parklet is going to be kind of together?
Oh, they're pretty much the way they're existing now.
Right.
They're two separate businesses, but it's two
Okay.
long platforms.
Then I'll touch base with the Reunion Kitchen,
Okay,
because I think, okay.
that's fine. Do we have anything else to discuss? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I'm going to, for Sada Tacos, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations with a new condition of approval 4.3 to reflect the condition as written in the staff report. And that the applicant, so 7.2, that the applicant will work with staff on achieving the design standards of their, does that satisfy everybody?
Second.
That's seconded. Is there any discussion?
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. It's not in the staff report, the condition we were recommending with respect to the
It's not?
stormwater.
Could
So
you-
you could maybe read
your
it from the screen,
presentation.
if we can pull that slide back up.
There we go. So I will read.
We would
that.
ask that this be added to condition 7 point,
7
no,
point,
sorry, to 4.2.
I'm doing, oh, you want it to, applicant shall review.
4.2 is about the design of the parklet.
I was just going to do a 4.3.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, my motion would incorporate 4.3, and it is a storm-related improvements must maintain accessible through easily removable flooring that is no less than 18 inches wide. The dining deck shall have an identifier with paint or metal to verify the precise location of storm drainage infrastructure. This shall be verified via an inspection from the engineering division. That will be the new 4.2.
And then you were also modifying one of the conditions or adding a condition
I'm
for
adding
the cable railing?
7.2,
Okay.
that the applicant will work with staff to achieve the design standards for basically the parklet, but specifically the railing
Right. Okay.
design as provided in your drawing.
Okay.
And that's been seconded by Commissioner McCann. Are we all good? Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. So now we're going to go to the
Reunion.
Reunion Kitchen. So can you kick that off, please?
Yes, before we get started with this one, Reunion Kitchen does not currently have an active business license. The limited term parking relief agreement cannot be finalized until a final certificate of occupancy and business license are issued. If this isn't complete by September 30th, the parklet will need to be removed from the public right-of-way unless granted an extension from our community development director.
Okay,
This is a condition that we will also be requesting to be added to their resolution, and it will be on the screen in a brief moment.
okay.
The deviations for Reunion Kitchen, there are 6, directly in front of another business and a residence. We did receive a public comment that I don't believe made it into the staff report, so I will pass around the public comment for your viewing. Second, plants, non-succulents. Third, barrier materials are ebony stained Douglas fir with stainless steel cable. The furniture TBD, so we wanted to make a decision on that as well tonight. No bike rack, but they will provide 2 golf cart parking spots. And then again with the umbrellas and heaters, 6 umbrellas, 6 heaters. Don't know the height for the heaters and don't know the height or color for umbrellas.
Do you have a photo?
Yes, I wanted to get that public comment around.
Okay.
Here is the proposed site plan, and then photos of the existing parklet, which based on his previous presentation, I'm assuming is open to change.
Yes.
But this is the existing parklet there. And I will move into the conditions. The first one is the same as the one that you read before, the storm-related improvements, and then the second one addresses my first statement about the parking relief agreement and when that can be issued. Thank you.
Okay. Is there questions for Lexi before we hear from the applicant?
You may not know the answer to this. What, does staff anticipate that the COA will be issued before September 30th?
I don't know the answer to that. There are significant interior improvements that I'm aware of. I don't know a timeline for that.
Thank you.
We are listening to the applicant now.
Excellent. So with Reunion Kitchen and with the parklet, the condition that it's in right now, again, we want to comply and build it to the specifications that the city would like us to, including storm drain access and all of the, the cables and the railings at the proper height and all that. I think that, like I said in the beginning, we really want to enhance this part of downtown. It's just such a wonderful place where people are walking. There's so much energy down there. So we want these parklets to really be nice. That's the direction that we're going in. And initially putting some of this stuff together and kind of visualizing before I talked to anybody at the city of what we could do, I think that, and then we did meet with some staff on site. I think we want to, build something really nice there. And again, we don't want it to be noticeably that much different than the other ones. We want it to comply and not look like it's, sticking out like a sore thumb. But we do want to give it a little bit more charm and a little bit more effort to these 2 parklets just because of where they're at. Our same mentality with the restaurants that we're doing. We don't plan on just going in and painting them and putting in a new menu. We're going in and doing some extensive work because the buildings deserve it and the locations deserve it. And I think that our vision is long-term. We want to be here for the next 20 years. Our families, we work in the business. We're, in the daily business every day. I live down the street. I can ride my bike here. So we want to do it nice. So just to give you like an overview, the issues that we've had with licenses or permits and getting the proper business license and getting it filed and paid for, it's all that's happened. We just don't have the actual document yet. Okay, so we're waiting on that. The issues with the Reunion Kitchen site did cause some problems that made us have to take a step back and look at it a little bit harder because the building is in not great repair, how old it is. So we're fixing all those things and fixing them right. And our plan with the parklet is to present what we conceptually put together, then work with staff to comply with what you guys want. So that's kind of the overview.
Again, are you going to basically demo this and start over?
I think that we're going to probably need to. I think we'll use what we can if it's solid and if the foundation is good. A lot of the deck material is in
Yeah,
good shape that can
but
be.
the railing
refinished.
and just make it similar to the previous one?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's the intent. Okay, but
Okay.
if you have a post and it's moving like this, we're going to put in a new post. We're going to do it so it looks right and it's safe. But it's dilapidated. So.
Okay, we do have a public comment. Do we want to talk to the applicant some more about this?
No, let's hear from the public comment.
Okay, so Brenda, can you come on back?
Good evening. My name is Brenda Durantes. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 608 Avenida Victoria. Owner is Alicia Rios, Craig and Joan Young. Craig and Joan are also commercial property owners at 105 and 107 Avenida Del Mar. All owners are currently out of state, so I'm stepping in and kind of speaking on their behalf. So I'll be using we, but speaking as if they were speaking here. So 608 Avenida Victoria is a residential building because our home is at the heart of the bowl, surrounded by active restaurants. We live alongside commercial activity every single day. We are tax-paying pro-business supporters who love San Clemente, the bowl, and are not opposed to parklets. We genuinely just want our neighbor, Reunion Kitchen, and I guess Asada Tacos as well, to be vibrant and successful. But this good gesture from COVID shouldn't become a permanent burden on neighboring properties. Craig has raised concerns about this parklet for over a year. Living next door, we simply just ask that there is fair enforcement of its own established design standards. So first, we want to enforce city size limits. City has capped at 2 spaces for parallel parklets, 2 parallel parking spots, and as staff confirmed to us via email in November. Yet this structure occupies the linear length of 3 full spots, 2 metered spots plus a loading zone directly in front of our property. In the picture, you can see that it blocks the gate completely, so we just walk down and we hit the patio right away. I don't know if the city also realized that it physically covers the street level curb drain, which we've kind of mentioned. That forces plumbers to route their equipment all the way to Coronado, and it triples or quadruples the cost for the owners. Second, there's the September 30th deadline for their license, and we just ask that that also be held and enforced. And third, just respect our property owner consent. Page 2 of your staff report explicitly states that one of the standards for applicants is that the parklet should not be sitting in front of an adjoining property without property consent. And on the record tonight, as owners of 608 Avenida Victoria, we do not consent to having the parklet directly in front of our property. Fourth, this just addresses a broader parking issue. As Del Mar commercial owners, Craig and Joan see firsthand how lost parking creates a negative revenue impact on surrounding businesses. The city just needs to consider a long-term solution like a parking garage. So the request, the city, we hope that Reunion Kitchen opens smoothly, but please require them to narrow their footprint to 1 or 2 max spots in front of their business. This gives our business neighbors a great outdoor dining space while also restoring our front residential gate, curb drain, and public loading space. Thank you.
Wow, you did it all in time. Thank you. That was great. So what I'm hearing,
They can respond.
yeah. So this is your opportunity to talk to that specifically, but I think are you going to stay within the 2 spots? Can you just speak to her points then?
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes. If there's issues there that we need to scale back our parklet so that we're not, because we tried. And the building owner has tried for the last 2 weeks to get a hold of somebody, and it's kind of like there's nobody on site to talk to there. So we've tried to get permission, and we will scale back where we need to on the design so that it doesn't impact them negatively. Okay, so we'll take all that into consideration to do it so that our neighbors are happy. We plan on being good neighbors, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on when you have a restaurant, a busy restaurant right next to you, and you have people above you. So we know how to be good neighbors, and we will be. And I think that this design reflected what we were hoping. That's one of the reasons why we had a couple extra golf cart spots left there, because we were hoping that we would be able to, if it didn't work, making the parklet as large as we had anticipated or the way that it currently is, and we had to scale it back, that could probably go for golf cart parking. But like I said, I'll work with staff to get it to where it's compliant with what you guys want, what our neighbors want, and make it a good transition.
So could I clarify? What I'm hearing is that you're willing to cut this back and give up so that they have the loading zone parking in front of their residence because they are not giving permission. And then that cuts you down to taking up 2 parking spaces. Is
Right.
that what I'm hearing, that you're agreeing to?
That's what I will definitely research it, and if I contest it, you'll hear about it right away. I will communicate right away, but I do believe we're going to be able to resolve this.
Okay, so you're not really committing to that?
Well, I would like to check my facts first and make sure
Okay, so
that,
that was what I was clarifying. It sounded like you were, but then it sounded like you weren't.
well, I want to please, and I want to, I'm not just saying it. I mean, I really do think that there's a way to design this so it works for everybody. And where they have their loading zone and they have all the area they want where they come down the stairs. And, but it's shared area. Those stairs are used by our guests too, that go up to the hotel above us. So we just want to make it work, okay?
Yeah, it sounds like there needs to be some negotiation in order for us to make an improvement. There's not enough here.
What's that?
That's spelled out.
How wide or how much frontage does their building or business have? It's exclusive to them
It's-
as opposed to shared staircase or whatever.
Yeah.
Do we know?
If we're looking at the middle picture, that green awning, not the one that says hotel, but just primarily that green awning, that would be their business frontage, roughly.
So that's like 1 car.
Theirs being just Reunion Kitchen. Yes.
Well, actually, it goes right past this stairwell here. It comes out over here. So it's more than one parking space. It's at least 2, if not 3. But it does go right through here. That's a bad picture, I'm sorry.
What is it that we can do tonight? Can we approve, say, the 2 parking spot worth? Can we do that?
Wondering,
And then
can
if
we
they,
restrict it to 2?
and if they need more, they can come back?
Yeah, so the cap is 2 parallel parking spaces, so that's the requirement.
I'm just wondering if we can approve something so they can move forward that fits with what Brenda was talking about.
I'm just,
It sounds like removing it from the residents being obstructed is maybe the best middle ground, because a portion of it is in front of a residence.
where is the residence on the photo? Can
To
you-
the right of the staircases and where that black gate is, going up the slope, that is a residence.
The right of the staircase?
Yes.
The residence doesn't use the staircase?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
I can show you the picture over here. So when they're saying that we share the same stairs, we do not. This is the stairs with Tropicana, so I don't know if they got permission from Tropicana to be here, but this is ours over here. So it takes up like all of this. So when we walk down to like the patio, the chairs, and when they don't clean up the restaurant, we are left to have to clean up all the trash. So yeah, it's just like,
So
all
the-
of this, that gate is ours, so this entire
Okay,
Uh,
part.
so the wide stairs without a gate goes somewhere,
Hotel Tropicana.
okay.
It's a business.
If I could
But
say
not
too,
you guys.
that may have been the case before, when there was a different operator there, but that'll never be the case with us. Okay, we won't have trash out there for our neighbors to clean up. Just putting that on the record.
Stairs.
Well,
The hotel does.
the hotel does.
And
Okay.
who uses the
No,
zoning?
but we might, I mean, if people are ordering food upstairs, we might run food to them. I mean, it's all the same building.
Yeah, you're at the bottom
We're
floor.
at the bottom floor.
Restaurant, and then there's hotel above.
Correct.
It's a mixed-use building.
Yeah.
So your lease is with Tropicana?
No, the
Former.
building owner, it's subleased.
Right.
The
Okay.
first floor is.
It's subleased, yes.
Yeah.
Chairman, if I might suggest, I think the lower right photograph, what I think I'm hearing from some of you is the concept is put a requirement on them that they have no more than 2 parking spaces frontage. I would suggest where that angled piece is, just push that down that way toward the restaurant until there's a maximum of 2 spaces. I don't think it's rocket science.
I would suggest something different, which is that, sorry, Patrick.
It's okay, it
that
is rocket science.
Basically, that pilaster between the Tropicana stairs and the private residence stairs, that's the end of it. No matter whether it's 1.5 spaces or two 2 or.
Or 3.
Whatever, because that would be not going in front of their frontage. So it doesn't matter how many, if it's, as long as it's less than two or less.
Okay.
But, so it's not in front of
Yeah.
their
That
residence.
is what I was saying, but not more than 2. What if it's 2.5 to get to that?
Okay, not
pillar?
more than 2,
Okay.
but not past that point.
So even if the 2 pushes them past that point, then that's not acceptable, is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm thinking, that's what they're, complaining about.
Right.
And that's the compliance.
Even if they were to like cut it to 2.
You Need to be on the,
Even if they were to cut it to 2 spots, I think it'll still leak over, go over to us. So no matter what, if they hit our fence, the owners are going to continue complaining because this has already been like an over a year issue that we've been talking to them about with the city. So no matter what, we need to be able to go down the stairs because our stairs, no one can use it. It's not public stairs. We should be able to go down and go into the street, basically. There should be nothing blocking our way.
so Commissioner McCann's recommendation is
Yeah.
exactly
What are
what
your-
we would need to
What are your
demand.
thoughts?
I totally agree, but I don't see where that's going to happen if we redesign our parklet to where there's nothing coming down. When you come down the ramp, you're on the sidewalk, you're not in our parklet. So,
Right, so you're willing to move it to clear
like
it.
I've been saying, we're willing to do whatever it takes.
So may I ask, if they clear all that out, will that clear that storm drain? Is that storm drain anywhere in that area that you're removing all
The
that?
storm drain's going to be the same issue, in fact, even probably more so on the reunion space
the
because
other
of the
side of
elevation.
it?
Sorry.
Tamara, we lost the presentation.
Oh, it's 10 o'clock, we gotta go home.
I would just note that from the parklet design standards, which they are allowed to request deviations from, it says the outdoor dining deck shall be directly in front of the business associated with the parklet and shall not obstruct the frontage of another business. There is some leeway if, you're obstructing a public sidewalk or a public street or adjacent to a stairway on a private residence. The will of the council was that it not obstruct other businesses. So I like the pilaster idea. I would give them the 2-space leeway more so than the pilaster myself, but it would be helpful to know which of the 2 standards we're going with.
I think the pilasters, they're right.
In my opinion, and I heard what you said, Zach, whether to differentiation between business and residence, but probably no one was really thinking that there's residences.
This is a little bit of a unique.
Yeah, so I would make a motion
Okay.
that we, it's kind of conceptual in nature, but we approve their conceptual design, that they work with staff to be compliant with the standards, that they allow the 18 inches for drainage, path of travel, whatever, but that the length of their parklet is limited to a maximum of either 2 parking space, the lesser of 2 parking spaces or to the pilaster that separates the 2 staircases.
Yep,
Second.
perfect.
I do think we'll need to read in these 2 conditions of approval.
As long as you read in those conditions.
Yes. Do we have to read them in, or can we just say per the slide?
Oh, you got it right.
Okay. I also recommend that we add 2 conditions. Storm-related improvements must remain accessible through easily removable flooring. There's no less than 18 inches wide. The dining decking shall have an identifier with paint or metal to verify the precise location of storm drainage infrastructure. This shall be verified via an inspection from the engineering division. Additionally, a second COA, the limited term parking relief agreement will not be finalized until the final certificate of occupancy and business license are issued. If this is not complete by September 30th, 2026, the parklet will need to be removed unless the temporary authorization is granted by the community development director.
Did we say something about working with the staff?
He did, that was.
Oh,
in-
okay.
That was in the
Same-
original.
In the original.
Do you understand?
I do, I just want to be clear on the C of O. I have to have that before, how does that work? In other words, we have to have the restaurant open and ready to go?
No, you have to have your certificate of occupancy and business license just issued.
Okay, all right.
But they won't do that until they're ready.
Well, it's usually right at the same time.
Yeah, the C of O could be can you open in 45 days?
We're hoping to, once I get a couple of things figured out, we're hoping to be open at Asada probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Wow.
We're hoping to be fully in
Well,
construction.
this is for Reunion Kitchen.
For reunion, I'm sorry. For reunion, we're looking at probably another 45 days.
Well,
That's assuming that I don't have any,
Provided they get a TCO.
yeah, we'd probably do that.
Well, does that
That's
sound?
for the building official.
yeah, where did
to-
this September 30th thing come from? Like,
That's the deadline for all of the parklets to make changes.
okay, so if they don't make it, they can request.
You can request an
from
extension.
the- Yeah,
Yes.
That's fair.
so do you seconded my motion, do you second the revisions to my motion? Yes, I did. Okay.
Okay,
We need to vote.
yeah. So all those in favor, or is there any further discussion? Okay, first of all, I've closed the public hearing. And we will now vote. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so that carries. So you have your permit. Get going.
Thank you.
Oh, this one's gonna take a while.
Lexi, can you take us through the next one, please?
Yes, Chopin is up next. They are proposing 12 deviations. The first one, they are directly in front of another business. They have received property owner and tenant approval. The deck surface is 18 inches above the ground on certain portions of the slope. They do not have any clear space below the deck. It is closed off with a baseboard. They are providing native California plants, some succulents. I'm assuming now that might be okay. Barrier materials, wrought iron fencing with vertical posts spaced 4 inches apart, and they have capped with wood-like composite railing. The barrier height, this was provided later by the applicant. It is 37.5 inches. That is not on that deviation sheet that you have. The furniture, black and white French bistro chairs with a natural wood frame, marble tables with wrought iron. And then upon the approval of the parklet, they would like to provide a bike rack but no golf cart parking. The dining deck is larger than a portion of 3 spaces. It is not squared off. There are chestnut colored umbrellas that's 7.5 feet tall, and they currently propose 28 seats. Here is the site plan. And here are additional photos. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Lexi before we bring up the applicant?
Lexi, can you just clarify one of the points here? When they have permission from one of the businesses, and it only states the actual business, the tenant, but not the owner? or-
They have both.
They have both? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. So can you introduce the applicant, please?
Lori? Yes, Lori Morris is here.
Hello.
Hi, how are
Thanks
you?
for your patience.
Oh, no problem. Glad to be here. It's been a process.
Yeah. We appreciate it that you stuck it out this long
Oh,
for
thank you.
waiting.
I was just like worried you're going to cut it off at 10, and I was going to be like, oh my God. No, I'm here representing Chopin Bakery. Our owners, Sammy and Sarah Louise, are out of the country right now, so I'm here to represent us. And they opened the bakery in the Chopin Bakery, the first one in 2018, and it was successful, and they decided to go ahead and open a second location, and they chose San Clemente, loved it, and have had great success and have enjoyed it there. And as a result, they were able to acquire the second half of the other suite, and they decided to remodel and enlarge the and at the same time, they redid the parklet. And so that was completed December 2025. At that time, they had no idea about the new requirements and standards that we're now looking at and adopting. So that's why we do have some variations. And when they did it, they went to their contractor, and they designed it with their best judgment, and to make it an area safe, accessible, and inviting for our guests, while providing a pleasing aesthetic for the brand and the community. So they just hope that it's successful, and that we can take a look at it tonight and see what we can do.
Any comments about the stuff in the that they're not compliant with?
We were able to secure permission from both the landlord and the business owner to go ahead with the parklet and remain it there. They have no objection. The deck surface is 18 inches above the ground on certain portions of the slope. It's a pretty steep slope there, so that's why that happens. Clear space below the deck, it's all closed off, so there's really nothing that can go below the deck. So I don't think that should probably be an issue. We have native California plants, some succulents, and some of the planters. The materials are what we deem to be aesthetically pleasing there. It's a wrought iron fencing with vertical posts 4 inches apart, capped with a wood-like composite railing. Very see-through, very safe and adequate. The height is 37.5 inches, just barely above what your requirements are. Furniture is our customary brand, that we use because it is a French-style bakery. So we use French bistro chairs with a natural wood frame. And our tables are like a marble with a wrought iron base. If we need to provide a bike rack, we will. I don't think there's room for golf cart parking there. The deck is a little bit larger than a portion of 3 spaces. I believe it's not squared off due to the ramp for the wheelchair access. It's our signature colors for our umbrellas, and we have 28 seats on the parklet.
Questions for her? We got one public comment. Stand by. We'll take the public comment and then get back to you if we need to. Amanda, you want to speak on this one?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I am in awe of this one. This is, by all means, really well done. The awnings and the umbrellas are the same color, and that's uniformity there. The marble tables, and it is very bistro, very French, and this is really a wonderful display. The planters, I do admit that I do water those on occasion, and the mandivias are just beautiful. They're stunning. They're really well done. And as far as the height, they're fine the way it is. Let's see what else I can speak on. The chairs are wonderful, very French, really nice, and it just really captures that essence of being in France. And of course, it's Chopin. And so then on the other side, there are succulents there on the ledge there, and it's really nicely done and taken care of. They had a while back, was in 2025, they had some construction inside the Chopins, and they were really fast on that, and they really seemed to be very compliant and very accommodating. I love this one. It's just really great to see what they've done, and this should be the standard, But thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's been a long day.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any objections to the staff recommendations for this one?
I have one question I just noticed.
Okay.
Those containers for the landscape, are those over large or those?
Those are the standard ones.
size? They are?
Yes.
Must just be a trick of the eyes here with the photo. No, I don't have anything else.
The hour.
Could be, yeah.
Unless there's objections, I'd like to go ahead and move the staff recommendations.
Second?
Okay, so my motion is to approve all of the exceptions and the resolution of the Planning Commission 26-295 for the Chopin Parklet, including the attached conditions of approval, and to find that it is exempt from the CEQA. And that was, I believe, Commissioner McCann seconded that. Oh, it was Washington, all right. Commissioner Washington seconded that. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimous.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Love it, thank you.
thank you.
Our final parklet, if we're ready.
Yes, please.
Goodies. This is a private property parklet. They are proposing 7 deviations. The first one is that they don't have plants and they do not have pots to hold plants. The barrier materials is a painted red and black wood. The barrier height is 48 inches. The furniture is red and black cocktail tables and chairs. The lighting is currently hanging string lights, which is strictly prohibited in the design guidelines, which was the ones approved in 2024, and the current standards approved for now. There is no golf cart and bike parking, and they propose black umbrellas on stands with no heaters. Here is the site plan for the parklet, and here is a photo. Jeff, I believe, has hung around for this long and will be able to provide some more information.
I actually have additional photos as well. I didn't get to you in time, sorry. Good evening.
Thanks
We've
for
all
your
been here for a
patience.
while. So, apologies again, I was a little late in getting these out, but here's a few additional photos of what it looks like now.
This is the only photo we have.
More photos are being passed out now.
This is a tough crowd.
You opened the PDF?
You were able to brighten up the paint.
Chair, in your packets, do you have this one? Because we're not finding it. Okay.
I'm not finding it either.
And we don't think it got published correctly online either.
I didn't see anything.
Do you have it?
What does that mean?
I'd recommend you open the hearing because we did file the notice correctly. This item was in the hearing notice, but we didn't publish a staff report with a
I should
recommendation.
have said the public hearing is open.
So I'd open it and hear from the owner and tell him if you like what you hear, and probably going to have to continue to September to potentially approve this parklet.
And a question. Is a staff report required in order for the planning commission to take action?
No, it is on the, it is,
Noticed.
It was noticed.
It was noticed, so
let me just make sure it was on the, it is, before I misspeak, it is on the agenda.
agenda, right.
It is listed. So you are correct. Technically, we don't need anything beyond the agenda, so it,
Yeah, I only asked because I've seen that before where there is no staff report and action still can be taken. So we don't need to postpone it if we get to a decision.
Right.
Okay.
and I also think to that end, we could say that the resolution would be the equivalent of another one that we've approved tonight, except for,
The specific conditions?
correct.
I love it.
Sir, go ahead with your handout's very helpful if you want to walk us through that.
Sure. Again, thank you for everyone's patience. I know it's been quite the evening. So our parklet is a little bit different than everyone else's that we've spoken over the last 2 sessions. Ours is on private property. It's not on Del Mar. It's actually on El Camino Real. It takes up 2 of our own parking spaces, no public spaces. It's not on a sidewalk, and it does not affect any business other than ours. We actually share the parking lot with one other business, which is Antoine's and the Red Fox, and our property line is directly down the middle of the parking lot. As far as the deviations go, our barrier height actually starts at 36 and it gets to about 47 at its highest, which we're on the lowest end right here. At its highest point, it is at about 36 inches. It starts at 36. Other than that, we've already, I think when we spoke with planning, we had already agreed to cut down the posts. We were just waiting to speak here. And the lights would come down, and the umbrellas, we've actually ordered red umbrellas to be compliant with solar lighting underneath them, which would take place of the existing lighting. So the only deviations that we're trying to pass is to stick with the board that matches the color of our building. This photo actually portrays the trim color a lot better than the photos that I gave you for some reason, which are more recent. The photos that you guys see, it looks like it's a little bit more burgundy on our trim, but as you can see in this photo, our trim is actually the exact same red paint that we used for that parklet. And this parklet was rebuilt in 2024. After the initial extension was made, we completely demoed it and rebuilt it. It's all 2-year-old material and 2-year-old paint. Other than that, that's really all we're at. So I'm open to compliance, however you guys would suggest.
Lexi, can you go back to where the, yes, thanks. Okay, can we walk through this? You've got no plants. How do we feel about the plants? Do we feel like he has plants?
It's pretty stark.
I can agree it's a little plain looking, especially after seeing everyone else's on Del Mar's. Theirs are gorgeous. So I'm totally open to sprucing it up a little bit,
All right,
absolutely.
so maybe plants just on the,
Sure.
on the edge? The-
But those plants would be out in the driveway.
Yeah,
Look like Del Mar,
Yeah,
it's not Del Mar. No disrespect.
of course, yeah.
we could do plants on the edge.
I believe when we had met initially, we had talked about doing planters on the fascia board
Yeah.
that rests. We are a bar that's open late night, so I would like to make those removable so that when we do close the parklet at 10 p.m., we could remove those so that they're not messed with after hours.
That's a pain.
Yeah.
So you're talking about planters that hang off.
To me personally, it would be worth it. It would be more of a pain to have to replace them on a regular basis.
How do I say this tactfully? It's not gonna make a big difference. It's a
So
bar.
I'm getting a sense that we're not, the commission doesn't feel like plants are necessary.
Fair enough.
Okay, the red and the black wood.
It goes with
Was that
It goes
Texas
with-
Tech
It
or?
goes with the vibe.
Okay,
I don't love the red, but.
No, I don't either. I mean, it's a sore thumb even in this location.
what's your view on the red? How attached to that are you?
I'm open to suggestions. I heard a couple of you going back and forth about it. I don't disagree that red is extremely noticeable on the street. However, it does match the trim of our building. I did hear someone say that half of our building is brick. It directly matches the colors of our building. I would say actually the black stands out more than the red, given the fact that we have red trim. And the Goodies logo is actually red. And the boards underneath the faux windows, those are actually faux windows, are brown that we had planned on painting black. So I'm not opposed to it. I mean, if we're looking at standards that you guys are trying to match on Del Mar, which would be like the brown or the white, I would be more inclined to do the white. It just wouldn't quite go with everything else in the building, but yeah, if that's the case, then
You say you don't want to fall asleep when you look at it, right?
yeah, you don't want anyone falling asleep.
Well, if the black is also on the building, why don't you just do all black? I mean, it's an eyesore.
I will say this too, the umbrellas that we ordered are red to be compliant, to match compliance. I was suggesting that she put up that we go with black, but noticing that solid red was a lot easier to go with, we are gonna have red umbrellas. So if painting the barriers black and keeping red umbrellas is something that would be preferable to the eye, I'm
I
open
think
to it.
black would be an improvement.
Yeah, especially if you're gonna have the red umbrellas, that
Sure.
gives you the color,
Yeah,
yeah.
we could do that.
Do you want to let them have one, the top board red as a trim to match the building?
I think there's not enough, I mean, that's like a pinstripe on the building. I think if you just paint all the barrier black
I like what he said.
and use the red umbrellas, I think it'll be fine.
Well, that's right. He's the owner.
We do have red seating as well.
There you go.
It's black and red, so.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Yeah, that's.
What else, what was else on the list? I don't have the
The height,
the
the height's fine.
height, fine, okay, so the furniture, are you guys good with the furniture?
Is it metal, is it
Well, it's-
plastic, or is it?
It's metal. So it's black metal, and then the seat pads are red.
Okay.
The tables are black, everything else is black. And then we actually have two long benches that are half black, and then the bench seating is red.
I think that black's gonna work out for you.
It looks pretty good.
And then the lighting, you're gonna get rid of the lighting and the posts and replace it with lighting, down lighting in the umbrellas.
Correct. The umbrellas have solar panels at their peak, and then as you open them, they have
Yeah, those
lights
are-
that run across the street.
Yeah, okay. Don't think we need, no golf cart or bike parking, that's,
There's other parking.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a different deal.
We have a private parking lot. We have actually two. We have the conjoined one that we share with Red Fox, and then there's additional parking lot directly behind the building. And then there's actually curb parking that a lot of the shopping carts, or the golf carts use.
Okay. And in the shade, what's your, oh, you're gonna have umbrellas? Okay.
Yeah, initially, those high posts were holding a shade that covered the entire thing.
Right.
Luckily for everyone else, the weather destroyed it. So that just makes it easier to cut the posts down to barrier height.
It's not on here, but do you have outdoor amplified sound?
No, we
Okay.
did. And we also had a TV out there. but
Yes.
We removed it because we couldn't figure out a permit to get with that.
Yes,
with
okay,
everything.
so
I
those are
talked to
gone.
planning a few times about it, and code compliance, we went back and forth and realized that there wasn't really an easy way to do it, so we just removed the TV.
And the
With the-
speaker?
I don't, well, I could double check to make sure we don't have a speaker. Oh, we do have a speaker.
So,
We had a speaker that was out there that was attached to the TV.
okay, but no, there's no outdoor amplified sound?
Okay, we can remove that.
Okay, just checking. Then, does someone want to make a motion to approve the staff recommendations?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Camp?
I move that we approve the, what is the number on this one? I don't even see it on my packet.
26, PD, is it PDP 26-289? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, and since we don't have the resolution in front of us, I believe that the appropriate resolution number would be 26-031. And all of the changes in a draft resolution will be changed to goodies as, and reference their address. And I think that's it.
Okay, so my motion, as she stated, I'm sorry?
Nope, you're good, go.
You're good. I was going to say, as stated by the Assistant City Attorney, and then whatever tweaks we've made based on the discussion.
In addition, paint the guardrail black to match the posts. And we're approving the red umbrellas. We have to reference CEQA in this one, I assume?
That it's
This
exempt.
is exempt from the CEQA. And I think everything else per the, planning recommendations.
All the exceptions are approved.
All the exceptions.
Second.
Okay? Is there any other discussion on that? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that passes.
Thanks
Ain't it
for
black?
waiting for so
Thank
long.
you. Thank you again for being patient tonight.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for being a good owner. We have no new business or old business. Do we have commissioner reports? Seeing none? Zach, staff reports.
I got a whole lot here. I'll try and go fast. We skipped over the TFA again. You all have a relatively recent copy. We are going to have a design review hearing this week. I think the item changed from what was published in your previous TFA.
Next week?
Next week. We'll be talking about the Miramar, the event center, not the food hall. There's some minor changes at the Miramar, so please come to design review if you're on that committee. We've been experiencing issues with fraud and phishing, so if anyone's still listening to this at YouTube, or if you hear about it later, we've also published on our website. Many of our applicants are getting phishing fraud emails asking them to pay money via wire transfer. The city doesn't accept money via wire transfer. Always check with city staff if someone asks you for payment for an application.
I had asked if you guys could proactively, when someone sends in a permit, or they're coming to here, that they get an email telling them.
That is happening. Anytime anyone applies for a discretionary permit online, they're getting an email saying that you will only get a request for payment from the city via the city's portal.
Okay, good.
And then additionally, we have the Office of Orange County, what do they call it? They're associated with Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center. They get guidance from the Department of Homeland Security, and they've identified some of these potential bad actors. We wanted to invite you to 2 different workshops. City staff will be attending, applying the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic properties, just generally how we work on both improvements and minor changes in preservation on historic properties. There's 2 workshops on Thursday, September 15th and September 22nd, 10 to 1. City staff will be watching in a conference room.
Those dates again?
So it probably different than the date we emailed you. It got
Yeah,
pushed
I got
back
confused.
by the operator. So the correct date, Tamara can email it out again before it happens, is in September, 15th and 22nd, 10 to 1.
Okay.
We'll be in a conference center and we'll order pizza if anyone wants to watch it at City Hall. And then finally, there's an offer for a symposium to be part of the dialogue that shapes our future. It's a planning commissioner symposium put on by the building trades professionals, and it's free. And it's in Irvine in October 14th from 8 to 2. If anyone's interested in a planning commissioner seminar, they go through all sorts of things related to the rules of order and development application types and findings. And there's a panel of a lot of different attorneys and practicing and past city planning commissioners. So email me if you're interested in that, Planning Academy.
What's the date again?
That is October 14th from 8 to 2.
Okay. Yeah, send that to me.
And that concludes staff updates. If anyone has questions about the TFA, you can email us or we can send an update. But we will have the next DRC meeting and we will have the next Planning Commission meeting.
That's next year.
July.
That was July.
There seems like be a lot of meetings in July.
Yeah, so we're doing next Wednesday, design review. Are we still doing the Shore Cliffs?
No.
Okay.
No, the only item will be on Miramar.
Okay. Oh, I see, that's
They
updated.
said they
Okay.
updated it.
Okay. All right. I think we need a motion to adjourn to August the 19th.
I move we adjourn to the next meeting on August the 19th.
6 PM at City Hall.
There you go.
Seconded by Commissioner Prescott Loeffler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourned.
Opposed? You didn't ask for opposed.
No.